Chapter 412. Hui Mao tilted his head and chewed with gusto. The others didn't want to look anymore after a single glance. The scene sent chills down their spines. After glancing at the mummified biochemical orc, Knight shifted his gaze to the incubation nest covered in a layer of ice crystals. He tapped it with his wrist blade to test the waters before extending his hand to touch it. About 10 centimeters below where Knight's finger touched, there was a biochemical orc that had just broken out of its membrane with its mouth wide open, as if it was going to pounce at him in the next moment. However, its nervousness was frozen by this layer of ice crystals. Knight was beyond amazed when he sensed the analysis information transmitted through the protective suit. These ice crystals were actually just water, but they didn't feel very cold. Moreover, through the analysis of the analyzer, Knight knew that the eggs in this incubation nest basically had no signs of life. The few eggs that were still alive had very weak signs of life and were extinguished in no time. Knight tested the dagger in his hand. He cut off a corner and looked at the biochemical orc that was contained in the cut. This time, there really wasn't a single sign of life. Crunching sounds rang in the air as Wheeze ran back to the frozen nest after finishing the jerky. Then, it opened its mouth and began to chew on the food. Knight knocked on the ice crystal he had cut off with his dagger. The force from his hand told him how hard this thing was, which was why he was even more impressed by Hui Mao's teeth and biting strength. The others were curious when they saw Knight cut off a piece. They flicked out their blades to take a look, curious as to what this thing was. Due to the effect of the water bomb, the water vapor in the surrounding area was forcefully absorbed. Many of the biochemical orcs that were swarming in this direction stayed far away. Those that could not avoid in time had a lot of water absorbed from their bodies, making them look a little shriveled. However, the biochemical orcs near the exit were not affected at all because there was a wide river next to the pharmaceutical factory and the humidity was high. However, this blank period wouldn't last long. Due to geographical reasons, in addition to the explosion of the pharmaceutical factory and the excavation of Silin and the others, the underground laboratory had been unsealed. Moisture would seep in again. "Let's look at other places," Silin said. The others who were having fun cutting acknowledged and threw away the hard pieces they had cut off. However, they kept some small pieces in their hands to study when they were free. None of this was hidden from Silin, nor did they have any intention of hiding it. After they were done dealing with things here, they walked over to where Xianxia and the others were. That place used to be some experimental workshops, and they could see many dried corpses along the way. Those were the dried corpses that Xianxia and the others had killed and then forcefully absorbed water to form. They had seen it before, so Knight and the others were no longer surprised when they saw it again. "What do you think? Did you find anything?" Silin asked. Xianxia waved a device in his hand. "The data we can repair is limited, but this trip was not in vain." Although he did not find any news about the dream taper, he had obtained quite a lot of information about the biochemical orcs. The biggest threat at the current stage was indeed the dream taper. However, nobody could tell if there would be more disasters like this after the dream taper. There should be many underground incubation lair in some of Miracle's bases. Puff! A metal piece flew out from Cheto's side and nailed an animal that looked like a four-legged snake to death. Xianxia and the others didn't find it strange. Cheto had already killed a couple of these animals here. Although they weren't biochemical orcs, they could have been animals from this lab in the past. Therefore, they weren't too puzzled by Cheto's actions. However, Silin sensed that something was wrong. He sensed a strange signal wave before he even entered the planet. After he arrived here, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Moreover, he felt that someone was watching over everything here. Those animals were strange. It was only after Cheto killed them that the feeling of being watched in Silin's heart decreased a little. "What's wrong?" Lung asked. "I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching us," Silin answered. "Now that you mention it, it is a little. However, I'm definitely not the one being watched." Lung crossed his arms and scratched as if he was rubbing goosebumps. If someone was watching him from the shadows, Lung would have noticed it himself. Right now, the feeling of being watched wasn't that strong, so it was obvious that the person behind him wasn't paying attention to him. Lung was certain of this. There's someone else? The others exclaimed in surprise and looked around vigilantly. Xianxia didn't see any other humans through the life signature scan on his protective mask. There were only some scattered biochemical orcs and other small animals. However, Silin Helong definitely had his reasons for saying so. There must be someone watching them from the shadows. Was it someone from Miracle? Or was it someone else? Silin looked around and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. After we're done gathering information here, we'll go check if there are similar underground incubators in other places. If there are, we'll take them out immediately. Amen. This is indeed a top priority." Xianxia looked at the information Kong Man sent back. An aircraft had crashed on this planet in the past 2 days, and it was probably from the Central Transit Star. However, there was no virus spread, so it was possible that the people who came here weren't infected. It was also possible that they had been taken care of. In short, there were no signs of virus spreading, but there were definitely battles happening in other places. Let's go out and blow this place up. The other 2 large pharmaceutical factories must have some secrets. Xianxia put away the instruments in his hands and returned along the road. When they saw that frozen incubator, Xianxia and the others were also stunned. Combining the scene before them with what they saw earlier, it was impossible for them not to be shocked. Right now, Hui Mao was still clinging to it and gnawing on it. However, since they were in a hurry, they didn't stay for long. Silin twisted Hui Mao off the frozen incubator and waited for night to install the bomb before they quickly retreated. Without the biochemical orcs to continue incubating, the new generation of biochemical orcs wouldn't be able to reproduce so quickly. Right now, the number of biochemical orcs was 1 by 1, and there wouldn't be any new ones for the time being. This did reduce a lot of pressure. After they retreated from the underground lab, Kong Man had already flown the aircraft over after receiving the notice and descended above the pharmaceutical factory. They still split into 2 groups, one group to cover, the other to jump onto the landing boards. Some of the surrounding biochemical orcs saw the scene and gathered over. However, after Silin and the others jumped onto the landing boards, the aircraft started pulling up. Knight raised his finger and started counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Explode. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. It started from the underground lab and blew up some of the rocks on the surface of the Earth's crust. When the explosion spread out, the biochemical orcs that ran over couldn't escape at all and were sucked into the explosion and blown to smithereens. The entire pharmaceutical factory was now truly uprooted from the roots. The frozen incubator was also reduced to ashes in this explosion. The people hiding in the residential area saw the scene and felt hope rise in their hearts again. They knew that the biochemical orcs came from there, but they couldn't get close at all. Even if they did, the people who risked their lives to get there couldn't find the biochemical orcs' nests. This explosion had greatly reduced the gloom in their hearts. Let's go to the next pharmaceutical factory. The people who entered the aircraft looked at the other 2 large pharmaceutical factories on the screen and the reports sent back by the detectors. There weren't a large number of biochemical orcs there, only a small number of biochemical beasts. Then there were the battles between local forces. We didn't detect any signal from the incubator. There might be signal interference too. But where should we go next? These 2 pharmaceutical factories are still quite far away from each other, Kong Man said. The 3 largest pharmaceutical factories were located in 3 different places on the planet, forming a tripartite balance. However, it was unknown whether all 3 of these pharmaceutical factories were supported by Miracle, but it was true that these 3 pharmaceutical factories had once ruled the planet. This one, Silin pointed at one of the factories and said, "Let's go to this factory first. I think we'll find something." Kong Man looked at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. "If no one else has any objections, then let's go to this factory first." The others didn't care. They didn't know the difference between the 2 factories anyway. However, the battles in the areas where these 2 factories were located were pretty intense. Even the internal battles were in full swing, and they weren't affected by the biochemical orcs here at all. But if the new biochemical orcs hatched from the underground incubator and spread to the other side, it would be too late for them to fight back. The pharmaceutical factory that Sillin had pointed out looked more thoroughly destroyed than the other two, but Sillin could sense a strange signal coming from it. He wanted to go and see what was going on. He had a feeling that he would definitely gain a lot this time. The destruction over there was more complete, but the battle over there was quite intense. It didn't lose to the people in the other two places at all. What were they fighting over? Pride asked. The area where the pharmaceutical factory was located was already so destroyed, but the forces that were still fighting over that territory. They knew the situation over there from some of the intercepted communications. The three forces were fighting over the ruined pharmaceutical factory. The problem was, what was there to fight over in a pile of ruins? There must be some secret down there. From those people's communications, we only know that there's also a base down there. They think that there must be some flying tools down there. That's why they're fighting so desperately. Xianxia explained to everyone, since the management of the pharmaceutical factory had taken away all the flying tools that could leave the planet when they left, the people here can only attack that underground base if they want to take refuge outside without flying tools. There's really flying tools down there. The others were puzzled. Xianxia shook his head. I don't know. There's a barrier around the pharmaceutical factory, so we'll only know when we get there. But one thing is for sure, there's definitely a secret down there. We just don't know what it is. Those people couldn't find a secret down there, no matter how hard they fought? Sillin asked curiously. Before they figured it out, they forbade anyone from stepping foot into the pharmaceutical factory. However, they mentioned that thing in their communications. I don't know what this word means. Xianxia looked at the information in his hands and said, Sillin thinks for a moment. Then let's drag a few people over and interrogate them first. After all, we won't get much substance even if we steal communications. We might as well drag a few key personnel over and interrogate them. Makes sense, I agree. Knight preferred direct methods like this. Drag who? Pride asked. If we're going to drag the leader, of course. The spaceplane flew towards the pharmaceutical factory that Sillin had mentioned. Meanwhile, the battle there was still going on. The three forces had never stopped fighting each other for a single moment. On a mountain near the city cluster where the pharmaceutical factory was located, inside a building that could be considered luxurious compared to the buildings here. Boss, those people snuck towards the pharmaceutical factory again today. If we hadn't discovered them early, they probably would have succeeded. A young man said angrily inside the office. A middle-aged man sat behind a square table in front of the young man. He listened to his subordinate's report with his hands crossed and rubbed the ring on his thumb. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment as he listened to his subordinate's report. Then he waved his hand and said solemnly, if they sneak in again and ignore the rules, don't do anything and let them go. You guys just follow behind. You're saying, if they're in a hurry, then let them deal with that monster first. They all want to be the fisherman who benefits from the fight, but none of them have the patience. We might as well wait and let them go first. The young man was a quick-witted person. He immediately understood the middle-aged man's words. I understand. I'll instruct them now. Seeing that the middle-aged man did not say anything else, he excused himself and closed the door. After the young man left, the middle-aged man sitting on the chair frowned and thought for a moment. Then he let out a long sigh and got up to walk to the wall next to him. He pressed his palm against a spot, and a light flashed on it. Then he pulled the wall up from the bottom. On the other side of the wall was a warehouse. There was a small aircraft in the warehouse. However, the aircraft was too small and could not accommodate many people. Moreover, the equipment was very simple and crude. It would be dangerous to travel long distances with it. According to the information he had received, the threat had already begun to spread on this planet. Outside this planet, there were virus disasters on other planets. No one knew what would happen to this planet in the next moment. Everyone wanted to find an aircraft to leave this place and find a new shelter. However, this was his route. It was the territory that they had worked hard to obtain for generations. It would be a waste to abandon all these resources and manpower. The middle-aged man caressed the aircraft. If the situation was really serious, he could only abandon everything here and leave. As he was thinking, the middle-aged man suddenly saw a shadow flashed past the outer shell of the aircraft. "Who is it?" The middle-aged man quickly took out his gun and looked around vigilantly. However, he did not find anything unusual after looking around. However, when he turned to look at the aircraft again, he found a cat squatting on it. It was a gray, fat cat. The middle-aged man raised his gun and pointed it at Hui Mao. His face was twitching nervously. Perhaps it was because he knew some of the secrets of the pharmaceutical factory here. Compared to humans, those strange animals made him feel more threatened. Hui Mao did not react to the gun in the middle-aged man's hand. Instead, he opened his round eyes and looked at him quietly. Because the lighting in this place was dimmer, Hui Mao's pupils appeared larger. When it was curious, excited, or when it saw prey, its pupils would also dilate. These factors combined made the middle-aged man feel that this pair of eyes was particularly strange. It was not as calm and composed as it was in front of his subordinates. He did not shoot immediately. He was not sure of the origin of this cat. He knew that some animals should not be provoked. If they were provoked, there would be no way out. Therefore, with the middle-aged man's cautious personality, he only raised the gun and pointed it at Hui Mao. He did not pull the trigger. When he pointed at Hui Mao, he gradually retreated. When he retreated to the wall, he used his other hand to pat the wall, but his eyes were fixed on Hui Mao. The middle-aged man could feel the switch on the wall with his eyes closed, so he did not doubt that he had hit the wrong place. However, after a few pats, the wall did not respond at all. Cold sweat dripped from the middle-aged man's forehead. Where did you come from?" Hui Mao ignored him. Seeing that Hui Mao did not respond, the middle-aged man looked for a few more exit switches. He even tried the switch that controlled the aircraft's takeoff port, which had not been used for many years, but it did not respond at all. All the exit switches had failed, and he was trapped there. Most importantly, this place was soundproof. The people inside could not hear the sounds outside. If there was a shooting inside, the people outside would not hear it either. Hui Mao was watching the middle-aged man in front of it, looking for a place to escape. It was so anxious that it was sweating profusely. It was squatting there calmly, enjoying the fun. "Stop wasting time," a voice said. The voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear in this quiet place. This made the middle-aged man even more nervous than before. He looked around, but there was no one else. There were no alarms, no scanners, and no intruders. "Who is it? Who is it?" The middle-aged man shouted. He had just shouted when he discovered that the cat that was squatting on the aircraft had disappeared. Then, a shadow flashed by. The middle-aged man did not have the time to shoot at all, and he did not see it clearly at all. Thud! A muffled sound later, the middle-aged man collapsed. Hui Mao tilted his head and looked at the man on the ground. Then, he turned around and said innocently, "I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't think that this guy would be so weak. Does he have a concussion? Will he lose his memory? Will he turn into an idiot?" Cheto gradually appeared in the direction Hui Mao was facing. After shooting a glance at the man on the ground, he said calmly, "It's fine. Let's hurry and leave." It was Cheto who had urged Hui Mao to leave just now. This time, they were going to capture the leaders of the three forces and interrogate them. As the leader of the forces in this area, their defenses should be pretty good. At the very least, it was one of the better ones on this planet. However, it was really not enough for Sillin and the others, not to mention Hui Mao and Cheto, who were more familiar with these things. Cheto walked over and picked up the unconscious man on the ground like he was picking up a chicken. Then he left. No one inside the building knew that their boss had been knocked unconscious and taken away. Chapter 413. When Romulos woke up, he realized that he was sitting on a chair. His hands and feet were trapped, and there were two people sitting on either side of him. Romulos was all too familiar with these two people. They had been fighting against each other since a long time ago, and as the leaders of the three great forces in the pharmaceutical factory area, they were trapped here as well. The three of them looked at each other speechlessly. However, they couldn't afford to offend someone who could easily capture them and bring them here. The less they spoke, the less mistakes they would make. They might as well save their energy to think about how to deal with what was going to happen next. The three of them knew each other very well, and it was obvious that they couldn't talk to each other just by looking at their expressions. Romulos looked at his surroundings. This place looked like a small room that was about 10 square meters in size. The decorations were simple, but not shabby. It was obvious that these were all high-tech products. Romulos's head still hurt a little. He remembered seeing that strange cat before he fainted. Whoosh! The door opened, and the people who walked in were all wearing protective suits. Their faces couldn't be seen, but their voices sounded very young, and their auras were very strong. Unlike the other two, Romulos's attention was focused on that Huimao. Right now, the fat cat was sitting on a person's shoulder and licking its paws. It looked very harmless. "Yo, you guys woke up pretty fast," Lung said while looking at them. He was holding a syringe as thick as an arm and said regretfully, "I was going to give you a shot if you guys didn't wake up." The faces of the three middle-aged men twitched. Wouldn't that syringe really kill someone? It looked like it was impossible to fake unconsciousness. They had come prepared. "What do you want to know?" one of the leaders of the forces asked. Silin and the others pulled over chairs and sat down. Xianxia was responsible for dealing with them, and Silin was writing and drawing on the electronic tablet in his hand. Lung and Knight looked at it, but they didn't understand it, so they stopped looking. A few questions. First, did anyone from another planet come over in the past 2 days? Xianxia asked. Yes, but they were taken care of. The man answered. Dealing with them meant killing them. According to the answers of these three people, Silin and the others learned that although this planet was not far from the transit planet and was not safe enough, there were still people who came here. It was just that as soon as they arrived, they were robbed and killed by the three factions in the area for their spaceships. What the three leaders lacked was aircrafts. Although they were reluctant to give up the territory they had conquered, having enough aircrafts was also a way of retreat and insurance. Since there were aircrafts coming their way, how could they not snatch them? Fortunately, the people who came from the transit planet were not infected, so they did not bring the virus with them. In addition, after learning about what happened on the transit planet, the three leaders became much more cautious. Every time there was an outsider, they would bring along some antivirus equipment. This planet had always been the world of pharmaceutical factories. Even if the three major pharmaceutical factories had collapsed, there were still plenty of drugs and disinfectants. No matter what, there had not been any cases of virus infection here, at least not until now. The three leaders did not know much about the biochemical beastmen. That was in another area. They only knew that something had happened there, and that biochemical beastmen had appeared. After learning of the biochemical beastmen's appearance, they built a defense line here, but they did not go over to help the people there. One reason was that they did not have a flying tool that could reach there quickly. Normal flying cars were too slow, a waste of time, and unreliable. The other reason was that they could barely take care of themselves here, and were too lazy to pay attention to the people in other areas. When Xianxia mentioned the underground base of the pharmaceutical factory in this area, the three leaders fell silent. However, after Xianxia took out the intercepted communication information and analyzed the situation for them, the three leaders finally reluctantly said something. There was a base below, and it was where the people from the pharmaceutical factory parked their transportation tools. When the people from the pharmaceutical factory left, they took away some of them, but not all of them. They felt that there must be more spaceships inside. The three leaders had spaceships on hand, but they were too small, and there were not many of them. They all wanted to get their hands on larger spaceships or transportation ships from the underground base. Transportation ships? Is the underground base that big? Pride sneered. I don't know exactly how big it is, but this underground base is definitely not small. Romulos said, Then what is that thing you're talking about? Or should I say, that monster? Xianxia asked again. The expressions of the three leaders changed when they heard this term. They seemed to have thought of something terrifying. Seeing that the three of them did not want to answer, Knight rubbed his fists and looked like he was about to start torturing them. The leaders of the three forces were calm. Actually, it doesn't matter if we say it or not. There are some things that everyone knows, and we're not the only ones who know. Celine and the others stopped what they were doing and listened to the words of the three leaders of power. They were very interested in that thing as well. They wondered what it was that could make these three leaders wary. We don't know what it is either. Maybe it's a strange product of those people's research, or maybe it's something else. However, according to our elders, there's a devil inside that base. A devil? Hui Mao's ears straightened and his eyes shone. Silin flicked Hui Mao's ear and told him to behave. Your elders? How long has that thing existed? Silin noticed this. I'm not sure. Probably more than 70 years. We've heard stories about the devil inside that base since we were very young. More than 70 years. That was a really long time. Isn't that someone or something inside the pharmaceutical factory? Xianxia asked. The three shook their heads. It shouldn't be. I heard that people from the pharmaceutical factory have been there before. It's a huge warehouse, and there are transport planes and other flying tools there. However, many of them can't be flown anymore. All the electronic and mechanical equipment inside the warehouse can't be used, and there's no lighting. It's completely dark. Also, many people who went and said that there's a devil inside, a black devil. Some people try to hunt it down, but the people from the pharmaceutical factory discovered that those people were dead the next day. All their bones were shattered, and it was a horrible sight to see. Didn't the people from the pharmaceutical factory think of cleaning it up? Knight asked. That warehouse's location is a little special, and it's not easy to make a move on it. If you're not careful, you'll destroy the workshop above the warehouse, and it'll be a huge loss. That's why the higher-ups of the pharmaceutical factory directly sealed the warehouse. After that warehouse was sealed, nothing strange happened in the pharmaceutical factory. Not long ago, before the collapse of the pharmaceutical factory, those people tried to open that warehouse, but none of them came out. Hui Mao's claws were starting to get restless again. He was very interested in those strange things. It was just like hide and seek, except that the identity of the target was unknown. The three leaders no longer hid the truth about that thing. Didn't they want to borrow Silin's hands to open the warehouse, defeat the devil inside, and then obtain those flying tools inside? Silin and the others understood this, but they didn't say anything. The three leaders didn't say anything like, tell us, and you'll let us go either. They knew that since the people in front of them had the ability to capture the three of them, even if they let them go, they could capture them again if they wanted to. Therefore, this was not a situation where they could negotiate. Moreover, based on the three leaders' judgment, they believed that these young people's target was not them, and they wouldn't waste too much energy on them. Therefore, since these strangers wanted to know about the pharmaceutical factory and wouldn't fight with them for the flying tools, why not tell them? After understanding the situation at the pharmaceutical factory, the three of them were knocked unconscious and sent back. Silin looked at the ruins below the aircraft. He knew that the answer in his heart was in that warehouse. Romulos, who had been sent back safely, woke up to find himself sitting on a chair in the office. Romulos, who had woken up, picked up the herbal tea on the table and took a few gulps. He panted, then called a few of his confidants. Stop all operations at the other places and send people to keep an eye on the situation around the pharmaceutical factory. But don't act recklessly without my orders. Report to me if anything happens, Romulos said in a low voice. Although his confidants were a little puzzled by Romulos's sudden change of plans, they didn't ask any more questions when they saw the look on Romulos's face. Other than Romulos, the other two leaders did the same thing. The originally chaotic civil war had stopped. Perhaps it was because of the three leaders' influence, but the people of the three forces felt a strange sense of nervousness and anticipation. The aircraft arrived at the ruins of the pharmaceutical factory in stealth mode. Hui Mao was still the first to go down and set up the detector. Because of Silin's reminder, Hui Mao didn't run around, although it really wanted to go to the warehouse and see what the devil inside looked like. The information about the pharmaceutical factory was quickly sent to the aircraft, and the layout of the underground base was displayed. This should be the warehouse they were talking about. Xianxia pointed at an empty area on the map because the detector that entered the pharmaceutical factory couldn't detect the situation there. Silin nodded. According to the signal, it was indeed in that direction. But other than these, there doesn't seem to be anything else. As for these, Xianxia pointed at the dim dots on the distribution map. Their life signals aren't strong, so they shouldn't be anything difficult to get. However, although there aren't many living things inside, the underground base is filled with poisonous gas. We have to be careful. There are a lot of chemicals inside. Everyone, bring some neutralizing spray, just in case. Sillin and the others landed on the ruins together. Huimao had already dug a hole out of boredom. The hole led to the underground base. Knight and the others who had seen Huimao dig before were fine with it. Xianxia and the others looked at the hole, then at Sillin before jumping down one after another. What Xianxia and the others meant was, this cat you're raising, sure, has many uses. The underground base was filled with all kinds of poisonous gas, and they had to be careful not to touch those bottles and cans when they walked. There was no telling what kind of medicine those bottles and cans contained. They couldn't look at the packaging of these medicines because the contents inside were different from what was shown on the packaging. The underground base was filled with poisonous gas, so they couldn't see their way at all even if they turned on the lights. However, the visual windows on the protective masks could solve this problem. Through the fog, they could see the underground base clearly even in the dark. Xianxia took a look at the storage devices on some of the instruments. They were more seriously corroded, so how much they could be repaired would depend on luck. A colorful little snake was crawling at the corner of the laboratory table. Creatures that could endure this kind of environment and survive were all very lethal. They couldn't just look at its size. The little snake charged towards Pride, who was the closest to it. Pride's movements weren't slow either. He raised his hand and slashed downwards with his blade, directly cutting the snake in half. However, when the half-snake's body rolled to the side, the blood that flowed out was mixed with certain components in the air, making it even more corrosive. The result of the increased corrosion was that it corroded a reagent bottle there, and the liquid inside flowed out. Run! Sillin realized that something was wrong after he heard the rustling sound of corrosion. The moment he shouted, everyone fled swiftly as well. In the next moment, the place where the half-snake's body was exploded with a bang. Although the scale of the explosion wasn't large, it caused quite a few consecutive explosions. There were more reagent bottles there, and the chain effect caused by one explosion took a long time to die down. Holy shit, this place really isn't fit for humans. I'd rather go deal with those biochemical beasts. Knight patted off the various debris that had fallen on his body. Pride also felt a wave of lingering fear. He didn't think that just half a snake's body could cause so many chain effects. This wasn't Pride's fault. This would have happened to anyone else. In this underground base that was filled with all kinds of gases, any change could cause an accident. This won't do. Sillin took out a neutralization spray and tried spraying a bit of it at the surroundings. The colored or transparent gases were all absorbed by the neutralization spray and turned into powder that fell to the ground. This kind of powder was much more stable than the poisonous gases floating in the air. Let's spray some neutralization spray first. It'll save us some trouble later on, Sillin said. The group sprayed the neutralization spray as they walked, and it did make the journey a lot easier. However, they had learned from the mistakes of the animals that would appear from time to time, so they were extra careful. Compared to the rest of the group, Cheto and Huimao were still a bit different in this line of work. They didn't wear protective suits or use breathing aids, and they didn't feel any discomfort even in such an environment. When they arrived at the core laboratories of the underground base, the rest of the group began to help Xianxia repair the information here. Sillin looked around and said, I'm going to take a look at the warehouse. I'll go with you. Knight put down the instrument in his hand and said. Lung was about to follow as well, but Sillin waved his hand and said, It's fine. Cheto and Wheeze will be fine. There are some questions I want to find the answers to. Hearing Sillin's words, Lung and Knight no longer insisted. They pointed at their communicators and said, Contact me if you need anything. Also, tell us about the devil's true appearance. All right. Sillin made a reassuring gesture and led Cheto and Huimao towards the warehouse. Just the three of them? Are you sure you'll be fine? Pride asked. He thought that this place was dangerous enough to begin with. And with that devil added to the mix, could Sillin, Cheto, and Wheeze really handle it? Don't worry, Sillin knows what he's doing. C.I. Jinsheng looked up and said, also, don't underestimate him. There's still Cheto and that cat. They're all ruthless characters. Pride recalled Cheto and Hui Mao's performance during this period of time. Although he didn't show it on the surface, he admired them on the inside. He was also glad that they were on the same side right now and not on the opposite side. But Sillin really was a mystery. Sillin was heading towards the warehouse. He didn't need to use the distribution map at all. He could track down the signal himself. Are you sure you can't sense the signal? Sillin asked again. No. Cheto and Hui Mao shook their heads at the same time. If they still couldn't sense it, then Sillin was sure that the thing was coming for him. The closer they got to the warehouse, the stronger and more urgent the signal became. What is it, Sillin? Hui Mao jumped on his Sillin's shoulder. He was dissatisfied that he couldn't sense the signal that Sillin could sense. However, Cheto didn't sense it either. This made Hui Mao feel a lot better. I can't tell what it is exactly. It's like a greeting from someone I haven't seen for a long time. There's nothing too specific to say. Both Hui Mao and Cheto didn't quite understand Sillin's explanation. While they were puzzled, Sillin arrived in front of the warehouse. The warehouse door was tightly shut, and it looked like it had been closed for a long time. However, the marks on the ground proved that it had been opened recently and confirmed the three forces' words. Since they approached the warehouse, the lighting inside the base had gone out of control. They could feel the gloomy feeling coming from inside, even before the door was opened. The warehouse door opened on its own before they could crack the password. The air inside was several degrees colder than outside, and it carried a trace of the smell of blood. Sillin looked around and saw that there were some transport planes and a couple of not-so-big transport ships inside the warehouse. These transport planes and ships looked like they had been here for a long time. The three forces said that they had been here for more than 70 years, and Sillin thought so too. The silence of the machinery was very strong. Walking inside, Sillin saw a couple of corpses lying on the ground. They were probably killed when the warehouse was opened not long ago. Their faces were still filled with fear, but their bodies were sunken in, and their bones were all broken. There were no external injuries on their bodies, and the blood was flowing out of their nostrils and mouths. The warehouse was so quiet that even Hui Mao's tapping of his ears could be heard clearly. Sillin walked past the corpses and continued forward. A couple of steps later, Sillin looked up at the top of the warehouse. There was a person standing upside down against the top of the warehouse. He was completely silent. A man wearing a cloak. No, it wasn't a cloak, it was wings. The man had wrapped the wings around his body, so it looked like he was wearing a bamboo hat. Chapter 414. The warehouse was still dark, but Sillin was able to see the man clearly with the help of the protective mask and his special eyesight. If the man didn't speak, his presence would be very low. He had no killing intent. His breathing was almost inaudible, and his heartbeat was almost undetectable. There was no telling what he was going to do next. The dead people on the ground had obviously seen him before they died, or they wouldn't have looked so terrified otherwise. Who are you? Sillin asked. The person stuck to the roof of the warehouse did not answer Sillin. After a brief moment of silence, the feet that were stuck to the roof moved, and his entire body fell downwards. When he fell, he had already turned upside down and landed soundlessly on the ground. The man didn't spread his wings during the whole process. He felt light as a feather, but his speed wasn't slow at all. It was obvious that he was very familiar with the process. The man landed 10 meters away from Sillin, and he still looked like he was wearing a cloak. His height of more than 2 meters and his special cloak made him look very oppressive in this environment. He looked at Sillin, Hui Mao, and Cheto. He seemed to be very curious about them. His face was expressionless, and his gray eyes were completely emotionless. However, Sillin felt that he was actually excited and curious. He just didn't show it. Another strange silence ensued. Just as Hui Mao couldn't stand the silence any longer and was about to speak, the man moved. He opened the wings around him and retracted them to his back. His arms hung naturally at his sides, and his body was covered in a coat that looked like fur. He wasn't stepping on anything either. The first impression he gave off was, how black. His entire body was black, and his gray eyes looked even colder and more merciless than before. Of course, that was just how it looked. He didn't say anything, but Sillin could sense that the man's doubt seemed to have grown stronger. Sillin motioned Cheto and Hui Mao to move to the side and make space for the man. Cheto dragged the reluctant Hui Mao to the side and stood next to a transport plane. The man moved in the next moment. In a flash, he appeared in front of Sillin in the next moment, and the wings on his back flapped diagonally. Sillin did not dodge. He raised his hand to block the slap. Bang! It was like the sound of two hard metals colliding. As soon as the flap fell, the figure appeared behind Sillin again. It flapped its wings again, then to the left front, left back. With each strike, he changed his position and moved faster and faster. At first, it was still possible to see the figure after each strike, but gradually, only a black shadow could be seen flashing around Sillin. It was the flapping of wings, and the person himself was moving at such a high speed that it was difficult to see and gradually faded away. Bang! Bang! The sounds continued. Sillin did not move his feet. From beginning to end, he stood in his original position. However, the arms that blocked the wing attacks seemed to have disappeared with the increasing speed of the attacks. Ordinary people would not be able to see it with their eyes. Half a minute later, the man stopped attacking and returned to a spot 10 meters away from Sillin. He stood still just like before. There was no panting, no panic. In fact, his aura was exactly the same as before. Mengxiero, the man said. This was the first thing the man said after he was done testing Sillin. His voice was a little deep, and it sounded a little dry and hoarse. Maybe it was because he hadn't spoken for a long time. Squatting impatiently on the space plane, Hui Mao looked puzzled by the man's words. Mengxiero, in the ancient language, it means holy light, Sillin said. He was explaining for Mengxiero, and also for Hui Mao and Cheto. Sillin pointed at himself, Hui Mao, and Cheto. Wheeze, Cheto. Wheeze. It's Wheeze. Hui Mao corrected him from the side. Wheeze is his nickname. Mengxiero looked at Hui Mao and seemed to be thinking about his nickname. Who are you? Sillin asked again. Did you send that signal? Hearing Sillin's question, Mengxiero looked at Sillin again and said, yes. Then there was silence. Sillin, it looks like this man really doesn't talk much. Why did he send that signal? Why couldn't anyone else sense or detect it? Sillin asked. Mengxiero had no intention of hiding it. Because they don't have that chip. Sillin's eyelids twitched. It's the chip. Is it Hallie Hansen's chip? Yes. Were you forced to inject it as well? Yes. Hui Mao's beard shook again and again. It's so tiring to talk to this man. He's exactly the kind of guy who can't do anything but looks very serious. Fortunately, Mengxiero answered him. But it was just a question and an answer. It was tiring just listening at the side. Do you have any information about Hallie Hansen? Sillin asked. Mengxiero nodded and raised his hand. A projector on a transport plane projected the information. The information was very detailed and complete. From this information, Sillin learned Mengxiero's origin. At the beginning, Mengxiero wasn't called Mengxiero. At the time, he was a biochemical beastman experiment subject and had only one experiment number. Hallie Hansen was a member of Miracle. Sillin had thought of this when he saw Mengxiero. Seeing this information about Hallie Hansen, Sillin suddenly remembered a lot of things from the past, such as the situation when he was injected with the chip and escaped from the underground secret room. Some of the doubts buried in his heart were also answered. Hallie Hansen was an employee of the pharmaceutical factory and a member of the underground research base of Miracle. However, as an employee of Miracle, Hallie Hansen wasn't satisfied with this. He had an idea in his heart, and that was to carry out his own research. However, with Hallie Hansen's position in the underground base of the pharmaceutical factory, he couldn't have his own research project. He could only be an assistant and had to do whatever was ordered. Hallie Hansen, who wasn't satisfied with the status quo, had always wanted to appear in Glory and Code, the two electronic publications known as the history books of the League of Stars. Just like the influence of these two electronic publications in the League of Stars, Hallie Hansen also wanted to become a person admired by tens of thousands of people and wanted that kind of honor. However, Miracle didn't give him this opportunity. At the time, the person in charge of the underground base of the pharmaceutical factory was very disdainful of Hallie Hansen's idea and even mocked him. Not long after, Hallie Hansen quietly carried out his research, and the experimental subjects that the Research Institute needed were the biochemical Beastman experiment subjects. However, the failure rate of the experiment was too high, and he stole many experimental subjects without the consent of the person in charge. In the end, he was discovered. Hallie Hansen fled from the pharmaceutical factory where the biochemical Beastman laboratory was located and created a mess. While everyone was busy paying attention to the workshop, Hallie Hansen stole a small aircraft from this warehouse. He couldn't steal a large aircraft, and it was difficult to pilot it. So in the end, he could only pilot a small aircraft. Because the capacity of the small aircraft was limited, Hallie Hansen threw down some things that he didn't think were important, including Monchi Arrow, who had just been injected with the chip and was classified as a failed experimental subject. This was because when Hallie Hansen arrived at this warehouse, his heart stopped beating. When Hallie Hansen piloted the aircraft and left before the people of this underground warehouse came to check, Monchi Arrow woke up. At that time, his chip had been stimulated by more than 90%, which was something that Hallie Hansen had never expected. After that, Monchi Arrow lived in this dark warehouse. Because this underground warehouse was only a backup warehouse, there were other warehouses above ground for transporters and cargo spaceships, so there were very few people coming here. Plus, with Monchi Arrow's ability to hide, he wasn't discovered. Later, when someone wanted to use the transporter in the underground warehouse, they found that it couldn't be used. At that time, Monchi Arrow was discovered, and those people shot at him, and the result can be imagined. None of those people survived. Later, when a group of people came to check, Monchi Arrow didn't come out and hid in a cargo spaceship. All the transporters and spaceships in this warehouse couldn't fly, because when the chip was stimulated, all the flying tools and operating systems here were destroyed, and the warehouse's monitoring equipment and other lighting equipment suffered the same result. When the people came to check again, they couldn't find a reason. At that time, several senior executives of the pharmaceutical factory were fighting for management rights, and this warehouse's problem was also explained by other reasons, which became the reason why those people fought and attacked each other. Later on, when the pharmaceutical factory's management changed, the flying tools in this warehouse were no longer used. Moreover, there were some important workshops above the warehouse, and the managers were afraid that they would be caught if something went wrong, so they suppressed it again and again. However, since then, the employees have been secretly spreading rumors that there was a devil in the underground warehouse. When the person in charge of Miracle discovered that Hallie Hansen had been secretly stealing experimental subjects to carry out his own experiments and learned that a few excellent experimental subjects had been crippled, the person in charge was furious and had sent people to hunt him down. According to the information given by Monchi Arrow, Miracle had blown up Hallie Hansen's aircraft, and in Miracle's records, Hallie Hansen was a dead man. Sillin didn't know how Hallie had deceived the eyes of Miracle's people here, but he thought that Hallie Hansen must have packed his things and ran to Planet Brown Earth in Sector X, built an underground laboratory, and carried out his experiments carefully. He wasn't afraid of the people of Planet Brown Earth, but the people of Miracle. However, the people of Planet Brown Earth generally had low genes, and their physiques couldn't compare to those excellent experimental subjects, so their progress was slow. That was why Hallie had spent so many years experimenting, and it was only when Sillin appeared that the chip he was upgrading finally came into play. Hallie thought that the experimental subject, Monchi Arrow, was already dead, but he didn't expect that after he abandoned Monchi Arrow here, the experimental subject that was determined to be a failure would succeed after that. Moreover, he had been living in this warehouse all this time, and would only go out to hunt when he was hungry without being discovered. Hallie Hansen had escaped to that underground base on planet Brown Earth for more than 70 years. 70 years. If he knew that he had succeeded more than 70 years ago, how would he feel? If Hallie Hansen had brought Mengshi Arrow along with him on the spaceplane at that time, then Sillin definitely wouldn't have existed after that. Maybe Hallie Hansen's name really could have appeared in Glory and Code 70 years ago. One had to admit that Hallie Hansen was truly a capable person. Although it was different from what Sillin had thought at the beginning, that the chip was made here and brought over, and not made on planet Brown Earth, Sillin still admired Hallie Hansen. It wasn't just because he made this chip and changed Sillin's life. There were other reasons as well. Ever since Sillin had escaped death, his heart had always been filled with doubts. But now it seemed that Hallie Hansen still had a trick up his sleeve. Sillin admitted that he had lost to Hallie Hansen. He clearly remembered that in that underground secret room, after he killed Hallie Hansen, the electronic synthesized voice that sounded from the mechanical instruments said, "Master is dead. Beginning program purge." Why did the purge program need to prompt him? Moreover, every message that was about to be purged would flash on the screen. If he really didn't want to be discovered by others, setting up such a purge mode would be too much of a waste of time. Also, there was a 5-minute program purge, and the next 5 minutes were used to execute the program to destroy, the countdown to desertification. The doors in the underground secret room were all open, and there was no obstruction. The scene that seemed to have been deliberately arranged reappeared in Sillin's mind. The 5 minutes of calculation allowed Sillin to crawl out from the vent. Everything was within Ori Hansen's plan. Although Ori Hansen might not have thought that Sillin would be the one to escape after his success, Sillin couldn't help but admit that Ori Hansen had arranged everything very well. Moreover, he was crazy enough to even calculate the time of his own death. Why did he let the successful experiment come out? Maybe Hallie Hansen didn't take in that message at the time, or maybe Sillin didn't see it. After all, time was too tight at the time, and Sillin didn't pay attention to the information of some other instruments. Or maybe the instrument wasn't placed on the test bench Sillin was lying on in the first place. In short, Sillin had missed that message. The projection in front of him displayed a star map, a detailed star map at that. The star map wasn't complete, and there were only a few sectors around Sector R that were lagging behind. However, the information on it was impossible to ignore. It was the distribution map of Miracle's other bases. More than 70 years ago, or perhaps even earlier, Hallie Hansen had drawn out the distribution map of those hidden research bases. At the time, Miracle was still that powerful corporation with a powerful backer. Sillin raised his hand and unfolded the star map. He found the planet's location and the pharmaceutical factory that was marked on the map. Below was Miracle's research base. This and the other pharmaceutical factory could only be said to be in a cooperative relationship with Miracle. They didn't belong to Miracle. Cheto had already copied all the information while Sillin was flipping through the information, so there was no need for Sillin to copy it again. Hallie Hansen wanted revenge, and these were some of the distribution maps of Miracle that he knew of. Those people had stopped him from appearing on the 2 top magazines and obtaining glory, so Hallie Hansen bore a grudge against them. His successful experiment was the sharpest weapon for revenge, and it was also the proof that he, Hallie Hansen, was in no way inferior to some of the people in charge of Miracle. Sillin was one of them, and Minji Arrow. Looking at the person in front of him, Sillin didn't know what kind of attitude he should use to face him. Monkey Arrow didn't have any malicious intentions towards Sillin. Perhaps they were like brothers, and the chip that had fused with their genes was like their blood relation. In the eyes of the researchers, this was just a relationship between 2 experimental subjects. However, this chip was too special. Just like a blood connection, Sillin could sense Minji Arrow's existence even before he actually entered the planet. This was the connection between the chip. In the entire League of Stars, and even in this vast universe, Sillin and Minji Arrow were the only ones who shared such a special blood connection. Minji Arrow had been staring at Sillin all this time, as if he was waiting for Sillin to make a decision. Minji Arrow, holy light, in the ancient language, was the race of the happy people who lived under the light in the myth of creation. Minji Arrow looked very serious and cold, but this name revealed his thoughts. Perhaps, when he was an experimental subject in an underground experimental base, he was just a person with nothing but a serial number. Minji Arrow didn't understand this world. What was life? What was ideal? And what was a dream? However, later, he stayed alone in this warehouse and released some of the information and images of the outside world that he had stolen while hunting through the projectors on the transport planes in the warehouse. He stood upside down on the roof of the warehouse and looked at the residents outside. He looked at the life under the sun and gradually understood the world outside the warehouse and the people outside. He knew that he was different from the others. Whether it was the people outside or the biochemical orcs in another pharmaceutical factory on a planet far away from here, he knew that no one on the entire planet could receive the signal he had released from the AI chip. It was like you were in a crowd and you were greeting people in a friendly way, but no one could understand you and no one responded. Disappointment had become a habit. He always went out at night because he knew that his existence was unusual. That was why he deliberately avoided daytime. Monk Aluo remembered that he once saved a girl when he went out. When he rescued the girl from the hands of those evil forces, he was stabbed by the girl. She was a beautiful girl, but Monquiero remembered the fear, alienation, and strong rejection in the girl's eyes when she looked at him. It was as if she was looking at an alien, a devil that people talked about. What did it feel like to be stabbed by a knife? Minji Arrow couldn't remember clearly, but it seemed to hurt a lot. He didn't know where it hurt. He couldn't integrate into this society, so he could only stay alone in this dark warehouse and look at the bright world outside through the projector day after day. Until one day, he released the signal that came from the chip as usual. It was like a habit that supported his life and proved his existence. It was something he had to do every day. The signal was received. Minji Arrow was waiting for him. He knew that the enemy would come. Sillin looked at Minji Arrow before turning around and walking toward the warehouse entrance. Hui Mao shot Minji Arrow a glance before following him to the door with Cheto. Minji Arrow didn't move, speak, or change an expression as he watched the trio walk out of the warehouse. However, when Sillin stopped at the warehouse entrance and yelled at Minji Arrow, "Follow me," Hui Mao saw a light return to Minji Arrow's gray eyes. Chapter 415. Maybe it was because he had been isolated for too long and the things he had experienced over the years. Monquiero didn't like to speak, and he had trouble communicating with other people. Just like before, he answered every question and didn't want to say anything more than that. In fact, he wasn't even willing to express what he wanted or what he wanted. It wasn't convenient for Sillin to ask about the chip right now. He would talk to Monquiero after everything was over. This was their secret, and it couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, it would cause another conflict. Sillin left the warehouse and walked towards C.I., Jinsheng, and the others. The passage along the way was still surrounded by all kinds of poisonous gas, but Monquiero wasn't wearing a protective suit. Just like Cheto, he was walking calmly inside. Hui Mao looked at Monquiero and then at Sillin. He knew that Sillin and Monquiero were very similar. If Monquiero could resist the poisonous gas, then Sillin should be able to as well. So why was Sillin wearing such a thick protective suit? I don't understand. Flicking his ears, Hui Mao stopped thinking about it and crouched on Sillin's shoulder. He looked at Monquiero, who was following behind him. He began to think about something. If Monquiero was trustworthy, then there were 4 of them, including himself, Sillin, and Cheto. No matter what, they wouldn't lose to Sigma and his brothers. In Hui Mao's opinion, the 4 of them were similar. 2 of them had chips, 1 was a cyborg, and the last was a robot. All of them could communicate using the machine language. Wait, does this black idiot who just joined us know the machine language or not? Hui Mao looked at Monquiero and asked him a few questions using the machine language. But Monquiero simply looked at Hui Mao and didn't answer. Do you understand the machine language? Left with no choice, Hui Mao asked in the League of Stars language. I don't understand. Meng Aluo was still expressionless. That won't do. Hui Mao was wondering when he should teach Sillin the mechanical language. It wasn't every day that Huimao found someone with a mechanical structure similar to Silin's, and he didn't want to give up. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Along the way, Huimao chatted with Mengjiero. Silin allowed them to do as they pleased. This was beneficial to Mengjiero. If he were to join the 11th squad in the future, he would need to interact with others. Nonsense was the first line of communication, and Huimao's nonsense was especially useful at times like this. C.I. Jincheng's side was almost done. All he needed to do was to wait for Silin to arrive before retreating. When they saw the person following behind Silin, C.I. Jincheng and the others were a little shocked. This was because this person was nowhere to be found on the life signature display of the detector. There were no dots of light at all. It looked like a biochemical orc, but the detector did not have any indication of a biochemical orc. Moreover, this person wasn't wearing any protective clothing. It looked like he wasn't affected by the poisonous gas. However, since Silin had brought him here, he was an enemy. C.I. Jincheng and the others didn't raise their guns or make any threatening gestures. This made Mengjiero relax a little. Silin, the person behind you is... Lung gestured for Silin to introduce him. The person inside the warehouse used to be a biochemical orc experiment. He escaped and lived in the warehouse. Silin gave a brief introduction of Mengji-Aero's situation. There were a lot of things he left out, and the chip and Hallie Hansen were secrets that couldn't be told to anyone. C.I. Jincheng and the others didn't pursue the matter. They only needed to make sure that Mengji-Aero wouldn't be a threat to them and wouldn't bring them any trouble. Under such circumstances, they were happy to receive a helping hand. Silin asked Cheto to take out the map of miracles surrounding star zones. There would definitely be a base related to the nightmare taper on it. The cleanup activities of the trade zone and the upper 3-star zones were progressing rapidly, and a lot of bases had been eliminated. Relatively speaking, it was much more likely that miracles people had moved to the lagging star zones. Even the military couldn't carry out a cleanup operation in one go in the lagging star zones. The environment in the star zones was generally not good, and it provided some people with a natural protective barrier. It's too much time consuming to look for them one by one. C.I. Jincheng frowned. Based on the current situation, the infected area in the League of Stars was even bigger. Although there was progress in developing a vaccine, there was still no cure for the root cause. They could only try their best to prevent the infected's condition from worsening. Are the project teams making no progress? Silin asked. Those project teams were all authoritative people in the relevant fields. If they had no progress until now, then the situation wasn't ideal. C.I. Jincheng shook his head. Silin thinks for a moment and looked at Mengjiero. Do you know anything about the nightmare taper? I don't. Then do you know where the people from the pharmaceutical factory went? Silin asked from another angle. I know part of it. Tell us. We need some reference. Mengjiero pointed at the projected map and explained some of the information he knew in simple words. Although he didn't say much, it was all on point and gave Silin and the others a lot of reference. So, the upper echelons should be going to these 2 places. Silin summarized the information Mengjiero told him and circled 2 planets. Those were the 2 planets that the managers of the biochemical orc base went to the most. As for the others, they were scattered all over the place. Most of them were within these marked areas. It seemed like Mengjiero had spent some effort to understand the marked map that Holei left behind. It was just that Mengjiero was a loner and was unwilling to go out. No matter what, let's go check out these 2 places first. It'll be more information if we can find the Nightmare Taper's base. Even if we can't find the Nightmare Taper itself, it'll be good if we know something about the virus it carries. At least, we can make a vaccine as soon as possible to reduce the deaths. C.I. Jincheng put the map away and looked at the others. Let's do it in a roundabout way. Even if we can't find the Nightmare Taper, it'll be worth it to find more information about the viruses. Knight patted the dust off his protective suit and said. The rest and Knight had the same thought. Mengjiero still had no expression on his face, but Silin could sense that this guy was confused and a little nervous. After all, It was his first time coming into contact with so many people at such a close distance, unlike those who would shoot or scream when they saw him in the past. Mengji Arrow was extraordinarily sensitive to kindness and malice after living for so many years. However, he did not see any disgust or alienation from these people. He was just curious at most. His tense body relaxed a little as well. When they were leaving the underground base, Long looked at Mengji Arrow and asked, "Hey, brother, are you a biochemical orc?" Mengji Arrow paused and nodded. The term biochemical orc was filled with the aura of a different race. However, Long did not look down on them when he said the term biochemical orc. "We killed many biochemical orcs just now. They ran out of the base," Long said. Mengji Arrow was silent, while the others seemed to be walking seriously, but they were actually listening with their ears perked up. Mengji Arrow spoke. "I killed many too." Long stared at Mengji Arrow and nodded. "You're different from those biochemical orcs." "Of course, he's my follower," Hui Mao said immediately. Kong Man was already waiting for them with the space plane when they got out of the underground base. Mengji Arrow hopped onto the boarding board after Sillin signaled him to do so. After entering the space plane, everyone sat down and rested. C.I. Jinsheng told Kong Man about their next target planet and that they were in a hurry. "What do we do with the things inside the warehouse?" Knight gulped down some saliva and asked, "Those people will probably go fight for them immediately, right?" The space plane inside the warehouse only had some system issues, but it would take a lot of time to repair. This was also why the people in the pharmaceutical factory were unwilling to repair it in the past. They were unwilling to fork out either time or money. "Let's leave it to the three forces to decide. I believe they'll be willing to pay the price," Sillin said. When the situation on this planet happened, the three pharmaceutical factories had closed down one after another. All flying tools that could leave the planet were under the control of the people in the pharmaceutical factories, and all the space planes that were not taken away had been disposed of except for that special warehouse. "Those people have been loitering around the area lately, but they didn't notice us." Alan told Sillin and the others about the people who had been monitoring the area around the pharmaceutical factories recently. If the three forces were going to fight for it, there would definitely be a large-scale battle later on. It was also possible that they would divide it up in the dark. No matter what the three forces decided, it was no longer important to Sillin and the others. Lung and the others were loitering around Mengji Arrow restlessly, trying to get close to him. Then, when they realized that Mengji Arrow wasn't as fierce as he looked, they even studied Mengji Arrow's wings out of curiosity. Hui Mao crouched on Sillin's shoulder and looked in that direction, but the twitching of his tail from time to time told Sillin that the guy was thinking of some kind of trick again. Finally, Hui Mao stood up and ran over with cat-like steps. "Go away, go away!" Hui Mao chased away the people who were studying Mengji Arrow's wings. He paused in front of Mengji Arrow and said, as if he had made up his mind about something, "Can you cross your arms?" "Like this." Hui Mao made a demonstration of crossing his arms. Mengji Arrow didn't say anything, but he did as he was told. "Raise your elbows a little more. Don't move your upper arms." "Yes, just like this." After seeing that there was no problem, Hui Mao jumped on Mengji Arrow's shoulder. When Mengji Arrow turned his head to look at him, Hui Mao raised his forefoot and pushed Mengji Arrow's head back so that it wouldn't stare at him. Then he jumped on Mengji Arrow's crossed arms and squatted down to try it. He felt uncomfortable, so he instructed Mengji Arrow to adjust his arms. It looked like Hui Mao was being held in his arms. When he finally felt that it was okay, Hui Mao squatted on Mengji Arrow's crossed arms and said, "You can put the wings back." Mengji Arrow did as he was told and formed a cloak again. "Okay, don't bother me. I'm going to sleep." Sillin and the others. Sillin seemed to see a moving cat's nest, a human-shaped cat's nest that worked hard without complaint. During this process, Sillin noticed that Mengji Arrow seemed to be a little stiff, but it didn't reject it. "Never mind. I'll let that cat be cocky for a while. Let it get closer to Mengji Arrow and cultivate their friendship as teammates." "Come here, Sillin." C.I. Jinsheng waved at Sillin while studying the information in his hand. Sillin told Cheto to give the cat a beating if it got carried away. Otherwise, it would climb all over him. Cheto nodded. He he would communicate with this new teammate of his. In terms of communication, Mengji Arrow couldn't compare to a pure robot like Cheto. "What's wrong?" Sillin walked over and sat down opposite C.I. Jincheng. C.I. Jincheng didn't say anything and passed Sillin a new set of information. Sillin took it and looked at it. He raised an eyebrow and said, "It's starting to divide and reproduce?" From this new information, Sillin knew that the nightmare taper had begun to divide and reproduce. The nightmare taper multiplied by 2 divisions, just like a single cell. Also, they carried the same type of virus. "It's not easy to find a nightmare taper this quickly," Sillin said. According to this information, the nightmare taper they captured now should be the first batch of division. A few authoritative research teams had begun to research this nightmare taper. They were divided into a few directions, such as suppressing the nightmare taper's division and proliferation and researching a virus vaccine. There didn't seem to be any progress in suppressing the nightmare taper's division and proliferation. Right now, there was no way to completely suppress this creature's division. Even if there was, the method wasn't practical. As for vaccines, up until now, only 2 types of virus vaccines had been developed. Moreover, they were still in the experimental phase, so it was uncertain how effective they would be. Suppressing the nightmare taper's division and proliferation doesn't seem possible at this stage. C.I. Jincheng rubbed his forehead, but we can put more effort into the virus vaccine. The only thing we lack now is time. The virus is spreading too fast, and more planets are infected. Trade sector is especially bad. Sillin handed the documents back to C.I. Jincheng and said, "We should be able to find information about those viruses when we look for Miracle's base this time." C.I. Jincheng smiled tiredly. "I hope so." Sillin stopped talking. He really felt that he would find some important information soon. Moreover, there were hundreds of viruses in the nightmare taper's body. Most of them were difficult to deal with, including those man-made viruses. They couldn't be developed by a single research base, nor could they be developed overnight. Meanwhile, they did not find much information about the virus when they attacked Miracle's bases in the trade sector and the upper 3 sectors. In other words, the virus might have been developed in the research base in the other sectors. The results were then combined and implanted into the nightmare taper's body. There were a lot of lagging star zones, and they covered a lot of areas. The base distribution map Sillin obtained from Mengji Arrow was only a part of it, but it would be enough to excite him if he could find some information about the virus. At this time, when a virus was wreaking havoc and people were panicking, feeling that they could not find a way out, the birth of every virus vaccine was a ray of hope. Their next target planet was also in Sector R. However, the planet's living environment was not good. There was an asteroid belt around it, and it was easy to cause an accident if someone with poor piloting skills came over. The planet was not big. According to the probe's report, it was a rank D habitable planet. There were no other large planets around it, and it was hidden in the asteroid belt. It was very difficult to be discovered. The ion storm just passed. Our luck is pretty good. Kongman smiled. I really couldn't tell that Miracle's research base was here. Pride clicked his tongue. I wouldn't have noticed that there was a planet here if I didn't look closely. Lung looked at the star map in his hand and the image displayed on the screen in front of him. There was no planet like this on Sector R's official star map. There was only this asteroid belt. If it was an adventurer or a hunter regiment, they would definitely take a detour after learning that there was an asteroid belt here. However, the star map in Lung's hand was not the official star map of Sector R. It was a detailed star map drawn by the Andrira family themselves. He didn't expect that they would also overlook the planet hidden in this asteroid belt. How capable? Knight concluded. There is no moisture or atmosphere detected on the planet's surface. Judging from these general survival indicators, it is undoubtedly a rank D habitable planet. Hongman explained the planet's detection information to everyone. If the markings are correct, then Miracle's research base on this planet is at underground. Everyone's spirits rose. The more hidden it was, the more it proved the importance of this research base. The more important it was, the more likely they would be able to find a solution to the nightmare taper. Mengji Arrow looked at the crowd. He didn't quite understand why they were suddenly happy, but Cheto had explained it to him. As for how much he would understand, well, he would take his time. Hui Mao was still sleeping soundly inside the cloak. He didn't show any intention of coming out even when he heard that there was a discovery outside. Kong Man drove the space plane into the asteroid belt and found a nearby place to hide the space plane. They didn't dare to drive the space plane directly because they would be discovered. The asteroid belt provided them with a hiding spot. The special magnetic field here and the space plane's own concealment method made it very difficult to be discovered. Send 2 people to scout the path first and confirm if Miracle's base is there, Xianxia said. I'll go with Cheto, Silin said. Everyone looked at Minji Arrow's direction. The cat was not planning to come out. Count me in. It's safer with 3 people. Knight adjusted his protective suit. I'll go too. Let's split up and get ready, Lung also said. No, Silin and the others will go first and observe the situation. If there really is a base here, then it must be a heavily guarded one. It's not good to have too many people. Xianxia stopped Lung from following them. He didn't allow anyone to go with him either. Minji Arrow walked over and didn't say anything. But looked like you want to go too? No need, the 3 of us are enough. Help me keep an eye on that cat, and don't let it cause trouble, Silin said. Also, there's no protective suit that suits you here. You'll have to wait for a while if you want to go into space. Minji Arrow nodded in response to Silin's words. Let's go. Silin patted Cheto and Knight. After checking their protective suits, they left through the hatch. Chapter 416. After Silin and the other 2 exited the cabin door, they flew towards that planet in stealth mode. Although they couldn't fly very fast with the thrusters on their protective suits, it was still more stealthy than the others. Pride and 3 others followed closely behind Silin and the other 2. However, they wouldn't step onto that planet like Silin. Pride and the other 2 would hide somewhere closer to the planet so that they could cover Silin and the other 2 in time if something unexpected happened. There wasn't anything very special on the surface of the planet. It was about the same as many rank D habitable planets. However, after Silin had installed the scanner, the scanned image showed the situation beneath the ground. He had already confirmed the fact that a base existed on this planet. He didn't know what was installed inside the base to shield it from external detection, but the scanned image only revealed a rough outline of the base. As for the detailed structure map inside, they weren't able to obtain it at all. The scanner that Silin had installed was given to him by Xianxia. This was also a device that the military had just developed not too long ago. Otherwise, they might not even be able to detect the outline of the underground base. No matter what, we've confirmed that a base does exist here. It's so well hidden that it's obvious how important this base is to Miracle. Xianxia was very excited as he looked at the scanned image on the screen. They had confirmed the base, but how to get in was another problem. According to the markings on the scanned image, this base had almost 10 exits on the surface. Some were big, some were small. Right now, all of these exits were closed. It's sealed up so well. Aren't those people bored inside? Lung asked as he looked at the planet displayed on the screen. As long as the internal stability is properly adjusted and an excellent life support system is in place, we can build an underground world, Xianxia said. However, the amount of manpower and financial resources needed to build an underground world like this is rather great. With Miracle's abilities in the past, this isn't a difficult task. Lung was well aware of the financial power of Miracle Corporation in the past. Back then, Miracle had too powerful a backer, and they had many supporters. The underground research they conducted was also able to rake in a large amount of money. Many of the rare minerals and materials were purchased by Miracle. On the planet, Silin stretched out a finger and marked a few places on the map scanned by the scanner. They were the places where the entrances and exits were located. It looks like they're very vigilant, and they've made up their mind this time. These passageways are all sealed, and the slightest movement in the passageways will set off the alarm. If we go in, there'll probably be a group of people pointing guns at us before we even reach the base below. C.I. Jincheng and the rest understood what Sillin was saying, and I was a little annoyed. He had seen the death toll and the death rate caused by the nightmare taper earlier. Now that he had finally found a problematic base, it was difficult for him to do anything about it. The people from Miracle were too cunning. They did not plan to come out for the time being. They ate, drank, and defecated underground. All the entrances were sealed. Opening them by force was not a good idea. What should we do? The people in the space plane could not make up their minds at the moment. They could fight and kill, but there was really nothing they could do about these things. Even the equipment that C.I. Jincheng took out now could not do anything about it, much less them. Sillin looked at the passageways on the map and said nothing. This time, there was nothing Hui Mao could do even if he showed up. This was because these passageways could not be touched. They could only come up with a good idea if they knew everything about the underground base. Let's try to hack into the network inside first, suggested Sillin. No, it's fine over there, but I'm too far away. The magnetic field around here affects me more. Also, the next ion storm is coming soon. Although the level of this storm is not considered high, it's more than enough to block communication and network signals. C.I. Jincheng couldn't do anything about this either. He believed that this was the reason why Miracle had built this base here. The frequent particle storms had caused many people who came to this area to retreat. No one was willing to stay here for long, so this planet could continue to exist in seclusion for a long time. Sillin frowned. When is the next particle storm? Estimated half an hour later, 34 minutes 17 to 19 seconds. C.I. Jincheng explained the estimation to Sillin. Also, I suggest that you all come back first and wait until this wave is over. In reality, everyone knew that even if they avoided this particle storm, who knew when the next wave would come? What if there were signs of the next wave after this one was over? Should they continue to wait? I'll go. A voice rang inside Sillin's communicator. This wasn't the voice of anyone in the Taper Extermination Squad. However, Sillin was very familiar with the owner of this voice. The moment the voice rang, Sillin immediately knew where this person usually hid. The White Spirit? The White Spirit had been hiding at Cheto's place all this time. As long as she was unwilling to come out, and Cheto intentionally hid her, it was very difficult to be discovered. The White Spirit had been very quiet after hiding at Cheto's place. She was only using Cheto to understand this world. Sillin knew that Cheto often brought the White Spirit with him when he was in the squad, but he didn't think that the White Spirit would come with him this time. But why didn't you and the others mention this when he called them? Why did they know that the White Spirit had escaped with Cheto? This is my own decision. I asked Cheto to keep it a secret, and I promised to keep it secret. I didn't tell you and the others about it, the White Spirit explained. She just wanted to see this world. Although she was created by the Shi family's generation, just like you and the others, she wasn't very close to them. In fact, her relationship with them couldn't be compared to the relationship between the 5 brothers. Cheto was the only person in the 11th squad who was close to her. How confident are you that you'll be able to get in? Sillin asked. It's impossible to sneak into the underground base's network completely noiselessly. This base's defense network is very strong, but like you said just now, the next particle storm is coming very soon. But you just said that the next particle storm is coming soon. If we can make good use of this particle storm, it'll be a pretty good idea, the White Spirit said. Although the White Spirit had joined the 11th squad, she rarely interacted with the rest of the squad. She thought that you and the others were very far away from her, but she was very happy that the 11th squad had Cheto. Cheto had taught her a lot of things and helped her understand the world better. Every time she came into contact with the other side of the world, she felt that she wasn't just a living program anymore. She was able to understand human emotions more closely. The reason she stepped forward wasn't for the 11th squad or the Taper Vanquisher squad. It was for Cheto. No one but Cheto was privy to the conversation between the White Spirit and Sillin. After circling in place for a while, Knight noticed that Sillin was standing there blankly for a long time. He asked, "Do you have any suggestions, Sillin?" Sillin nodded. Yes. This time it was Knight's turn to be stunned. He was just asking casually, and he was already planning to return to the space plane and avoid the particle storm first. He didn't expect Sillin to give him such a reply. Go back to the space plane with them first. Cheto and I will stay here. Why? You want to hack into the underground network? You can't. Even you will be greatly affected by the particle storm. All communication networks will malfunction for a short period of time. And how are you going to hack them if they're all intermittent? Also, Knight pointed at the protective suit on Sillin's body. This thing won't be able to protect you completely. Although the level of the particle storm that's about to hit you isn't that high, you may not be able to withstand the particle storm at its peak even if you were the protective suit. Do you want to die? Let's go back to the space plane first. Knight tried to pull Sillin's arm, but to no avail. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. You know what you're doing? Let's go back now. Knight grew anxious. There were still 18 minutes left, and they wouldn't have much time left if they dilly-dallied any longer. After all, it would take some time to get to the space plane from here. What's wrong? On the space plane, Xianxia asked after seeing that the duo hadn't moved yet. Knight told Xianxia about the situation. What do you think, Sillin? Xianxia asked Sillin. Don't worry, Cheto and I will hack in. This is an opportunity. After 2 seconds of consideration, Xianxia said, Come back first, Knight. No, we must drag this kid back. It's too dangerous to stay here. Before Knight could finish, he saw a layer of armor covering Sillin and Cheto's bodies. Then, the armor faded and they became invisible again. Knight struggled for a moment when he saw this. All right, how could I forget that you still have a life-saving trump card? 2 layers of protection. Thinking about the level of the particle storm, Knight felt that this should work, right? In any case, don't force yourself. Just take out your energy shield if you can't hold on anymore. It doesn't matter if those people discover you. Your life is more important. I know. You should go back now. Sillin raised his foot and kicked Knight. After Knight left the planet and retreated to the space plane, Sillin and Cheto arrived at a tightly closed passage. At first glance, it was impossible to tell that this was a passage. This place was so well integrated with the surroundings that it wasn't easy to be discovered. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Cheto still felt very guilty about bringing the white spirit out, so he didn't tell Sillin about the white spirit. It's nothing. You all have your own freedom. Sillin patted Cheto. Since you brought her with you, it means that you trust her. It's good that you have confidence in her. Also, we do need her help this time. By the time Knight, Pride, and the others had returned to the space plane, the particle storm was slowly forming and moving towards them. Are Sillin and the others really fine? Inside the space plane, everyone stared at the 2 dots on the screen. They really couldn't understand why they would attack when the particle storm was coming. How were they supposed to do it? It was hard to hack into the external network, wasn't it? Also, with such high energy particles and radiation, were those 2 really not affected by the storm? Cheto was one thing. Everyone was numb to it and knew how special he was. But why was Sillin staying there too? If he says he has a way, then he has a way. Let's watch. Therefore, everyone stared at the screen closely. Even Monchiero was standing behind them and watching everything on the screen. Hui Mao poked his head out of the collar of his cloak and didn't go back to sleep. 12 seconds left. After that, we won't be able to contact you for a certain period of time. Be careful, Sillin said to the white spirit. Amen, I know. I've experienced a lot of things like this in the past. The white spirit knew the particle storm very well. She was confident in herself. Get ready. Sillin signaled Cheto. Cheto crouched down and placed his hand at the entrance of the sealed passage, trying to get as close to the center as possible. Go white. The moment before the particle storm reached this planet, the white spirit had already entered the sealed passage and snuck into the network inside the passage. She arrived inside the base in an instant. When the white spirit snuck into the network inside the passage, the underground base's alarm went off, but it wasn't very loud. The guards didn't pay attention to the faint alarm. After all, the sealed passage wasn't opened, and they attributed the alarm to the approaching particle storm. Due to the particle storm's influence, their internal communication was disrupted. The underground lighting system started flickering, a lot of instruments started going on strike, and the screens were starting to blur. However, the people in the base seemed to be used to this. They just minded their own business and paid no attention to the flickering screens and lighting system. They also didn't think that someone would hack into the base's network under such circumstances. Everyone in this place was very comfortable. Standing inside the space plane, Xianxia and the others were also strongly affected. They couldn't even contact Cylin, and the image displayed on the screen wasn't clear either. It was flickering, and they could only vaguely see the entrance of the passage and the two blurry flashing signals that represented Cylin and Cheto. Why do I feel like a white light flashed where Cylin and Cheto were just now? Lung said in a low voice. I think I saw it too, Knight answered. The others had seen the same scene. Although it was only for an instant, everyone's attention was very focused at the time. Moreover, the monitors weren't affected at the time, so they could see everything clearly. It can't be an out-of-body experience, can it? A few people thought to themselves. The high-energy particle flow and radiation interference caused the communication and scanning system to operate abnormally, and the internal power supply to be disrupted for a short period of time. Fortunately, the particle storm didn't last long, and it left as quickly as it came. 5 minutes later, everything returned to normal. How are things on your side, Cylin? Are you all right? Xianxia asked hurriedly after everything had returned to normal. Everything is going smoothly, Cylin answered. Following Cylin's answer, the screen in front of Xianxia and the others displayed a scene that delighted them. Is this the planet's underground base? Yes. Cylin and Cheto were guarding the place, and they could also see the scene through the display on their masks. This was what they could see from the White Spirit's perspective. Everything in the underground base that had returned to normal was very calm. They didn't know that someone had entered. Chapter 417. The base hidden under the surface of the planet looked like a small town. It was divided into different areas, and the most important ones were the research area and the living area. Both the research area and the living area were very lively. From the White Spirit's point of view, the research area was pretty much the same as the other Miracles bases. They were already used to the forbidden research, so they didn't have much of a reaction when they saw them, even if there was a newborn baby inside one of the liquid tanks that was kicking its little legs. Things like this had happened too many times. Anyone who came into contact with Miracle or investigated Miracle in depth would know something about it. Can we get the layout of the base? Cylin asked. Not yet. The White Spirit moved through some of the equipment in the network. Sometimes it attached itself to the experimental equipment or electrical appliances of various sizes. Sometimes it would sneak into the people's microcomputers to check, but it had not found the detailed layout of the entire base. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time and stabilize the situation, Cylin said. There were not many people in the base, but they seemed to be in good spirits. Sometimes a few of them would sit together and chat while they ate, and the content of their conversation would be about what was happening in the League of Stars. These people did not have any taboos there, and they could talk about many things, such as the nightmare taper and the virus. It had to be said that those who could hide in this place had the right to speak in Miracle. Even if they could not compare to the higher-ups who had been captured by the 8 armies, the fact that they had such secret information proved their identity and status. Cylin did not ask the White Spirit to look for the secret information that was secretly stored in some equipment. Instead, he asked her to listen to these people's conversation. Instead of looking for it blindly, it would be better to wait for a while and get a general idea from these people. Then, they would look for it with the general idea. Everything the White Spirit had heard and seen in this place gave everyone enough information to shock them. Some of them were bragging when they were drunk, some of them were chatting when they were having a private meeting, and some of them mentioned it when they were discussing research progress and facts. The base made them feel at ease, and they lowered their guard. There were always some people who were not as secretive as they thought they were. A person's willpower was actually much lower than they thought it was. As a result, Cylin and the rest had a rough understanding of the Nightmare Taper's operation within 2 hours. In between, there were 2 particle storms. Whenever this happened, these people would put down their work, chat, or engage in some lewd activities. But this was the time when they could learn the most information and it was also the time when it was most convenient for the White Spirit to act. All the information on the devices was stolen at this time, and only then would the people in the base not suspect anything. According to what these people said, the Nightmare Taper was indeed activated after it was unsealed. Theoretically, it could carry thousands of types of viruses. That was the result of the Nightmare Taper's research. However, after Si Fong's taper extermination operation, the Nightmare Taper, which had just been revived, was more or less restricted. According to the information received in the letter, the descendant Nightmare Taper that was captured in the infected zone carried 237 types of viruses. If it was really a new generation that had split, the Mother Nightmare Taper would not have more than 1,000 types of viruses at most if they were to extrapolate upwards. The Mother Nightmare Taper could only have one descendant every time it split. The descendant Nightmare Taper would be stored after each split and wait for the next descendant to split from the mother. Only the descendant that split from a mother would have the best effect, because each split would reduce the number of viruses. The viruses they carried might not be replicated completely. It was a random replication. Just like the second-generation Nightmare Taper that split from the Mother Nightmare Taper, the viruses they carried might not be the same. There might even be a huge difference in the number of viruses they carried. The more types of viruses they carried, the slower they split. Moreover, although the 6th, 7th, and 8th generation Nightmare Tapers split fast, their quality could not compare to the 2nd and 3rd generation Nightmare Tapers. To ensure that they had an excellent source of infection, Miracle's people had been waiting for the mother to split. They would only take revenge when they had enough excellent sources of infection. This was also the reason why they hadn't made a move even after so much time had passed, even though they had been surrounded by various parties and had captured so many of their higher-ups. Unfortunately, this was not the base to study the Nightmare Taper. Moreover, these people had no idea where exactly the mother was. If they wanted to solve this crisis completely, they would have to find the mother in the end. Otherwise, the virus infection would last for a long time. Only the activated mother would have complete antibodies against the hundreds of viruses. The descendant did not have such antibodies, so the information that they could find from the descendant Nightmare Taper was limited. The main reason for the existence of this base was to develop some of the viruses. 86 types of man-made viruses were produced in this secret base. These viruses were then handed over to the people at the headquarters. Then, the people at the headquarters would implant the viruses produced by the other bases into the Mother Nightmare Taper. What made everyone feel helpless was that the base had handed over the detailed information of the viruses when they handed over the 86 types of viruses. Meanwhile, the information and data regarding the 86 types of viruses on all the devices and equipment in this base had been wiped clean permanently. This was to prevent the internal personnel from leaking the information and causing all their efforts to go to waste. It was obvious how careful Miracle was when it came to this matter. We don't have the data of those viruses, but according to that big belly guy just now, there's still a vaccine here. Lung tapped his fingers. These people have been injected with the vaccine. They're not afraid of being infected by these 86 types of viruses. The vaccine should be real, but we don't know where the vaccine is hidden. Do you have any ideas, Silin? C.I. Jinsheng asked. Silin was the one who infiltrated the base, so C.I. Jinsheng had to ask Silin's opinion. Silin thinks for a moment and said, "We can definitely find it if we want to, but we'll have to plan how we should act after we find it." Indeed, no one could get in right now, and the emergency alarms would go off the moment there was a small crack in the sealed passageways. The problem now is how to get the vaccine. If we can move the vaccine to the passageway, we can act as soon as possible even if the alarm goes off, C.I. Jinsheng said. Get the vaccine? Let me think about it. Silin contacted the White Spirit after he finished talking to C.I. Jinsheng. Can you control the housekeeping robots in the base? Silin asked. Actually, the White Spirit had already found the place where the vaccine was stored. What they needed to do now was to come up with a plan of action. Yes, they're not hard to control. However, if I control a housekeeping robot, I won't be able to pay attention to anything else. The White Spirit answered. You don't have to pay attention to anything else. The next small-scale particle storm will arrive in 25 minutes. and it will last for around 10 minutes. It'll be best for us to act then, but we need to hurry. Are you confident? 10 minutes won't be easy. The place where the vaccine is stored is a little troublesome, and the closest exit will take us 5 minutes. The housekeeping robots have a speed limit here, and they can't go faster than a certain speed. If we go too fast, we'll attract their attention. How long will it take? Based on the speed of the housekeeping robots and the factor of deciphering the door of the warehouse where the vaccine is stored, how long do you think it'll take? The White Spirit thought for a moment. A conservative estimate of 15 minutes. If we run into other things, it'll probably take a little longer. Sillin nodded. He believed in the White Spirit's estimate. In that case, they had to wait for an opportunity. Once he thought about it, Sillin discussed it with Xianxia and the others. Everyone agreed to wait for an opportunity. After all, they could only succeed in this operation. Once they took action, they could not afford to wait any longer. This is the first time I've hoped for a larger particle storm to appear, Knight joked. Isn't that so? In the past, when I heard about a particle storm, I would run as fast as I could and avoid it. I've never looked forward to it this much. Feng Haichao exercised his arms and prepared for the upcoming operation. A person's strength is limited no matter what. Sometimes we have to rely on the right time and the right place. Yu Lu sighed. Even if he was a sharpshooter, so what? He had already faced many setbacks. Mengqi Arrow stood quietly behind him. He was silent, and Hui Mao had never come out of his cloak after he shrank back into it. The others thought that Hui Mao was tired and wanted to sleep, but Mengqi Arrow could sense that there was something off about Hui Mao. In truth, it probably wanted to follow Sillin out, didn't it? However, what was the reason for it to stay on the aircraft? While waiting for an opportunity, everyone discussed their next move. While the small particle storm was interfering, the White Spirit in the base had already started moving. She was choosing her target, and she had more than one target. This was because the robots in the research zone were not allowed to leave the research zone, and the robots in the living zone were not allowed to enter the research zone. On the surface of the planet, Sillin said to Cheto, "When the time comes, I'll take the vaccine. You support the White Spirit and prevent those people from forcefully interfering with the communication network. Don't hide your ability, just attack their control system directly. Buy time for the White Spirit. It doesn't matter even if all the control systems inside collapse, especially the martial arts system that can extend out. When the time comes, leaving will be easier. This time, we can't do it quietly. Since we can't do it secretly, we'll do it openly. No matter what, with the White Spirit as the leader, even if we can't get the vaccine, we'll bring her back first. After all, the speed of a robot's movement while attached to it is far slower than her stealth speed in the network." Yes, I will. Fortunately, after the small particle storm was over, the next one would be of a higher level. It was estimated that it would last around 15 to 17 minutes. Let's go with this one. This is already the longest storm we've been through, Sillin said. If they waited any longer, there was no telling if there would be another storm that lasted longer than 10 minutes. Then it's decided. You can start preparing now. I'll send them over too, C.I. Jincheng answered. While waiting for the particle storm, C.I. Jincheng informed everyone on the spaceplane. Like before, everyone except Kong Man and Alan started moving. Meng Xiaoyuo was not among them. He and Hui Mao were also on the spaceplane. There were 14 space fighters. The space fighters were not big, and there were only 2 seats in the cockpit. One was for the pilot, and the other was reserved for the people who would receive them when the time came. Can these fighters really withstand the particle storm? Knight looked at the fighters in front of him doubtfully. He wasn't afraid. He was just puzzled. If they can't, they'll still be affected. But let's fly the fighters over first and hide behind the asteroids closest to the planet. Even if we can't withstand the particle storm, we can still activate our shields and hold on for a while. The possibility of being discovered is very small, C.I. Jincheng said. In reality, even if the possibility of being discovered was very small, they weren't going to activate their shields. Everything would be for naught if they were discovered. Just hide inside the fighters with the protective suits. It's fine as long as we don't die. It's not like we're those weaklings. Didn't you see that Sillin and Cheto have survived a couple of rounds already? Pride raised his chin and looked at Knight and the others disdainfully. Knight curled his lips. I was just saying, let's go. Cut the crap. Lung had already jumped into the space fighter. The others also jumped in one after another. Minji Arrow was still standing at his original position in the control room. Alan didn't really know how to start a conversation, but he didn't have the time right now. He had too much work to do. As for Kongman, he was still the main pilot of the space plane. He had even less time to take care of people, so he just sat there and didn't say a word. The originally lively discussion in the control room suddenly quieted down. The signal points of the space fighters that flew out could be seen on the screen in the control room. These signal points were all moving towards that planet. Minji Arrow lowered his head and looked at Hui Mao, who was hiding inside his cloak. The cat was currently propping up its ears and moving them from time to time. It was obvious that it wasn't asleep and had been paying attention to the movements outside. It even looked a little nervous, and the restless movements of its paws showed that the fellow had been itching for a long time, but had been suppressing it all along. Before the next particle storm arrived, C.I. Jinsheng and the others had already found cover and parked their space fighters on the nearest asteroids. They were waiting for an opportunity with their backs facing the planet. Sillin and Cheto had changed their location. The previous passage was a little far from the passage that the White Spirit planned to transport the vaccine out of. In order to better receive the White Spirit and save time, Sillin and Cheto arrived at the passage they planned. This tightly sealed passage led to a place where the research zone and the living zone intersected. The research zone was more heavily guarded, and during the non-particle storm period, the security there was even tighter. It was probably to prevent information theft. That was why the White Spirit didn't attack from there. There were fewer entrances and exits there, and compared to the research zone, the defense of the planned passage was relatively lax. Although it would take half a minute longer to arrive here, it was safer. Also, there were only some large transport robots in the research zone, so it was impossible to transport the vaccine to the passage. No transport robot would go to the passage area, but the small robots in the living zone were different. There were a lot of them, and they would go to many places. There were also robots that came to the passage area to clean up, so they wouldn't attract any suspicion here. After receiving the preparatory information from C.I. Jinsheng and the others, Sillin informed the White Spirit that they could begin. In the living zone, a small cleaning robot's eyes flashed with white light. Then, it headed towards a certain direction. There were too many robots like this in the living zone, so no one would pay attention to what this robot was doing. This small robot moved forward at the same speed as the other robots. Occasionally, it would stop to clean up some dirt on the ground. Although it would stop and do some work, and it would take a few turns to clean up the dirt, it was actually heading in the same direction. The small robot stopped at a corner near the passage. Just like the other cleaning robots, it would stop to rest after working for a while to save energy. After the little robot stopped in the research area, on the walkway outside several large laboratories, a robot that looked like a cart slowly moved forward. Every time it passed by a large laboratory's garbage outlet, it would stop, open the garbage outlet's outer cover, and take out some recycled, filtered, and some non-recyclable waste liquid from inside, and put them on the cart. This was also the underground base's cleaning robot. It was a robot that was only active in the research zone. They would transport the research lab's waste and some used non-recyclable high-risk items to one place for centralized disposal. The cleaning time of these robots was not fixed. Sometimes some labs were busier and there would be more waste, so these robots would clean up more frequently. Therefore, when this cleaning robot came over to clean up, it did not attract the attention of the researchers in the labs. Slowly, it moved toward the fork. When it reached the fork, the lighting equipment in the passageway and the display screens of the various labs started flashing. The storm was coming. Some people in the lab began to curse. However, every time they encountered this situation, these people would stay in place, sit down to rest, or take a nap. It was not a good idea to go out at this time. If they were unlucky enough to encounter a problem with the equipment, or if some equipment was accidentally damaged due to the discharge or explosion of this particle storm, it would be a tragedy. The walkway that used to be frequented by people from time to time was now empty. No one noticed that the cleaning robot did not move along its usual cleaning route. Instead, it turned a corner and went to the other side. Its speed was also a lot faster. Some of the hidden sensor equipment here were all on strike at this moment, and there was no response to the cleaning robot's non-set path. Soon, the cleaning robot stopped in front of a closed metal door. Inside the door, the storm did not affect it much. Perhaps it was because there were important things frozen here and it took extra effort to build it. The instruments here were all working normally. The password lock on one of the refrigerated cabinets jumped a few times, and then it opened automatically. White mist spread out from inside. Not far away, there was a mechanical arm on a shelf. This mechanical arm was used to help pick up items from high places. Now it was moving the wheels below it. It came over to take out a box from the refrigerator, closed the refrigerator, and restored the settings and data on the door. There was also a password lock on the box. Just like the refrigerator, the data on the password lock flashed a few times, and then it was unlocked. The mechanical arm opened the box, revealing the contents inside. After checking, the mechanical arm closed the box again, and the password lock was restored. The mechanical arm moved the box to the door. When it reached the door, the warehouse door opened. When it opened, there was a prompt sound, but at this time, because of the influence of this particle storm, some of the instruments in the lab malfunctioned and sounded an alarm, covering the alarm sound of the warehouse door. At the same time, the screen in the control room of the research area kept flashing, and it was impossible to see what was happening there. At this moment, the monitor was leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed. The mechanical arm placed the box in a hidden position in the middle of the cart, then retreated, and the door closed. The cleaning robot retreated, calmly leaving at the fork, and went to the planned location. Everything here was quiet again. Sillin looked at the time. There were still 3 minutes left before the storm passed. 3 minutes was enough for the white spirit to reach the exit. 1 minute before the storm ended, the handover between the cleaning robot in the research area and the cleaning robot in the living area was completed. The box was moved from the former to the latter's cleaning slot. 30 seconds before the storm ended, the small robot reached the planned entrance and opened the tunnel. Beep! A sharp alarm rang through the entire base with a suppressive sound wave. What's wrong? Who opened the tunnel? Hurry up and investigate. The people in the base were stunned by the alarm. The storm had not completely ended, and some people were even wondering whether the particle storm had caused the system to malfunction. To be safe, the guards acted quickly. When they discovered the reason, the small robot with the box in the open tunnel had almost reached the exit outside. Activate the mandatory defense. But the storm hasn't stopped. Activate. Yes. The base was instantly in a panic. But soon, they discovered that the external defense system was not just affected by the particle storm. There was also some other reason that prevented the tunnel from being forcefully closed. Who is it? Outside the tunnel, Cheto's eyes flashed. He was dragging the defense system so that it could not forcefully close the tunnel. It was extremely difficult to do this while the particle storm was still ongoing. When the particle storm was about to end, the external tunnel was opened. The small robot came out of the tunnel, and Sillin and Xing rushed up to it at the same time. Sillin took the box, and Cheto took the white spirit back. While Sillin and Cheto were running toward the entrance of the passage, 5 space fighters swayed and flew toward them. Due to the particle storm, they couldn't maintain their stealth state at all, and they couldn't fly normally either. Fuck, this is the first time I've flown a space fighter in a particle storm. If the old man knew about this, he'd say we're crazy. Knight shouted while piloting the space fighter. However, his tone was filled with excitement. Although driving through the particle storm wasn't stable and dangerous, everyone's morale was high because they had obtained the vaccines for the 86 viruses. They were going to protect Sillin and Cheto, even if it meant risking their lives. At a time like this, no one cared if the storm had stopped or not. By the time Sillin received the box, the 2 space fighters were already behind them. Sillin jumped into the air, and with the help of the thrusters, he directly entered the open hatch of the space fighter. On the other side, Cheto also entered the other space fighter. The storm had completely passed. The timing was just right. The space fighters behind them also flew over and helped cover the two space fighters. The base that started to attack because the storm had stopped focused on the space fighters numbered D-793 and D-791 on their wings. They saw the two men jump into the two fighter jets with the same serial numbers. No matter what these people had taken, they had to kill Wuxia since they had come out of this place. The two large entrances on the surface had also opened, and a few space fighters flew out of them one after another to intercept the intruders. The exchange of fire between the two sides was very intense, but Sillin and Cheto's movements were simply too fast. By the time the base caught up to them, they were already close to the asteroid belt. However, this didn't dissuade the base's personnel from giving chase. Instead, they attacked even more crazily than before. In fact, they didn't even hesitate to use weapons like shockwave bombs. They didn't care even if their own people were within range of the shockwave. However, the 14 fighter jets were too cunning. They shuttled through the asteroid belts as nimbly as fish, skillfully avoiding the shockwaves and the other party's attacks. They even deliberately released a smoke bomb. The dispersed smoke and dust covered the area, making it difficult for the people at the base to see which two fighter jets they were. However, the base's personnel had already identified the numbers on the space fighters' wings, and they used almost all their firepower to attack the two space fighters. A space plane appeared from the asteroid belt. It didn't slow down, and, just like the space fighters, it weaved through the asteroid belt and flew towards the periphery of the asteroid belt. At the same time, it opened its hatch to let the space fighters in. It didn't matter if the other space fighters flew in, but the base's personnel landed on the two space fighters numbered D-793 and D-791 at the very end. Unfortunately, these two space fighters were the strangest among the space fighters. They were extremely difficult to lock onto, and there were a couple of times when they performed super maneuvers such as rapid turning and dodging. Gradually, all 14 space fighters flew back into the space plane. The two space fighters that were targeted were the last to enter. After all of them had entered the space plane's protective shield was activated, and it left the asteroid belt at full speed. Inside the space plane, the space fighters that Sillin and Cheto jumped out of weren't D-793 or D-791. Night and Pride were the ones who jumped out of the two numbered space fighters. At this moment, the numbers on the space fighters' wings disappeared at the same time. Numbers were used to fool people in the first place. Who the fuck would be stupid enough to put a number on their own space fighter's wings and use it as a target? In reality, the base's personnel would have thought things through if they had calmed down, but they were too anxious at the time and neglected it. Chapter 4:18. Everyone knew that the asteroid belt was dangerous. Plus, there were some magnetic field disturbances here that increased the difficulty of flight. Therefore, most people would slow down after entering the asteroid belt to ensure their safety. However, right now, the pursuit in the asteroid belt was incomparably crazy. Shattered asteroid fragments shot out in all directions like cannonballs, and the occasional shockwave would shatter and shatter everything within its area of effect. Many aircrafts were caught in the shockwave and destroyed indiscriminately. However, this did not cause the pursuers to stop or retreat. They kept on chasing after the space plane in front of them. Can we go any faster? Knight looked at the aircrafts that were chasing closely behind them on the screen. It looked like they were really going all out. The hardest people to deal with in this world were lunatics who didn't care about their lives. No, we're still in the asteroid belt after all, and the magnetic field and disturbances around us are too troublesome. Add to that the spaceplane's size. This speed is already reaching its limit. If we increase our speed any further, we won't be able to guarantee our safety. If we crash into those asteroids, even if it's just a slight graze, the people behind us will seize the opportunity and destroy the spaceplane. Xianxia said solemnly. They were all anxious. They had obtained the vaccines for the 86 viruses, but it wasn't easy to leave this place safely. After all, that planet was in the asteroid belt. Even leaving was troublesome, and they couldn't enter warp speed under these circumstances. It really wasn't easy to shake off the pursuers behind them. Kong Man was sweating profusely. Although Knight and Pride were currently assisting with piloting, his thoughts were highly focused right now in order to avoid wave after wave of increasingly concentrated shock waves and cannon fire, as well as the scattered fragments and asteroids in front of them. The enormous amount of calculation in his brain and the control of his hands had reached their limits. Although he was tired and exhausted, he couldn't switch out now. This wasn't the time. Any mistake would cause all of his previous efforts to go to waste. Sillin opened the detailed star map of the asteroid belt, looked at the distance between their current location and the edge of the asteroid belt, and then looked at the pursuers behind them. He turned around and said to Xianxia and the others, "If we don't consider avoiding the enemy's cannons and shock waves and increase our speed by half, do you have the confidence to avoid the asteroids?" Xianxia thought for a moment. "Yes, we can." Knight answered without turning his head. Pride's reply was the same. "That's good." Sillin took off the thick protective suit and prepared to leave the control room. "Hey, where are you going?" Feng Haichao stopped Sillin and asked. "Create some trouble for those people behind us. We're almost at the edge now, but looking at the behavior of those people in the base, I reckon that there will be a large-scale explosion next. At that time, it'll be difficult to avoid it. Cause trouble? Right now, those fellows are rushing over here as if they're not afraid of death, and there are so many of them." As he spoke, Feng Haichao suddenly paused and looked at Sillin in shock. "Don't tell me you're going to go out alone to cover their retreat?" Sillin looked at his idiotic expression and replied, "I'm not that noble." With that, Sillin walked out. "Hey, Sillin, are you confident? Do you need help?" Long called out. Sillin did not turn around. He made a don't worry gesture. "What is that guy planning to do?" The other people in the control room asked. "I don't know, Cheto. Do you know what that kid Sillin is planning to do?" Long looked at Cheto. Cheto looked up and calmly swept his gaze across the people around him. Then, he took out a book and fell silent. "Everyone!" Sillin walked toward the exit. By the time he got close to the exit, his body was already covered in armor. "Turn off the protective shield," Sillin said into the communicator. After the aircraft's protective shield was turned off, the hatch opened. Sillin flipped over and held onto the aircraft's outer shell tightly to prevent himself from being thrown out. The exit was above the aircraft at a 45-degree angle. Right now, Sillin was stuck to this inclined surface. "Hey, Sillin, are you okay? Do you want to slow down?" Knight asked from the communicator. "No need. Just stay in your previous state." Sillin stuck close to the aircraft's outer shell and slowly flipped over to face the pursuers behind him. With a shake of his hand, a cannon appeared in his hand. Some of the asteroid fragments created by the shockwave bomb had hit the aircraft surface. Since the protective shield had been turned off, a couple of holes had been created. A fist-sized fragment smashed half a meter away from Sillin. Looking at the crater it created, if it had hit a person, even if they were wearing protective clothing or armor, they would at best be left half dead. The shockwave wouldn't stop, and the aircraft couldn't lock onto its target even if it was fast enough. This was also why the people on the aircraft didn't bother to shoot. Sillin held the cannon in his hand and searched for the best spot to use it. The aircraft traversing through the asteroid belt would sway slightly from time to time due to the debris caused by the shockwave. Its surface was already full of holes. Fortunately, the aircraft's quality was reliable. So far, it was only a few superficial wounds. On the other hand, Sillin, who was holding the cannon barrel, did not seem to care about his surroundings at all. Even when the fragments collided with him a few times, or when he avoided an asteroid in front of him, Sillin did not seem to care about any of this. He did not even think about it. Right now, in his eyes, there were only the fighter aircrafts that were chasing after him, and the asteroids that were randomly distributed around him. Now's the time. A white net that seemed to be weaved out of lightning spread out from here. There wasn't just one. 3 large nets were spread out from 3 different directions. After shooting, Sillin immediately entered the hatch. "I'll leave it to you guys." Sillin lay on the ground outside the hatch and said to the people in the control room on the other end of the communicator. Kong Man and the others who were piloting the aircraft didn't have much energy to pay attention to what was happening right now. They only knew that there was a powerful force coming from behind, and it was very destructive. Lung and the others who weren't piloting the aircraft could clearly see that the white lightning weaved into a giant net, slicing the asteroids and the pursuing aircrafts into pieces. Every collision would result in an explosion of energy. When these energies were stacked together, it was like a huge bomb. The stacked and strengthened explosion spread out in all directions. The asteroids were blown to smithereens, and the aircrafts within the explosion range were no longer visible. They disappeared in the explosion and turned into cosmic dust. After Cylin entered the hatch, the aircraft's protective shield was activated again. The aircraft shook even more violently, but it didn't slow down. Pushed by the explosion, the aircraft's speed instantly increased. The people piloting the aircraft felt their adrenaline soar to the limit. It wasn't just the people piloting the aircraft. Even Lung and the others who were watching from the side felt suffocated by the tension. There were a couple of moments when the aircraft almost brushed past a couple of asteroids. They didn't even have the time to catch their breath before the almost collided situation happened again and again. Lying at the hatch entrance, Cylin didn't get up. Last time his entire arm was almost crippled after firing a single shot, but now he had fired 3 shots in one go. His entire arm was numb, and his entire body was overwhelmed by intense exhaustion. Cylin decided that he might as well lie on the ground and rest for a bit. Even if Kong Man, Knight, and the others were too busy, Cheto and the White Spirit were still helping them from the shadows. If even they couldn't hold on together, then they had no choice but to resign themselves to fate. Cylin closed his eyes and counted the time. The moment Cylin opened his eyes, the aircraft had exited the asteroid belt, entered warp speed, and left this place. It was only now that everyone began to breathe carefully. Their nerves were too tense just now, so much so that they couldn't even breathe properly. They could hear their own hearts pounding and their veins pressing against their blood, and they were still a little dazed. As for the people piloting the aircraft just now, their arms were shaking. What the fuck? That scared the hell out of me. Knight lay on the chair and stopped looking at the control panel. After the aircraft entered warp speed and set up autopilot, Feng Haichao and the others came over to take over the control panel. Judging from the current situation, the people behind them hadn't caught up to them yet. Lung pinched his arm. Thank goodness I'm still alive. I didn't crash into those asteroids and end up as a decoration for the stars. Hey, Cylin, are you all right? It was only now that everyone had the chance to pay attention to Cylin. It was because Cylin hadn't entered the control room yet. I'm all right. Cylin had already taken off his armor and staggered inside. I'm going to rest for a bit. The box containing the vaccine had been stored away by C.I. Jinsheng. Those instruments were also beginning to analyze the vaccine and create more vaccines based on it. Are you really all right? I'm fine. Cylin walked into his own lounge. Call me if there's anything urgent. Amen. Rest well. Right now, Knight and the others were tired as well. They really needed a break. After enduring the particle storm head-on and going through this stressful event, everyone needed rest and self-recovery. After Cylin entered the lounge, Hui Mao crawled out of Mengshi Arrow's cloak and signaled Mengshi Arrow to go to Cylin's lounge. Mengshi Arrow didn't say anything and walked in the direction Hui Mao pointed. When they arrived at the entrance of Cylin's lounge, Hui Mao hopped off and asked Mengshi Arrow to sit beside him for a while. It then entered Cylin's lounge by itself. Cylin sat by the bed instead of lying down to rest. It seemed to be waiting for Hui Mao. Hui Mao looked at Cylin and jumped onto the bed after making sure that Cylin wasn't heavily injured. Is that thing done? Cylin asked. Yes, it's done. Hui Mao opened his mouth and spat out a transparent liquid container that was 30 centimeters tall. There was an object the size of an egg in the transparent liquid container. It was moving as if it was going to come out. Cylin opened the can of liquid, and the thing inside came out and climbed up Cylin's outstretched palm. Cylin smiled as he looked at the thing in his hand. Is this thing really useful? It doesn't look like the Nightmare Taper. Isn't the Nightmare Taper very small? This thing is too big. Hui Mao commented on the thing that crawled out of the liquid container. The reason we didn't participate in the operation this time was because Sillin had given it a mission. Certain conditions were needed for the thing inside the liquid tank to grow, but those conditions were too harsh. In fact, a single violent shake might cause the thing to stop growing. Therefore, Sillin had given the liquid tank to Wheeze. Therefore, the gray cat began its incubating life for a period of time. It nested peacefully inside Minji Arrow's cloak and slept. Fortunately, the thing grew very fast. It grew from a tiny grain that was barely visible to the naked eye to its current size in such a short time. Sillin took a good look at the thing in his hand quietly. In terms of size, there was indeed a huge difference between it and the nightmare taper. However, it looked 80% similar to the nightmare taper in terms of appearance. Moreover, its genes were more than 99% similar. After all, it was the nightmare taper that was born from it. Yes, the thing in Sillin's hand was all sorts of genetic information that Sillin decoded based on Communidin's records. After connecting it with the information that he obtained today, it was the ancestor of the man-made nightmare taper. In other words, it was the so-called primordial before it was modified by the virus. This primordial body could help Sillin locate the dream taper. No matter if it was the dream taper's mother, the dream taper's offspring, or even the dream tapers that had been split into a few generations, it could sense them as long as they were within a certain range. Sillin named this primordial emperor. The primordial being called Emperor stayed in Sillin's hand for a while. Then it followed Sillin's order and burrowed into Sillin's palm. The protruding skin gradually subsided, and it was impossible to tell that a thing the size of an egg had just entered his palm. Due to the nightmare taper's tiny size, it was difficult to catch them. According to the information that they had gathered earlier, it took them a lot of effort to catch the nightmare taper that had split from its offspring. He could only control the virus after he had the nightmare taper under control. If the virus didn't work, then he could only rely on the nightmare taper. While Sillin was thinking, he noticed that Hui Mao had suddenly quieted down beside him. He looked over and saw that the cat was propping up its ears. The fur on its ears was trembling, and it was obviously eavesdropping on something. Moreover, it looked more and more impatient with disdain and contempt. It was probably something bad. As expected, it didn't take long before C.I. Jinsheng contacted Sillin to discuss some matters with him. Everyone was gathered in the control room. Just now, C.I. Jinsheng had told them the new news he had received. Communication had become much smoother after they left the asteroid belt, and they were in a hurry to contact the army they were in for support. Knight, Pride, and the others had their own channels of understanding as well. They didn't need C.I. Jinsheng's additional explanation. According to the news C.I. Jinsheng had just received, his father had asked him to hurry to Sector J's planet, JC-335. Something had happened there. It was said that Senior Senator Besor had been infected with more than one virus there. C.I. Jinsheng wasn't the only one. Knight and Pride had also received the same order when they contacted their fathers. The main reason they were worried about Besor was because they wanted to obtain Besor's support. This was because Besor had always been a famous neutral party in the League of Stars' political scene. If they could obtain Besor's support at a time like this and make him owe them a favor, they believed that they would be able to obtain Besor's vote in the future. The army never separated from politics. Although it looked like the 8 Corps were the ones causing the most trouble right now, the few big families in the political scene were secretly making big moves as well. It was just that they were keeping a lower profile compared to the army. The power and ability in their hands couldn't be ignored, and the more support they received in the division of power in the future, the higher their chances of success would be. They finally had an opportunity like Besor, and it just so happened that C.I. Jinsheng and the others had obtained another set of vaccines at this time. Not only that, on the day before they contacted their families, a research team had obtained 62 types of vaccines while they were researching the descendant nightmare taper that they had captured after much difficulty. Although there were a few overlaps with the vaccine C.I. Jinsheng and the others obtained, this was undoubtedly a great chance and a great hope. Double insurance. Knight, C.I. Jinsheng, Pride, and the others were in an alliance with each other. Therefore, if they could obtain Besor's support at this time, their alliance would undoubtedly become even stronger. Right now, the vaccine they obtained had sent the analyzed information to all parties, and they could synthesize the vaccines based on this information. The cure and prevention operation had begun, and just like the politicians were clamoring for, the counterattack against the nightmare taper had begun. After that, they would have to rely on their own abilities to get support. There were still a few other important suspected bases on the star map they obtained from Monquiero, but Xianxia and the others had already contacted their own army. Naturally, there would be people taking action. What they needed to do now was to use this set of vaccines to save Basor and hope that the virus Basor was infected with would be within the range of the vaccine's effects. Someone from planet J, C-335, has arrived to receive us. After all, the equipment on the spaceplane isn't complete and the analysis information is limited. If we want to understand the virus better, we'll have to start with this set of vaccines for more detailed information. The person receiving us will take a part of this vaccine for analysis and research, and the other part will be used for rescue. Of course, the first person to be rescued is that old man Basor, said Knight. He was also explaining to everyone the reason behind their actions. To be honest, Knight did not have a good impression of Basor at all. In the political scene, people like Basor were either conservatives or cowards, if they were put it nicely. He had never participated in the competition of those big interest groups, and he even abstained during the voting on the miracle. He abstained 20 years ago, and he abstained again this time. Knight felt like he had swallowed a fly in his heart when he realized that he had to save a person like this first to obtain the vaccines he had gone to great lengths to obtain. Sector J? That place seems to be a heavily infected zone right now. Lung frowned and drummed his fingers on the table. He didn't look as sloppy as he usually did, and he looked a little quiet. Right now, almost all of the trade zones are heavily infected zones. However, the ones infected are basically the civilians. Those with some power have armed their own territories and guarded them with 3 layers of defense. Kongman's eyelids were drooping, and his voice was low and emotionless. However, his words sounded very resentful. Even if everyone was unwilling, Basor's priority in assigning positions to the committee as a senior senator was enough to move everyone's hearts. It was no wonder that Xianxia and his family had asked them to hurry over and rescue him, afraid that someone else would beat them to it. Sillin sat on his seat and listened to their conversation. He rubbed his palm and said, "Then let's go." Chapter 419. Planet J. C-335 wasn't a very important planet in Sector J. It was just that it played a much bigger role in this incident, and the reason for that was Senior Senator Basor. This was Basor's home planet. It was also the second planet in Sector J to be heavily infected other than the transit planet during the Nightmare Taper incident. Basor had been dealing with some personal matters when the planet was heavily infected. After the Nightmare Taper disaster broke out, Basor ordered his subordinates to seal off the planet. It didn't take long before Basor was diagnosed with the Nightmare Taper virus, and it wasn't just one type. When Sillin and the others arrived, they could already see the unusual state of alert the planet was in from afar. The spaceport was heavily guarded, and there were a couple of patrol fleets around to prevent outsiders from infecting the planet. They also strictly forbade internal personnel from leaving the planet. After all, this was a heavily infected planet. Right now, the planet was in a sealed state. The energy shields that rose from the planet looked like the blisters on a patient's body, and it gave off a strange, morbid feeling. Although they were escorted by Senator Basor's subordinates and received by the army, they still had to pay attention to the fact that no one else was trying to play dirty tricks at this time. Right now, the 8 great armies were divided into 2 alliances. The 3rd Army, which Fiegler was in, the 4th Army, which the G family controlled, the 7th Army, which the CI family controlled, and the 1st Army, which was under Marshal Daniel's command. This was an alliance of forces, and Old Mo's son, Imo Qing, was in the CI family's 7th Army. The other alliance was led by the U family's 2nd Army, and was made up of the 5th Army, the 6th Army, and the 8th Army. These 2 factions had an alliance like this before and after the League of Stars' Chaos. It was just that it wasn't obvious in the past, but it was brought to the surface after the League of Stars' Chaos. What CI Jinsheng meant by this was to prevent the other group from interfering and causing trouble at this time. Those people might not do anything to Basor, but CI Jinsheng and the others who were ordered by his parents to treat and negotiate would soon become their targets. The spaceport landed. Their spaceport was not allowed to enter the planet, and there were already people from the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 7th Army stationed at the spaceport to receive them. Sillin looked at the situation. The people sent were all trusted people who were familiar with CI, Jinsheng, and the others. For example, Ji Feihong from the Ji family. Pride was immediately beaten to the ground by Ji Feihong the moment he got off the spaceport. Since Pride had left home without permission and successfully made the elders go crazy with anxiety, Ji Feihong had beaten Pride to the ground like a chicken. Knight was in a similar situation. He was beaten into a pig's head by his cousin, Fiegler Holando. CI Jinsheng was slightly better off. He was only given a couple of verbal warnings, but of course he wouldn't let it slide just like that. He only delayed his punishment until he was done negotiating with Basor, and then he would be dragged back to the CI family to face the wall. As for Yu Lu and Feng Haichao, they didn't even dare to let out a fart in front of the officers and their superiors. After teaching Knight a lesson, Holando swept a glance at them. They were all very obedient. Didn't they see how badly Knight was beaten? Long Yuze sat at the side. The people who came were all military personnel and political figures, but none of them could control young Master Long. They were the only ones who were more relaxed here. Long patted Alan and pointed at the people who were being scolded. Note them down and report them when the time comes. We'll let everyone see the fate of heroes. Didn't your Grandpa Fox tell you to go back? Sillin turned his head and asked. Long curled his lips. I didn't turn on my communicator. Sillin, sitting at the side, Sillin, Cheto, Minglio, Long and Alan watched the people not far away get scolded. Compared to the people over there, they were a lot more relaxed. They could take a breather, have some tea and snacks, and they didn't have to worry about viruses. After all, this was a military spaceport with multiple layers of defense. There were detection devices both inside and outside the spaceport. Since Holandu and Ji Feihong had been dispatched here, there was nothing for Knight and Pride to do. The negotiations could be left to Holandu and the others, who were more important to handle. Since the project team in the military had successfully prepared 62 types of virus vaccines, a couple more good news came out one after another. The number of vaccines was gradually increasing, and many places were already starting to carry out treatment. After the tension of the nightmare taper incident, everyone felt that it was time to catch their breath. However, Sillin couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Right now, the project team that caught a descendant nightmare taper had become the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, the people of the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 7th armies treated this project team like a treasure. Not only did this project team give them hope of solving the nightmare taper incident, it also raised the reputation of this joint organization to unprecedented heights. The diplomats of the 4 legions walked out with their backs straight and their words full of vigor. Sillin had asked CI Jinsheng about the person in charge of the project team and the members of the entire project team, but CI Jinsheng himself did not know just who was in the team. This was because the project team had undergone a personnel change not too long ago, and it was no longer the original team that CI Jinsheng knew. Knight and Pride didn't know the reason behind this change either. Judging from Holando and Ji Feihong's appearance, they didn't seem to be worried about the nightmare taper incident at all. If they were this confident, Sillin had no choice but to think about the main person in charge of the project team. As far as he knew, although the few heavyweights of the original project team were influential in the League of Stars and had appeared in the 2 top magazines, Glory and Code, Sillin didn't believe that they could create almost 100 types of virus vaccines in such a short time. It wasn't that Sillin was looking down on them. Sillin just felt that after the personnel change, the main person in charge of the project team would definitely not be the same as before. However, other than those famous masters, who else could have such a powerful ability? Hey, Sillin, are you coming with us? Knight shouted from the other side. Holando, who was talking to Besor's men in front, frowned. He glanced at Ji Feihong and saw that he didn't say anything. Ci Jinsheng and the others also wanted to move together. No one was willing to stay here alone, so they didn't object to Silin Helong and the others coming with them. This wasn't their territory anyway, so they might as well bring them along. They wouldn't feel at ease leaving these people here. Before leaving the spaceport and heading towards the planet, Silin looked at the communicator in his hand. There were 2 messages on it. "What's wrong?" Lung asked when he saw that Silin had stopped. "It's about the 11 squad." After replying to the message, Silin led Cheto and the others onto the spaceplane, heading towards the planet. This spaceplane was specially arranged by Besor. Holando, Ji Feihong, and some of their people, as well as Silin and the others, were all sitting inside. There were battles going on in many places on the planet. Those who were sick to the point that they couldn't control their emotions due to the virus were all on the killing list. Before the vaccine was obtained, the so-called solution to the problem was to kill them directly. Right now, Besor's men were busy cleaning up the planet. Guards in combat uniforms and medical personnel in white protective suits were running all over the place. This kind of situation could be seen in many places on the planet. A portion of the vaccine had been sent out for evaluation, and the remaining portion was used as a cure for the disease. The medical equipment was already producing more vaccines based on this vaccine. After all, there was a limit to how many of these vaccines there were. Silin had already sent all kinds of information about the vaccines to Vanguard, the Freedom Army, and the people at Sector S. The information about the 86 vaccines was no longer a secret in the first place. Anyone with some means and some effort would learn about it sooner or later. It wouldn't be long before they got their hands on the remaining vaccines developed by the military. The biggest energy shield on the planet was located in the central city of the planet. It was also the seat of the planetary government, and it was where Besor was resting. The energy shield was divided into several layers. After the spaceplane entered the first energy shield, it would be scanned for viruses. Every person who got off the spaceplane had to undergo a strict inspection to ensure that they weren't carrying any fatal viruses. It was only after several layers of inspection that they were allowed to enter the central city. Right now, the city had already experienced the initial chaos caused by the spread of the virus. It had been cleaned up by Besor's guards and the planetary government. It could be said that other than Besor and a few core officials, no one else in the central city had been infected by the virus. It was because those who were infected had been executed a long time ago. There were surveillance devices and virus scanning equipment everywhere in the city. Although it was understandable, no one would be in a good mood after being scanned by those scanners again and again. It was as if they had no privacy at all, especially those who came from the military. Especially those who came from the army, they were used to being nervous and resisted the urge to avoid it. "Fuck," Knight cursed after he was scanned by the scanners flying around in the air once more. "All right, just bear with it." Hulan Duo slapped Knight across the face and motioned for him to shut up. Although he himself was very annoyed by those scanners, there was nothing he could do about it. Every heavily infected planet would see these machines. When they scanned and discovered an infected person, they would sound a warning and start killing them. This was the situation in the past. Now, the infected person would be sent to a treatment site first. If the infected person was within the range of the vaccine's effectiveness, then they could be injected. If the infected person wasn't within the range of the vaccine's effectiveness, they could choose to receive other treatments first. After all, new vaccines were produced one after another, and the infected person would have a chance to recover by the day. If the infected person really couldn't hold on and lost control of their emotions, or their illness was too severe to control, they would be thrown into the treatment station and dealt with. A squad of guards came over. Every one of them was wearing a combat uniform from head to toe. Silin had seen this kind of attire in other places on the planet before. Silin and the others were also wearing protective suits, including Cheto and Monquiero, who were requested by Silin. However, the protective suits were obviously different from what the people in this city wore. Many people looked at them curiously when they entered the city. "I feel like I'm in a zoo." I feel like I'm a monkey, Lung muttered at the side. Sillin didn't comment on this. Right now, his attention was attracted by something else. The Emperor in his palm was moving. It wanted to come out, but Sillin suppressed it forcefully. He didn't want to cause any trouble at this time. The only thing that could make the Emperor move was the nightmare taper. Judging from the Emperor's reaction, the nightmare taper should be within the city's boundaries. However, it was impossible for the nightmare taper to appear when there were so many scanners and all kinds of mechanical defenses in this city. Otherwise, the scanners' alarms would have gone off a long time ago. The people who were waiting for them inside the city led them to a place to rest. After all, they weren't going to meet Councilman Bisor all at once. A representative was enough. All right, Knight and the rest of you stay here for now. We're going to meet Councilman Bisor. Behave yourselves. Hulanduo glanced at everyone while saying this. After everyone gave their word, Hulanduo carried the vaccine set and went to talk to Bisor with Ji Feihong and the other high-ranking officers. The vaccine was one of the reasons. The other reason was that they needed to talk further in order to obtain Bisor's support. The negotiation couldn't be concluded in a short period of time. Hulanduo was worried about Knight and the others, so he reminded them several times before leaving. Knight and the others finally relaxed after Hulanduo and the other high-ranking officers left. Motherfucker, that was brutal. Knight rubbed his face through the protective suit. His face was swollen from the beating. Pride didn't say anything, but he didn't look like he was feeling any better than Knight. He was beaten quite heavily. Can't we take off the protective suit? It's uncomfortable to wear it. Lung moved his arms. It didn't feel good to be restrained by the protective suit. Just wear it. Who knows when a nightmare taper will jump in? There are only 100 or so vaccines, and more than half of them are unknown. If you get infected, you'll have to be locked up for treatment for a longer period of time. It's not worth it, C.I. Jincheng advised. As they were talking, Hui Mao, who was hiding in Sillin's backpack, rushed out and ran outside. Meow, your grandpa is going to look for food. C.I. Jincheng and the others wanted to stop him, but Hui Mao disappeared before they could even make it in time. Sillin, don't let Whis get out. This isn't our territory. It won't be easy to handle if there's a conflict. C.I. Jincheng said. The people outside are cleaning up. I don't see a single pet on the streets. They've probably been hunted and killed. Sillin, call Whis back. Knight also suggested. Amen, I'll go ring that cat back. Sillin stood up and walked outside. I'll go with you. I'll go too. Knight and C.I. Jincheng both stood up and followed. Sillin wasn't from the military, so it would be easier if they followed him. Even if he didn't want to give them face, he should at least give face to the two armies behind them, right? After Knight and C.I. Jincheng caught up, Lung and Pride followed as well. The others who wanted to follow were stopped by the people who Landuo left behind. They couldn't stop the first few, but they could still stop Yu Lu and the others. After all, their ranks weren't high. Before the officer who Landuo left behind to guard the gate could persuade Knight and the others to go in and sit obediently, they heard gunshots coming from outside. Sillin pushed the officer in front of them away and rushed out. The others followed behind him. Just like what Knight and the others said, the guards' first reaction when they saw a cat was to kill it. Because of the nightmare taper, all the pets in this city had been hunted and killed. There wasn't even a mouse or a fly left. However, how could Hui Mao be captured so easily? The guards who went after Hui Mao failed to capture Hui Mao. Instead, they injured few of their own people. Also, before the guards could say anything to the few people who came out, Sillin rushed up and beat up the few people who were holding guns at the front. Now, the scene was explosive. Sillin didn't hold back when he started beating people up. One punch after another knocked them to the ground. Not only that, he was shouting as he beat them up, "How dare you shoot my cat? I'll beat all of you to death." Meanwhile, Hui Mao, who was next to him, seemed to have received encouragement. He got even cockier and showed no signs of stopping at all. The officer who was walking out quickly felt a headache coming on as he watched the scene. At that moment, people around them noticed what was going on. Another 2 teams of guards rushed over. However, since it was not because of the virus, the detection machines flying in the sky did not react. Knight and the others saw the 2 teams of guards rushing over. These people were about to raise their guns, so Knight joined the fight without hesitation. It was one thing for them to use their fists, but how dare they raise their guns? Meanwhile, Huimao darted between these people. They did not even manage to touch its fur. The face of the high-ranking officer who had been left behind by Holando turned green behind his mask. He shouted loudly for both sides to stop, but the situation only became more and more intense. Left with no choice, the officer called over his men and pulled the two sides apart. He then negotiated with the captain of the other side's guard for a long time, apologizing and making promises. Only then did the conflict calm down. After things calmed down, Huimao nestled in Silin's arms obediently. It did not have any self-awareness that it had done something bad. It licked its paws leisurely and did not look at the officer who looked like he wanted to pull out his gun and shoot it. "Let's go in. I'll leave this to Colonel Max," Knight called out to Silin. He waved his arm and walked into the room. Max, the officer who had been left behind by Hulandu to watch over these little devils, had a gloomy face. He patiently negotiated with the captain of the guards on the other side and discussed the issue of compensation. After all, quite a few members of the 3 guards on the other side had been injured. A few of them were more seriously injured and were dragged back for treatment. However, their lives should not be in danger. While negotiating with the other party, Max was still thinking that the cat was really powerful. It could even tear through the other party's protective suit. It scratched so hard that it bled. While walking into the room, Xianxia was still thinking about how Silin had been a bit impulsive just now. He charged up and beat up the other party without even asking anything. Also, everyone knew about Huimao's abilities. Those people could not get on at all, so why did Silin have to attack at this critical moment in the negotiation? Also, wasn't that cat's claws a little too heavy? Most of the people from the 3 teams who had come over were bleeding from Huimao's claws. Also, the strange thing was that Cheto and Monquiero did not attack this time. It seemed like they were not worried at all. There was nothing to be worried about, was there? There was no way that cat would be caught so easily. Xianxia thought, but he felt that something was wrong. He was about to ask Silin when the communicator in his hand rang. There was a message on it. Xianxia was not the only one. Knight, Pride, and the others' communicators also showed the same message. These people are for Miracle. Chapter 420. Everyone had formed a tacit understanding after joining Xianxia's taper extermination team for such a long time. Moreover, no one in this team was an idiot. They might look reckless and insensible, but they were actually better at pretending than anyone else. Silin's behavior just now was nothing in the eyes of those who didn't know him, but to those who were familiar with Silin, it was like going crazy. And when the word going crazy was applied to Silin, it meant there was a problem. This was why Xianxia, Knight, and the others rushed forward to help Silin. And now, they received their answer. Huimao obtained blood samples from the people who were scratched, and from the information obtained from these blood samples, Silin knew that these people didn't come through normal means. These people's genes had been modified after birth. This kind of modification wasn't like the self-improvement and repair of genetic medicine, but a miraculous implantation. Miraculous, people like to implant a lot of functional genes into some strong individuals, making them stronger, more well-rounded, and more destructive, even if this change would greatly shorten the individual's lifespan. All information could be obtained from the blood. The reason these people in the city wore thick protective clothing wasn't just to prevent viruses, it was also to prevent more information from being leaked. There were always some individuals who would give themselves away when they went berserk. Their faces and appearances would change abnormally when they were agitated, so protective clothing was a very good cover. Xianxia and the others did not doubt Silin's conclusion. When they received this information from Silin, they quickly used their own methods to secretly pass this information to Holando, Ji Feihong, and the others who went to meet Councilman Basor. The people who were resting here all began to communicate with each other through various secret methods. It was because they weren't sure if there would be hidden surveillance equipment in this resting area. Colonel Max, I'm so sorry. Those people are really fucking bastards. Knight walked over and said to Colonel Max, who was giving off a dark aura. Max was a member of the Third Corps, so he was definitely trustworthy, since Holando had asked him to stay. When Knight said this to him, he must have used a method that both of them knew to pass on the message. The real meaning was not through hand gestures, but other methods that outsiders wouldn't know. Sillin didn't think that Knight would waste his breath at a time like this. Max also cooperated with Knight and said a lot of things after Knight's pleasantries. Therefore, Sillin came to a conclusion. This was also a pretentious person. Hollandu had left some people here, as well as in the spaceport. After all, this was Bisor's territory, and he would definitely not allow a large number of people to enter. Sillin and the others stayed here to rest. They didn't act immediately. They just used the fastest and most covert method to pass the message, so that they could prepare as soon as possible. There's a nightmare taper in this city. That was the second message that Sillin sent them. However, since they found out that the guards were Miracle's men, it was no longer strange that the nightmare taper was here. They weren't sure if Bisor was related to the people of Miracle. Perhaps someone from Miracle had infiltrated this place? No matter what the situation was, it was always good to be prepared. They would have to see the reaction of Holando and the others to determine what the situation was. If they fought Bisor, they would definitely be on the opposite side. If that was the case, they might have to face the entire planet's guards. 2 minutes later, Knight received a message from Holando, retreat. This word alone confirmed Bisor's position. They were on the opposite side. At the same time Knight told the others this news, there was an explosion at the Central Administration Building where the negotiations were taking place. Retreat, Knight roared. In an instant, the seemingly peaceful situation suddenly exploded. The guards gathered here, and the people who were resting here began to fight back. They wanted to leave this place. It would be best if they could leave the city. They couldn't care less about Holando, and Holando didn't seem to want them to wait either. They split up. Knight, Pride, and the others dodged the enemy's attacks as they retreated out of the city. There were residents in the city who didn't know what was going on, but they were in the minority. These few residents would die in the indiscriminate attacks of the guards. These innocent people were left behind only to provide cover. At times like this, those who lived at the bottom were always the victims. The guardsmen were no longer as conservative as they were when they were fighting Sillin and the others. Their pincers tore through the protective suits, and their entire bodies began to change. They looked very similar to those biochemical beasts, but these guardsmen were of a higher level. They possessed human intelligence and thought as their main focus, and they were able to control themselves. They were just like the excellent experimental subjects that Hallie Hansen had chosen back then. These guards were no longer suppressed. Each leap they made covered a distance of more than 10 meters. They moved from a street to the end in the blink of an eye. Minji Aluo had thrown away the protective suit a long time ago. To him, this thing was a restraint, a complete restraint. He rarely used his hands. Most of the time, he only used his wings. However, in the face of these guards, he used his hands. His hands had sharp claws similar to Shusag's. They could easily pierce through an enemy's body. His entire arms were like steel. When they smashed into the guards, only cracking sounds could be heard. Minji Aluo couldn't control his strength, so he didn't use his hands often. However, he didn't need to worry about his strength when fighting these people. Sillin had said to fight with all his might. The scanning machines in the air displayed Sillin and the others' positions clearly. This was a reference for the other guards who were rushing over. The previous scan was not to see if the visitors carried the virus, but to remember the characteristics of these people, as if they were marking them. Bam! A scanning machine flying in the air fell to the ground like it was paralyzed. Bam, bam, bam. One after another, the scanning machines fell to the ground, never to rise again. All of their programs were in chaos in an instant. They didn't know how to react at all. They didn't know how to fly. They could only be pulled by gravity and smashed into the ground. This was Hue Mao's handiwork. They looked up at the sky. Through the transparent energy shield, they could see the ball of fire in the sky. It was quite eye-catching even in the bright daylight. The spaceport had exploded, and the battle had begun. The debris of the explosion entered the atmosphere, and the sparks from the friction rained down on the planet like a meteor shower. It seemed to raise the planet's temperature. However, no one was in the mood to watch this meteor shower. The air was filled with the smell of blood and death that was getting thicker and thicker. Max ordered his men to protect Knight and the others. Since Helando had entrusted them to him, Max would do his best to protect them even if he had to die here. However, Max didn't expect that they would have to deal with something other than the guards in the city. Outside the city was a wide moat. Based on Miracle's nature, she wouldn't put anything gentle in it. At this moment, a large number of strange creatures crawled out of the moat and quickly made their way over. Just as Max was about to order a change in direction, Scylla shouted, "Don't change direction. Go that way, cross the river." Max thought about it and agreed. Since it was a moat, the entire river almost surrounded the city. Where could they hide? It was better to just charge head-on. Before Max could finish his thought, Scylla added, "Don't shoot at those river beasts. Focus on dealing with the guards." Max choked. The next moment, Knight roared at him, "Do as he says." This way, not only would Max's men not deal with the river beasts that were rushing over, the guards would not deal with them either. This caused the river beasts to approach them even faster. The guard were hoping that the river beasts would stop these people and tear them apart. Max and the others were anxious. They didn't know whether they should fire at the river beasts or not. After all, the monsters were getting closer and closer. However, they soon realized that it didn't seem to be the case. Usually, the things in the river would help the guards deal with external enemies, but now, these ugly fellows were fighting against the guards in the city. They didn't even care about the few soldiers from the army who had fired at them at close range just now and charged straight at the guards. Their target was clear. The ones that crawled out of the river, big and small, ranging from the size of watermelons to 30 to 40 meters long, swung their long tentacles and opened their huge pincers with serrated teeth. They passed through the space between Max and the others and pounced at the guards. The ones with long legs leaped over their heads and headed straight for the guards. Max could clearly smell the muddy and aquatic odor of the river beasts around him, above him, and in all directions. The smell that he used to find incomparably disgusting was now more exciting than the perfume of the woman he had crushed on. Max didn't know what was going on. He only knew that he and the others had a way out. Scylla looked at Lung, and the latter made a done gesture. He could even tame those giant creatures in the sea, let alone these river beasts. Even if these river beasts were genetically modified, they were still river beasts. They retained their aquatic instincts and could respond to Lung summons. Bang, bang, bang. Above their heads, a few misty spots appeared on the gigantic energy shield that enveloped the entire central city. Starting from these few spots, it was as if solid ice was melting. Multiple spots began to extend towards the surroundings and slowly melted away. In the sky outside the energy shield, 4 robots were flying. The blue stripes on their faces flickered. They activated the weapons on their bodies and attacked the energy shield. Looking at the sky, Scylla smiled. Scylla had received 2 messages earlier. The first one, "Captain, we're here too." From Yudi. The second one, "Let ice cream play. I won't show myself." From Hidden Wuxia. Chapter 421. The energy shield above Central City melted away layer by layer. This was no longer a sealed-off battlefield. The people in black armor stepped on hoverboards and flew over, covering the people by the moat as they evacuated out of the city. A large white ball fell from the sky and smashed into the middle of a group of guards, creating a pit. The guards who were hit never got up again. The white ball rolled around in the crowd and rolled towards Scylla. Black armor appeared on its body. Although it didn't completely cover it, it could protect some of the important parts. The bullets that hit the armor made clanking sounds, and the laser bullets did not cause much damage when they collided with the armor. When it got close to Scylla's location, the white ball leaped up and swiftly unfurled itself. 2 human figures came out of the white ball, and the unfurled white fatty was active around Scylla at a speed that did not match his body size. He slapped some of the guards who came close to him flat, and sometimes he would jump up and grab a fighter that was flying low in the sky and smash it to the ground by its wings. On its furry head, the semicircular ears were turning, alert for other dangerous situations in its surroundings. What a ferocious fatty! That was the collective thought of everyone who saw the scene. The two people who were protected by Snowball were wearing armor similar to Celine's, but they looked like children who had not yet reached adulthood. The petite figure who was moving around the fatty held a strange gun in her hand. It was quite similar to the one Celine used. Every time she fired, several guards would fall. As for the other small figure, he waved his long, sharp claws and fought against the guards, not falling into a disadvantageous position. Max was dumbfounded when he saw the newcomers. They weren't from his army, nor were they from the other 3 allied armies. Team 11. What? Max was busy firing his gun. The explosions around him came wave after wave. Even if he was talking into the communicator, he had to shout to be heard clearly. That was why he didn't hear what Knight said. He's from the 11th Vanguard, Celine's teammate. Friendly forces, Knight explained again. Max didn't hear the first part of the sentence clearly, but he heard the last part clearly. The word ally sufficed. No matter what kind of person the other party was, it was fine as long as they were not enemies. The bridge that connected Central City to the outside had already been retracted, but the river beasts in the river had attached themselves to the surface of the river, forming a floating bridge for Max and the others to cross. Some of them had hoverboards or other flying aids, but they did not use them to fly to the other side. Relatively speaking, it was safer to maintain the current formation. There were planet guards everywhere in Central City. Max and the others had to leave the city first and wait for reinforcements. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to handle those people. Central City began to shake violently, and fortress-like buildings rose from the ground, toppling over the buildings and residential buildings that were originally there. Some people similar to the guards ran out from inside. Other than people, there were also fighter jets and tanks. This place used to be a military base. It was just that for many years, this military base had been hidden underground, concealing its ferocity. Now, it had revealed its true appearance. On the other side, Celine looked at the sky outside the city. The huge battleship had entered the planet. Due to the fierce attacks, its landing was not stable. The landing point produced a huge shockwave, and rocks were smashed into the air. The landing of the battleship stirred up dust, causing the area to be covered in a haze. However, after the haze, armors emerged one after another. Artillery fire shot out from the haze, and the dust did not affect their shooting. In the sky, fighter jets rushed into the atmosphere and flew over. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the fighter jets flashed past. At this moment, the concentrated firepower fired from the fighter jets blew up the guards in the form of biochemical beasts who had not been able to dodge in time into a cloud of blood mist. The people who had followed Hulan Duo and the others to guard outside the planet had come to help. Hui Mao, who had been jumping up and down around Celine, suddenly paused. His ears flicked, and he looked in a direction. In the sky over there, an object descended rapidly. This object directly stepped on a fighter jet of the guards in the air. It was a snow-white mechanical beast that was over 10 meters tall. It looked extremely awe-inspiring. What the fuck? Why is that stinky rat here? Hui Mao stared. It was too arrogant. It had actually appeared on this kind of battlefield in this form. The surrounding tanks and fighter jets were simply like toys as it threw them up and down and stepped on them. Celine, I'm going to play. Hui Mao did not want to be left behind. He spread his limbs and charged in the opposite direction of the crowd's retreat. There were many guards, tanks, and so on that had come out from the fortress. Hui Mao, who was running, dodged the artillery attacks. In reality, with its speed, it was very difficult to lock onto it. Moreover, it was not difficult to avoid those attacks. Just as he was about to reach the other side, he leaped up. 2 fighter jets happened to be flying over, and the direction in which Hui Mao leaped was just enough to pass through the gap between the 2 fighter jets. As Hui Mao leaped up, he rapidly changed his form. The huge beast-shaped mechanical beast spun in the air. The long claws that he extended were like rotating fans, cutting the two fighter jets that passed by him into comb-like teeth. After passing through the two fighter jets, Huimao landed on a tank and flattened it. The next moment, he leaped 20 meters away and started stepping on another tank. These two cyborg beasts seemed to be in a competition to see who could step more. As they stepped on each other, they started to fight each other as if they were having a snowball fight. With a hook of their tails, they would coil up the passing tanks or fighter jets that were flying past them and throw them at the other party. Wherever they ran, they would casually grab a tank and throw it at the other party. To these two cyborg life forms, this battlefield was indeed more like an amusement park. Here, they could do as much damage as they wanted without being scolded or having to pay for it. Lung and the others, who had already crossed the river, looked at the two big fellows jumping around and wreaking havoc in the central city and joked, "Those two fellows have been waiting for this moment for a long time, haven't they?" Sillin did not comment, but he was certain that Wuxia had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The middle-aged man was probably hiding in a corner somewhere, watching the two cyborgs play with each other. A group of soldiers in combat uniforms walked over and said a few words to Max before escorting them away. Sillin called Tang Xiaoqiu and the others over, and they left together. The people from the 11th Squad had entered the planet via spaceplane. The starship was outside, so it did not come in. It was because the warships and combat squads of the military had already entered the planet, and there were fighter jets and space planes everywhere. Yudi was afraid that he would become a target for both sides if he were to enter the planet. After all, the 11th Squad hadn't communicated with the military yet. The 11th Squad, who were providing air cover, also retreated after receiving Sillin's notice and flew towards the spaceplane. After the military had entered the planet, they quickly occupied a place to serve as their base. The soldiers were supposed to escort Knight and the others to this base. Moreover, Hulan Duo and Ji Feihong were already waiting for them at the base. It would appear that the 134th, 134th, and 47th Legions weren't unprepared this time. They were fully prepared, or they wouldn't have brought such a well-equipped combat squad with them. The other reinforcements were probably on their way as well. Sillin led the 11th Squad into the base. Since Ci, Jincheng, and Knight had informed them beforehand, the soldiers guarding outside the base didn't stop them. The 11th Squad spaceplane landed on the empty ground outside the base, and a few more fighter jets of the 11th Squad followed suit. Yudi, who was clad in armor, stepped out of the aircraft. Following behind Yudi was old Mo, who was clad in protective gear. Sillin walked over quickly. "Why are you here too?" Sillin relaxed when he saw that Mo Heng's complexion looked fine behind the transparent mask. Sir Mo was very dissatisfied with Sillin's reply. "What? Are you the only one allowed to come? Am I not allowed to come as well?" "No." Mo Heng waved his hand and stopped Sillin. "This old man has been through a lot of things like this when I was young. You don't have to worry about me." "How could he not worry?" Sillin mumbled in his heart. This was a battlefield, but there was an unknown virus lurking behind it. One could get infected at any time. Moreover, the Emperor in Sillin's palm was reacting more and more violently. This meant that there must be more than one nightmare taper around. At the same time, the detection machines were either destroyed or broken in such a situation. They could not be of any use at all. The protective suit wasn't omnipotent. Many people had torn protective suits, cracked masks, and puncture wounds. These were all people who could be easily infected. While Sillin and Mo Heng were chatting, Max walked over quickly. Knight asked him to call Sillin over, but before he could speak, Max saw Sir Mo's face behind the transparent mask. Slap! A military salute. "Hello, Elder Mo." Mo Heng looked at Max, who was standing in front of him. "Oh, I remember you. Lieutenant Max?" "No, Colonel." Max was confused. Why was Sir Mo with the hunters from Vanguard? However, there was no time for Max to think about it. He passed Knight's message to Sillin and invited Mo Heng over. Since they had bumped into each other, they could not let Sir Mo stay here just like that. Sillin nodded. After informing Yudi and the rest, he and Mo Heng arrived at a medium-sized aircraft that had landed in the center of the foothold under Max's lead. Knight and the rest were sitting in the aircraft. The atmosphere seemed a little heavy. Ji Fei Hong and Hu Landuo had suffered gunshot wounds. The gunshot wounds were not fatal, but they did not look well. When Celine arrived, Hu Landu was in the middle of a conversation. We're so well prepared this time, mainly because of one person's suggestion. We did all these preparations just in case. I didn't expect him to be right in the end. Although we thought the possibility of a war was slim before this, we've now proven our speculation. One person's suggestion? Who? Knight asked. Hu Landuo shook his head and said nothing. Cough, cough, cough. Hu Landuo spat a mouthful of blood as he coughed. Meanwhile, Ji Fei Hong, who had been resting with his eyes closed next to him, lifted his hand and touched his nose. He looked at his fingers, which were covered in sticky blood. The blood was increasing, and it seemed like it could not stop. Chapter 422. Hu Landuo and Ji Fei Hong's condition made the rest of them panic. There were no life-threatening injuries when they were being treated a few minutes ago. However, they looked rather serious now. It was too sudden. The paramedics ran over immediately and brought Ji Fei Hong and Hu Landuo into the emergency room in the aircraft. What's going on? Nat and the rest were walking around anxiously outside the emergency room. Perhaps he was too frustrated, but Nat felt even hotter and more irritated in the protective suit. He wanted to take it off, but Celine stopped him. They might have been infected, Celine said. Infected? But they're wearing protective suits. Nat stopped talking all of a sudden. He recalled the injuries on Hu Landuo and Ji Fei Hong. Their wounds had been exposed to the air for a long time since they had retreated from the administration building. They might have been infected. However, everyone had to go through the sterilization room before entering the aircraft. They could only enter after going through the virus detector to make sure that they were safe. However, they thought it would be troublesome to take off their protective suits and put them back on again. Therefore, they had been wearing them. If Hu Landuo and Ji Fei Hong were really infected with the virus, the detector would not be able to detect it. It must be a new, unknown virus. After all, theoretically, the Mother Nightmare taper would carry more viruses than its offspring. The summary of the viruses in the offspring nightmare tapers that they had captured was not complete. There was no vaccine or specific medicine for it. Moreover, Celine suspected that the source of the infection was not here. Hu Landuo and the rest must have been infected when they were at the administration building. Apart from Hu Landuo and Ji Fei Hong, the people who had followed them to the administration building might have been infected as long as they were injured, had their protective suits torn, or had their breathing masks malfunctioning. A group of soldiers were discussing in a temporary emergency room at the edge of the foothold. Two people were fighting in front of them. One of them was from the army, while the other was Carrie, who had taken off his armor. It seemed like Carrie was getting along well with these people. They must have built up a friendship when they were protecting Celine, Max, and the rest when they were evacuating the central city. These people were all battle maniacs. After treating their wounds and waiting for their mission, both parties would discuss and spar with each other during this time. The others watched from the side as they relaxed before the battle. As he was fighting, he suddenly heard a loud and imposing command. Line up. Whether it was those who were leaning against the wall, those who were sitting on the ground, or those who were fighting with Carrie, when they heard this order, all of them immediately fell in a line reflexively and stood in a proper military posture. The smiles on their faces were all wiped away, and they stood straight as a ramrod, looking straight ahead. However, after waiting for a long time, they didn't hear any follow-up orders, nor did they see the commanding officer. However, they didn't dare to look sideways, so they kept their eyes fixed on him. Carrie and Mogaz, who were watching from the sidelines, looked around in confusion. They didn't see anyone else. The medic and logistics staff looked around as well. After a while, they saw the big bird standing on a high shelf. One of the medics in charge of the emergency room laughed. This prankster. Enough, Ghost Claw is messing with you. Standing on a high shelf, Ghost Claw pecked at the bird's feathers indifferently. He didn't seem to have done anything wrong at all. The people who were lined up immediately burst into an uproar. They joined forces to criticize Ghost Claw. However, before they could say anything, they heard a sharp alarm. Ghost Claw shut its mouth tightly, indicating that it wasn't the one who issued the alarm this time. This time it was for real. There was a result from the aircraft. The medical alarm was also coming from there. Just now, the medic who came out of Hulanda's emergency room reported the current situation with a serious expression. It was indeed a new type of virus. Moreover, it would be difficult to find a cure in a short period of time. After the diagnosis, everyone who had gone to the Central Administration building with Hulanduo was quarantined. However, before the quarantine was announced, they were already showing similar bleeding symptoms. Some were coughing up blood. Some were like Ji Feihong. Their corneas were congested, and blood kept flowing out of their nostrils and ears. They couldn't control it at all. To make matters worse, these people had already come into contact with other people in the foothold. Although most people here were wearing protective suits at all times, there were always people who were injured or whose protective suits were damaged. It was no wonder that Hulanduo and Ji Feihong were able to escape from the Central Administration building so quickly. The purpose of these people wasn't to kill Hulanduo and the others, but to spread the virus. The people in the emergency room that Carrie and the others were in had never been to the Central Administration building. However, some of them had come into contact with the people who had returned from the building. Many people in the emergency room were also infected. It was just that their symptoms appeared a little later. Carrie and the other people in the emergency room were sent to the quarantine room that the army had hurriedly built. Mogaz was guarding the room. He had been wearing his armor all this time to avoid infection. However, Carrie couldn't. Carrie's nose was already bleeding. Just like the other infected people, the blood wouldn't stop flowing. Mengjiero was in the 11th team's aircraft. He wasn't used to interacting with people. He preferred a quiet place. A little fellow stood in front of Mengjiero. Because he wasn't used to wearing armor, Chifeng had put it away as soon as he returned to the aircraft. Chifeng looked at Mengjiero. His expression was just as serious as Mengjiero's, but the tail behind him betrayed his feelings and intentions. One look at the tail wagging happily, and it was obvious that Chifeng was just trying to get close to this new addition, who also had a beast-like appearance like him. However, Mengjiero's expression grew more and more serious. He just didn't know how to express his intentions. Suddenly, Chifeng stopped wagging his tail and looked down at his palm. There was blood dripping from his palm. Before Chifeng could wipe his nose, Mengjiero swept Chifeng up with his wings and went to find Yudi. Sillin had told him to look for Yudi when he wasn't around. Sillin walked out of the Legion's space plane and rushed toward the quarantine room. Carrie and Chifeng were lying in one of the isolation rooms. The armor Mogaz and Yudi were standing guard outside, while Mengjiero was sitting inside. Because he was the one who brought Chifeng here, and he wasn't wearing any protective gear, the medics in charge of this place wouldn't allow Mengjiero to run around like this. Tang Xiaoqiu was standing at the door. She was strangely quiet. Because she was wearing armor, Tang Xiaoqiu's expression couldn't be seen. Before Sillin entered, he patted Tang Xiaoqiu's head. "Don't cry. I'm here." Chifeng was slightly more energetic than Carrie. When Sillin arrived, he was playing chess with Mengjiero while Carrie was writing his last words on an electronic tablet. Sillin took the tablet away from Carrie's hand and tossed it aside. "Last words, my ass. I'm here. What are you afraid of?" Carrie chuckled twice. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood, but his face was very pale. If he hadn't put away his armor, he wouldn't have been lying here, right? But there was no point in regretting now. Carrie didn't like to feel sorry for himself. "Hang in there. I have a way." Sillin's tone was firm. Carrie, who didn't have much hope at first, felt a little excited. Chifeng, on the other hand, was grinning so widely that his canine teeth were showing. The medicine they were using was very good. Sillin also took out some of his personal collection and gave them to Chifeng, Carrie, and the Army's medical team. Now was not the time to hide anything. After checking on Carrie and Chifeng's condition, Sillin left in a hurry. Before he left, he talked to Yudi and Cheto for a while and arranged everything here. CI Jinsheng and the medical team were busy developing a vaccine and medicine against this virus. He asked Sillin to join the research team, but Sillin refused. Sillin had his own plans. This time, Sillin's goal wasn't the virus, but the source of this virus. Based on the Emperor in his palm's reaction, Sillin could conclude that the main nightmare taper was in the city center, and it was very likely to be in the administrative building. The activated nightmare taper had complete antibodies against the hundreds of viruses it carried. Everything would be solved as long as the main body was found. Right now, inside the city center, the tall administrative building was surrounded by guards. Be it in the air or on the ground, they were everywhere. The army couldn't reach this place just yet. On the 100th floor of the administrative building, an old man was leaning on the windowsill with a walking stick and looking at the situation outside. He wasn't wearing a protective suit, and the window was open. He didn't have any intention of guarding against the virus. The wind carrying the heat of war blew the hair on the old man's temples, but couldn't blow away the smile on the old man's face. The old man didn't seem to be in good health. He was wearing a respirator, and every breath he took was heavy and difficult. However, the old man didn't seem to notice it. He looked at the world under the tall building and the battlefield outside the moat with a smile on his face. He knew that the army came prepared this time, and he also knew that there would be more coming. The situation was not in his favor, but the old man just stood there with a calm smile on his face as if he was enjoying the scenery. Soft footsteps were heard, and there was the sound of wheels rolling. Behind the old man, a young man pushed a wheelchair over. There was a person sitting in the wheelchair. Only half of the person's face looked like a normal person without any wrinkles. The other half of his face had a metallic luster like a robot. He was wearing loose clothes that covered his entire body. The old man standing by the windowsill didn't turn around when he saw the two outsiders. He was still looking out the window. "You're finally here," the old man standing by the windowsill said. He sounded like he was chatting with an old friend. "You look like you're in a good mood. You're still in the mood to enjoy the scenery." The person in the wheelchair replied in the same tone. The old man didn't explain. Instead, he said, "If we worked together, the outcome would have been different." The person in the wheelchair smiled. "We've been on different sides ever since you ordered Red to kill him." Chapter 423. There was basically no one alive on the ground floor of the Central Administration Building. There were not even many guards around. When Sillin snuck in, he did not expect that there would be no one guarding the center. Was it intentional or was it a coincidence? Right now, Sillin couldn't care less about those things. The Emperor in his palm was reacting more and more strongly, so Sillin quickened his pace. Right now, Sillin wasn't wearing his armor. In order to better sense and judge through the Emperor, Sillin simply put away his armor. It wasn't hard for him to sneak into this place with his abilities. Originally, he was prepared to fight a hard battle after entering the administration building, but he didn't expect that there was nothing here. No, to be exact, all the trouble had been taken care of. He could also see some traces of battle left behind by Holando and the others when they left this place. Lying there were people in army uniforms, as well as people in security and administrative uniforms. These people were already dead, and the machines and electronic devices that seemed to be in good condition but were actually unusable had all lost their functions. All the electronic devices on the floors that he passed through were paralyzed. The elevators could not be used, and there was no light. It was pitch black where the windows and doors were closed. Hulan Du and the rest definitely could not have taken care of the machines and devices. If they had, Hulan Du and the rest would not have been in such a terrible state. Who else was here? Sillin sensed that there was more than one person there when he approached the 100th floor. He approached them quietly. The main nightmare taper was here. According to Sillin's plan, he would attack as soon as he found the main nightmare taper and extract the antibodies from it. However, the conversation inside soon attracted his attention. Since there was a door, Sillin could not see what was going on inside. However, the windows and everything else were open, so voices came out faintly. With Sillin's hearing, he could hear the conversation clearly. One of them sounded rather old. He could tell that this old man was in poor health from his voice, as if he was on his last breath. Meanwhile, He could not tell the other person's age or health condition from his voice. There was too little emotion in his voice. He was calm and cold. He should be such a person. However, who was the third person? Sillin could tell that there were 3 people inside, but it was basically only 2 of them talking. The third person was like a bystander, standing there without interrupting. Among the 3 of them, whether it was the old man who had difficulty breathing or the other 2, their tone and breathing were all rather calm. This was true calmness, not a pretense. What made Sillin restrain himself from making a move was the term Red Branch. After interacting with the Shi family for some time, Sillin knew that the Shi family had split into 3 branches 1,000 years ago. They were the red, blue, and white branches. Shimu belonged to the white branch and belonged to the conservative faction. He stayed in the League of Stars and maintained the lifestyle and habits of his previous branch. The blue branch gradually integrated into the League of Stars and might even infiltrate other forces. As for the red branch, they directly opened a path to the Mist Bodhisattva branch and Shikai's ancestors. But, Chao Hongji, this shouldn't be Shikai and the others, right? After all, how long had it been since Shikai joined the League of Stars? That was why Sillin decided to delay his operation in order to understand the reason behind this. Judging from the effect of the medicine he used at the temporary base, it should be able to buy him some time. This was more than enough time for Sillin to understand everything. Red Branch. Hee. The old man laughed disdainfully. It was just a few laughs, but the old man seemed to have exhausted a lot of energy. It took him a few minutes to recover. The real Red Branch is long gone. At most, they can only be regarded as defective goods, watchdogs. The people who stayed behind 1,000 years ago were abandoned by the real Red Branch. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hiding in the same old place as the White Branch. The old man mocked. It doesn't matter if they're staying here or if they've been abandoned. They're still part of the Red Branch. More than 50 years ago, you used Alalo's White Knight incident to start a war. You used the conflict between the military and the hunter group to make the remaining members of the Red Branch become cannon fodder, which goes against the Shi family's principles. Principles? I'm not a member of the Shi family. The Shi family's principles mean nothing to me. You're still the same, always deceiving yourself, the man in the wheelchair said coldly. Sillin hid in the dark and listened to their conversation. He thought of many things. For example, the battle 50 years ago. That battle sent Nada to prison and Komunidin to death. Since then, several major forces had kept a low profile. Back then, Sillin had suspected that White Knight alone couldn't have caused such a large-scale and far-reaching war. Based on Lung's analysis, Sillin knew that there was a mastermind behind this. In the battle 50 years ago, there weren't many people involved in politics. There were a lot of people involved in the military and the hunter regiments. Lung had said that he suspected the 3 old guys in the parliament had leaked the information on purpose. Now that he thought about it, one of the 3 senators who had pushed for the battle was this old man, the senior senator, Bisor. From an outsider's point of view, Bisor had always maintained a neutral stance. However, a lot of people might not have guessed that he was the true mastermind behind Miracle. Sillin had deduced many things from the conversation between the 2 men inside the room. The battle 50 years ago had caused all parties to lose a lot of men, and the aftermath of the battle had alerted all parties. Everyone had become more cautious, and the 4 great hunter regiments had toned down some of their sharpness. To show fairness, every force that had participated in the battle had sent someone to Sector S's high-security prison, including Andryra's men and Nada, who was the commander of the 3rd B Squadron at the time. It could be said that Nada was a sacrifice. He had shouldered all of Vanguard's crimes alone. After all, he was just a member of a B Squadron at the time, and the few important A Squadron members who had participated in the battle had been protected by G-Phone. At the time, Nada had never intended to participate in the battle at all. In the end, he was dragged into it, and Komunidin and the others who had fought with Nada were left behind. Sillin had chatted with Nada when he was in the A Squadron, and he knew what kind of person Nada was. He was not the kind of person who would overestimate himself and ask for trouble. Moreover, some of the things that Sillin had discovered later on also showed that there were other reasons for the 3rd B Squadron's incident back then. Nada had shouldered the crime he was convicted of during the battle and was sent to prison. That was why he was promoted to the A Squadron immediately after he was released, and he was even one of the higher-ups. His son, Falvi, was also appointed as the commander of the 3rd B Squadron while Nada was in prison. This was the compensation Ji Feng had given them. 50 years ago, when Nada was at the peak of his hunter career, when the 3rd B Squadron was at its most glorious, he was treated as a sacrifice and sent to prison. Although he might have reached an agreement with Ji Feng, what about the others in the 3rd B Squadron? Right now, how many people in the 3rd B Squadron still remembered Komunidin? Did they remember the 3rd B Squadron that was once glorious in the Vanguard Division? Although Nada was compensated later on, as a hunter, he did not roam the galaxy during his prime. Instead, he was trapped in a narrow space for 50 long years. This was not compensation. Maybe Nada did not care, but Sillin was not that kind of person. In fact, Sillin had always been guarding against this kind of situation. If Sillin was in the same situation as Nada back then, Ji Feng would have sacrificed Sillin without hesitation. So what if you were a person with potential and ability? There were plenty of people with potential and ability in this part of the galaxy. Another thing to note was that Miracle had officially risen to power at that time. Although Miracle had a bit of background and ability, it definitely could not compare to the scale and influence of Miracle later on. After the battle more than 50 years ago, Miracle took advantage of the time when all parties were recuperating. The company that should have been shut down a long time ago due to illegal research was taken over and supported by Bisor in secret. The incident 50 years ago was a turning point. It could be said that Miracle developed the fastest during that period of time. They also received support from many parties, and many people secretly allied with them, including the Yu family and the deceased Heavenly Edict Emperor, Orlos. This made Miracle a hegemon among their peers. Aside from that, Sillin also heard the people inside talking about the White Branch. You used those people to wipe out the remaining members of the Red Branch, forced the members of the White Branch to their deaths, and even caused internal strife in the Blue Branch. I know you hate the Shi clan, but you can't deny that the Shi clan's blood flows in your veins. You inherited your mother's eye color and inherited the Shi clan's innate talent. The man in the wheelchair said slowly and emotionlessly. It was almost as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. The people who forced the White Branch to their deaths. Shimu's squad. Xianxia had told Sillin a few things about Shimu before. 10 years ago, when the White Branch Shi family was ambushed, they offered 5 sets of armor in exchange for hiding Shimu with Xianxia. Xianxia promised to protect Shimu for 10 years. Xianxia said that Shimu was not even 5 years old when the incident happened, but he knew everything. His mind was no less than an adult's. Not long after the Shi family was captured by the League of Stars government, the space laboratory where the White Branch Shi family was imprisoned exploded. None of the people inside survived. Shimu's hair turned white overnight when he heard this news. Shimu was very sad at the time. At the same time, Shimu should have known the truth. Otherwise, why would a child who wasn't even 5 years old worry so much that his hair turned white? He knew that the elders who were captured committed suicide and were forced to do so. However, Shimu had promised those elders that he wouldn't participate in that kind of war. It wasn't easy for him to survive, so he couldn't be dragged into it again. You knew that those people would rather die than carry out that kind of research. You knew that they would commit suicide. Everything was within your plan. 50 years ago, you eliminated the people of the Red Branch. 20 years ago, you instigated the internal division of the Blue Branch. 10 years ago, the people of the White Branch were forced to their deaths. As expected of someone with the blood of the Shi family. Smart and cold. Bisor, who was standing by the window, laughed silently. The wrinkles on his face deepened. I just didn't expect that you would survive and join Azrael. I really couldn't do anything about you joining Azrael. However, it was a blessing in disguise. This way, you can live a little longer. According to what you said, I should be thanking you. The man in the wheelchair looked at Bisor calmly. You should know that the Shi family never interferes with politics. This is the rule of our ancestors. The heavens blessed them with extraordinary talent, and every single person who interfered with politics died a horrible death. Bisor laughed. First of all, I still don't recognize myself as a member of the Shi family. Second, even if the Shi family didn't interfere with politics, they wouldn't have had a good ending. Did the people of the Red Branch interfere with politics? Didn't they end up as cannon fodder? Did the people of the White Branch interfere with politics? In the end, they were forced to commit suicide. In this world, principles are the most unreliable thing. Those who lose their lives for the sake of it are idiots. Take the people of the White Branch, for example. Or that woman. You should call her mother. Mother? She's just an obstacle. She always compares me to the Shi family. Unfortunately, our values are different. The Shi family are all idiots. You may have chosen the path of politics, but you can't change the Shi family's thirst for research. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken over Miracle. As he spoke, the person in the wheelchair, who had been expressionless all this while, suddenly smiled. After listening for so long, can you come out now? Sillin? Sillin raised his eyebrows. He also guessed that he might have been discovered a long time ago. Moreover, this man said so much, as if he was deliberately talking to Sillin, who was hiding in the dark. Sillin didn't continue to hide. Following the man's words, the data on the door lock flashed twice. Sillin knew that the door lock's password had been deciphered. After pushing the door open, Sillin finally saw the appearance of the three people inside. Bisor was standing by the window and looking at Sillin. The man in the wheelchair with half of his metal face had an indifferent expression, and the young man standing behind the wheelchair. Sillin recognized this young man. Although this was the first time they met, before this, Sillin had seen some information about this person from Shihuajing. Juno, famous for a long time. At the same time, Sillin also noticed that Bisor and the man in the wheelchair had very similar pupils. They were both metallic in color, and when they looked at sunlight, their pupils would reflect silver white. It was the Shi family's signature eye color. The queen in his palm had an even bigger reaction. The Mother Nightmare taper was with Bisor. Bisor was obviously very angry at Sillin's appearance. The smile that had been on his face all this time was now replaced by anger. Shiluo, did you let him in? Great. Great. You're scared. Ha! You're scared. You can only kill me with someone else's hand. You didn't even dare to take revenge yourself, so you lost in the end. Sillin's attention was focused on the name at the very front of Bisor's sentence. Shiluo? That name had disappeared for a long time. If he remembered correctly, the 4-star academician of the League of Stars, who was an absolute authority in the study of radioactive elements and decay, was also called Shiluo. However, the name Shiluo was gradually replaced by another name. It was an unofficial title that people later gave him, Godfather. Chapter 424. Since Godfather was involved in this matter, the adjustment of the Army's project team must have been because of him. Godfather must have been the reason why the vaccine could be produced so quickly. However, Sillin had never thought that Godfather would be a member of the Shi family. Sillin had never seen Godfather's image before. Many confidential documents did not even have his image. This was partly due to the League of Stars government's intention, and partly due to Godfather himself. It should not be too difficult for him to get rid of his own information. Moreover, he had Juno with him. However, what exactly did Godfather mean this time? After talking for so long, it did not seem like he was going to make a move at all. Godfather was not angry at what Bisor said, nor did he refute it. Instead, he turned his head slightly and said to Sillin, "The nightmare taper is in his heart, and it's already connected with it." In other words, Bisor's heart had to be removed if he wanted to take out the nightmare taper. Bisor would definitely die if that happened. With Bisor's current health condition, he probably would not be able to last long without the respirator, let alone removing his heart. He would not be able to take a transplant or any other treatment at all. This was what Godfather meant when he said that Godfather would kill him with someone else's hand. Basor initially thought that Godfather would do it himself, but that was not the case. Instead, he was waiting for Scylla. Basor's smile was a little twisted. Take my heart, just based on this ant-like thing? Ant-like thing? Are you talking about me? Scylla thought. Basor looked at Scylla as if he was looking at a low-level animal. Kid, do you know what will happen if you kill me yourself? Scylla frowned and did not say anything. Godfather answered before Basor could continue. There are only two outcomes for killing a senior senator who has not been convicted. One is that he is convicted, and it must be a capital crime, and you'll be fine. The other is that he dies and you die. However, I believe that Senator Basor has already arranged all the funeral arrangements. With the influence and network of connections that he and his father have accumulated in the political arena, the latter is the most likely. Indeed, there was no concrete evidence to prove that Basor was the mastermind behind everything. With Basor's ability, he must have prepared everything to prove his innocence and scapegoats who could bear all the blame for what he had done. The big shots in the League of Stars didn't want to make a big move against people like Basor. Even if they did, they couldn't be too impulsive or sudden. After all, a slight move could affect the whole situation. Every matter involved the interests of too many people, especially those in politics. On the other hand, if Scylla killed Basor now, Scylla's crimes will be presented to all the decision-makers before tomorrow. Most of the time, the difference between black and white wasn't as clear as one would imagine. Have you decided? Godfather asked. What should I do? Scylla looked at Godfather. Scylla's question answered his decision. He could locate the Nightmare Taper's main body with Emperor, but Scylla wasn't sure how he could take it out safely and obtain the complete antibodies. Now that Carrie and Chiefing were lying there, Scylla had no idea if there were other people in the 11th team who were infected. However, Imo Hung might have been infected because he had taken off his protective suit to repair the armor and some equipment with the Army's engineers. There were only 4 of them here, and looking at the situation, Godfather and Juno would definitely not make a move. It was impossible for them to wait for the others, and Scylla couldn't afford to wait. Knowing Scylla's decision, Basor shook his head as if he felt sorry for Scylla. He didn't put himself in a position where he was about to be slaughtered in the slightest, as if it didn't matter to him at all. He turned around and looked outside the window again. Godfather looked at Scylla and gestured for Juno to take the thing out. After Juno got the instruction, he took out a liquid container that was filled with green liquid. They had already prepared everything. Perhaps they had expected Scylla to come. After giving Scylla a brief reminder of the things to pay attention to, the Godfather fell silent. During this time, Basor looked at the scenery outside the window calmly. When Godfather finished speaking, Juno's communicator rang. After looking at the message on the communicator, Juno said, "The last 2 secret bases of Miracle have been wiped out. The secret bases of Miracle have been exposed one after another, and almost all of them have been captured by the army. Miracle is gone." Godfather looked at Basor. Basor's reaction was still very calm, and he didn't feel any heartache at all. He was about to die. So what was the point of Miracle? To him, Miracle was nothing more than a plaything when he was alive, and he could use this plaything to toy with others. Using someone else's hands to wipe out the people left behind in the Red Branch, instigated internal strife in the Blue Branch, turned the dignified Godfather into a half-human, half-machine, and even forced the death of the Sheaf families by branch. He even created the peak of Miracle and stirred up the entire League of Stars. What was there for him to feel pity about? Just as Berta replied, "So what? At least I won. I won against all of you. Shiluo, you will always be a loser." 10 minutes later, there was a beating heart in the container. It was the female Nightmare Taper inside that was pushing the detached heart to beat. Meanwhile, the original owner of the heart was lying on the windowsill. "What's the matter?" Celine was holding the liquid container in her hand. There was a bloody hole in his chest. Since he had obtained this, Scylla prepared to leave. He didn't have much time left. Before leaving, Scylla said to Godfather, "The people left behind in the Red Branch weren't abandoned. It's just that the person they've been waiting for can't come back." Not long after Scylla left, Someone came to take care of Besor's body. Juno pushed Godfather away. He's still too young, Godfather said softly. This was his evaluation of Scylla. He wasn't mature enough. However, it was precisely because he was young, and it was precisely because of his recklessness and stubbornness that he was clear about what was right and wrong. It wasn't a matter of weighing benefits. Speaking of Scylla, Gadar's bet? Which side did you bet on? Juno asked. You'll know when the time comes. When Scylla arrived at the army's base with the liquid bottle, Max was already waiting for him there. Without saying or asking anything, Max brought Scylla to the prepared lab. All the extraction tools were already prepared. Knight, C.I. Jincheng, and the others were nowhere to be seen. Not even Lon and Alan were there. They were forcefully taken away. Lon's grandpa Fox had sent Brzett to forcefully take them away. This was the first time Focus had issued such a forceful order after handing over his authority to Lon. The others were probably the same. When Max brought Scylla over, he wanted to say something but stopped himself. He felt uncomfortable in his heart as well. He knew all too well the twists and turns that came with being able to climb to his current position. There would always be someone to shoulder the burden of every war. This wasn't a world where one's innocence didn't matter. It was so helpless that it made one feel suffocated. However, Scylla didn't say anything. He didn't ask why Max was waiting here, how he knew that he had obtained the main body, or why the lab to extract the antibodies was already prepared. Godfather was connected to the army. They might even be working together against Besor. Scylla was able to speculate more since he knew all this. He knew everything, so there was no need for him to ask Max any further. Scylla extracted the main body, the nightmare taper, personally. The army didn't arrange any helpers for him, and he didn't ask anyone from the 11th Squad to help either. He completed a series of tasks on his own. He extracted all the antibodies from the nightmare taper and amplified them. He injected the antibodies into 2 seriously ill soldiers and gave them to Max after confirming that the antibodies were effective. He took a portion of the antibodies to Carrie and Chifeng's isolation room. Tang Xiuqiu and Mogaz were guarding the room. Xiuqiu was curled up into a ball beside Tang Xiuqiu. When they saw Scylla walk in, the 2 people guarding the room hurriedly stood up to greet him. Scylla wasn't wearing his armor. He waved the syringe in his hand and gave them a reassuring look. After injecting Carrie and Scarlet Wind with antibodies and seeing that their physiological indicators had returned to normal, Scylla finally left the temporary isolation room. The isolation room was going to be removed soon. Scylla asked Tang Xiuqiu, Mogaz, and Monquiero to watch over Carrie and Chifeng. They would go find Yudi after they recovered. Max had said, "Your contribution will not be denied," but Scylla had only smiled and made no comment about it. No matter how great his contribution was, once the matter was over, everything else would go with it. Otherwise, Scylla wouldn't have been sent to kill Besor. The League of Stars didn't just have one miracle. Back then, Besor was able to pull up a miracle. Even if Besor wasn't around anymore, there were still others like Besor in the League of Stars. As long as there was a chance, organizations like this would rise again and replace the position of the miracle. As for who would replace the miracle, that would depend on the wishes of the higher-ups. How many more of these things would happen? The League of Stars was huge. There were so many organizations, and they changed so quickly. Communidin, Si Fong, and many others were drowned in such an invisible tide. Scylla didn't go to the 11th Squad spaceplane. He knew that he was being monitored. The people from the army and others who were waiting for Scylla to take the blame, waiting to get rid of Scylla, or had other motives were all monitoring Scylla to prevent Scylla from escaping. In fact, Scylla had already guessed this when he decided to look for his mother, the Nightmare Taper. He didn't want to escape. Right now, he just wanted to be at ease for a little longer. Outside the foothold, there was gunfire and killing everywhere. The sky was tainted by such a battlefield. It was no longer blue as if it was the end of the world. However, there was a white cloud in such a sky. It was so white that it didn't seem real. Scylla lay on a space plane that was waiting to be repaired due to a malfunction. With his arm as a pillow, he watched the small cloud drift into the distance. It passed the fighter jets and the gunfire before disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 425. At the border between Sector C and Sector A of the League of Stars, there was a heavily guarded planet surrounded by 5 satellite planets. Right now, Sillin was on one of the 5 satellite planets. According to the star calendar, it had been more than 20 days since the Nightmare Taper incident. More than 20 days ago, Sillin had produced the complete antibodies, and the military had taken care of the aftermath of the miracle. After the incident was over, Sillin was brought to this planet. The 11th Squad had left planet J, C-335 before the incident, and no one knew where they went, be it the military or Vanguard. It was as if the 11th Squad had vanished into thin air. Although the League of Stars was a huge planet, the 8 legions and some of the major families had sent people to investigate the 11th Squad to no avail. It was unsettling to the people who had been plotting something. At first, they thought that they had the 11th Squad in their hands after they imprisoned Sillin, but they didn't expect something like this to happen. However, to everyone's surprise, Sillin was unusually calm even though he was imprisoned on this satellite planet and awaiting his final trial. For the past 20 days, he had been doing the same thing every day. He would eat, sleep, wake up, read a book, and sleep again when he was tired. Of course, most of the time, he couldn't sleep well because people would come to talk to him from time to time. Right now, Sillin wasn't convicted, so Sillin couldn't be considered a criminal until his final trial. Therefore, compared to the convicted criminals, Sillin had a little freedom, but only a little. Similar to C.I. Jinsheng's small base, this planet was shrouded in a gigantic protective shield and had an internal life support system to sustain life activities. The planet's primitive conditions weren't suitable for normal human habitation at all. Of course, it was also a form of protection to prevent the people imprisoned here from escaping. One part of the small room was surrounded by a transparent wall, and the ceiling was transparent as well. It was possible to see the stars outside and the patrolling fleets that passed by from time to time. Of the 5 satellite planets, the one Sillin was staying on had people who were waiting to be judged. They could be found guilty in the end, or they could be found innocent. Everything could only be decided after the final trial. The final trial would take place on the planets orbiting these few moons. Even from here, Sillin could see a round golden building on the big planet. It was the place where the trial was held. If they were found not guilty, they would be allowed to leave. If not, they would be imprisoned in the other 4 satellite planets' prisons. Ever since the prisons at Sector S were abolished, the League of Stars had decided to build prisons on these 4 satellite planets. The people in prison here were all very special criminals. Some were similar to Si Fong back then, and some were criminals who had committed terrible crimes but couldn't be sentenced to death for the time being. All in all, the people in prison here were all once famous people. One of the people who came to ask questions yesterday told Sillin that his life was worth it to be imprisoned there. Worth it? Celine looked at the other 4 satellite planets. They looked cold and devoid of any signs of life. Ever since Sillin was in prison here, people would come and talk to Sillin every day. They used all kinds of methods, such as threats and temptations. However, since Sillin had some people supporting him, the people who came were polite to Sillin. At the very least, they didn't use force. These people who came to talk to him were people from all 8 corps and politicians. Their goal was nothing more than one: the shortcut channel technology. Sillin didn't know who said this, but the current situation was that all the decision-makers knew about it. This was why they were waiting for Sillin to fall into Besor's trap. Recently, the people who came to talk to Sillin said that they would be lenient if he handed over the channel technology. They even promised him a lot of benefits, but Sillin never relented. The people who came to talk to him in the past 2 days were especially numerous because they couldn't find the 11th Squad. They thought that Sillin was ready to give up on himself, and that the 11th Squad must have left for the other end of the passage. They weren't in the League of Stars, and they weren't planning to return either. Wouldn't returning be suicide? By Sillin's estimation, the day of the trial was almost here. The reason the trial date hadn't been decided until now was mainly because the people had underestimated the complexity of the matter. At first, they thought that they could tie Scylla to Besor's case, and then force Scylla to hand over the channel technology. At worst, they could go easy on him during the public trial. However, as Scylla was locked up, more and more people submitted applications to participate in the public trial, and the development of the matter exceeded their expectations. Moreover, these people who submitted applications to participate in the public trial originally weren't on Scylla's side. However, a few days after Scylla's phone was turned off and locked up, some people started to change their minds and stand. This made the decision-makers very troubled. As a result, the involvement grew bigger and bigger. The number of people participating in the final trial increased, and it became more and more complicated. The waiting time grew longer and longer, and even now, the date of the public trial hadn't been set. It sounded nice for the public to participate in the trial, but in reality, the so-called public who participated in the trial were also some important figures in the Star Alliance. The power and personal influence in their hands could shake an area, and they were also the leaders of local forces that had been officially recognized. These people would cooperate with the decision-makers in the higher-ups of the Star Alliance to maintain the stability and order of the Star Alliance. After every chaos, there would be a replacement between the old and the new. Take Alcinthus, for example. In the past, he was far from qualified to do this. The representative of Sector V to participate in the public trial and administrative affairs was another Sector V colonist, but this colonist had been stepped on during the chaos of the League of Stars this time. Alcinthus seized the opportunity to develop the Freedom Army into the largest and most formal force in Sector V, and during the Nightmare Taper incident, the Freedom Army was the first group in Sector V to receive treatment. This caused the already influential Freedom Army in Sector V to become even more popular in the sector. Although the bigwigs didn't really think much of the Freedom Army, and even less of these Sector V lunatics, they had to admit that a force of this scale would cause a lot of trouble in the future if they didn't take this opportunity to negotiate. Therefore, as the leader of the Freedom Army, Alcinthus also received an invitation from the decision-makers. The meaning was that after the chaos, they hoped that he could cooperate with them to re-establish order and maintain the stability of the League of Stars. The people of Sector V were the most worrisome of all. If they could have someone like Alcinthus to restrain, maintain, and focus their firepower, then the decision-makers would be more than happy to give Alcinthus an invitation. When Alcinthus accepted the invitation, he also submitted an application to participate in the trial. However, Alcinthus was alone, and his vote alone shouldn't have much influence. It wouldn't change the outcome either. Even if the decision-makers were displeased, they didn't take it to heart as long as they knew that the outcome wouldn't change. However, not long after, when the three leaders of Sector S's three great forces received the invitation from the decision-makers to maintain order, they expressed their agreement to cooperate with the League of Stars government and the Army to maintain order in the League of Stars. The condition was that they would participate in the public trial. The people who received the invitation from the decision-makers did indeed have the right to participate in the trial. It was just that they had the right to choose whether to participate or not. Most of the time, if it didn't involve them or had nothing to do with them, these people wouldn't participate in this kind of secret, complicated, and scheming trial. This time, the decision-makers didn't expect that the position of the captain of a small hunter squad would involve so many people. Moreover, many of them were targets that the decision-makers wanted to rope in. Because of this, the decision-makers conducted an in-depth investigation into Scylla. The deeper the investigation, the more they discovered that Scylla wasn't a simple person. Right now, the decision-makers were a little regretful that they had dragged Scylla into Besor's incident. Of course, it was only a little regret, not absolute regret. After all, they coveted the passage technology more. Scylla looked at the starry sky outside. There were a few spaceports between the 5 planets and the central planet they revolved around. Right now, a starship had landed at the spaceport closest to Scylla's planet, and it didn't take long for a space plane to depart from the spaceport and fly towards him. Sillin had seen this situation many times already, and every time he did so, someone would come over and talk to Sillin and demand that he hand over the passage technology. Who was it this time? The answer was revealed very soon. I was thinking that you would show up soon. Sillin put down the book in his hand and looked at the newcomer. Yu Linglong walked into the small room and stared at the person sitting calmly on the chair with a complicated expression. Yu Linglong originally thought that since Sillin had the passage technology, he would definitely leave the League of Stars together with the 11th Squad when he realized that something was wrong. She didn't expect that Sillin would actually cooperate and come here. She knew that Sillin wouldn't give in so easily and would definitely have a backup plan. The increasing number of applications to participate in the trial was proof of that. Some of them were people who were more familiar with Sillin, such as Xianxia and so on. The other group of people who submitted applications included people from both the political and military circles. They were all people who had interfered in the miracle incident or had secretly violated the law. There were a lot of people involved in the miracle, but a lot of them had erased the stain when the miracle had gone down. However, Yu Linglong didn't expect that Sillin would have the evidence and blackmail to force those people to change their minds. Sillin had relied on this blackmail to force those people to participate in the trial. It was true that the 11th Squad had left the League of Stars, but Cheto and Minji Arrow had stayed behind. They had shown the stain that some people thought had been erased a long time ago. During the years Sillin had been a hunter, he had never stopped collecting information other than when he was out on missions. For example, Sillin had obtained a fragment of Alilo's star map and a chip from the Miracle base where Xianxia and Chiefing had been captured. The chip contained a lot of information and even some secret transactions, and Sillin had been supplementing the information according to the chip. Now it was time to use them. What are you thinking? Or should I say, what are you trying to do? Yu Linglong asked with a frown. Perhaps it was because she was used to being in the Yu family. She unconsciously used a questioning tone when she spoke. However, she quickly realized that this wasn't a good way of speaking. After adjusting her tone, she said, I know that you have a lot of dirt on them, but those old foxes won't let you have it forever. Right now, it's only because it's too sudden that they don't have the time to deal with it. When a matter calms down, the situation will be disadvantageous to you. Sillin didn't say anything, and Yu Linglong looked a little annoyed. A while later, when Sillin didn't say anything, she continued. As far as I know, be it sincere or forced, you have a lot of supporters right now, but it still doesn't exceed half. If there are no surprises, the final trial will be held in 3 days. Among the people participating in the trial, Yu Linglong's investigation found that the number of people who supported Sillin was less than half. There were new supporters every day, including some famous people in the League of Stars. Even if they didn't have the right to participate in the trial, they would still use their connections. For example, Food King Hara, Great Master Jiosun of the pharmaceutical world, and former Senator Sangbo. Another example was the Hunters. Right now, Ji Feng was busy working with Lan Hudi to deal with Heaven's Birth, so he didn't have the time to come personally. However, Ji Feng, Lan Hudi, and Prisa, these 3-star level hunters had all contributed to this matter. Some of the people who submitted the application to participate in the trial were also because of them. Although the 8 great marshals hadn't made their stance clear, there were people in the 8 armies who had already expressed their support for Sillin, and the one leading them was Mo Qing. There were also some people who had been instructed by C.I. Jincheng, Knight, and Pride. Although they were confined by their families, and there was a limit to what they could do with their current abilities, it was enough. At least not all of the 8 armies were standing on the opposite side. However, Yu Linglong didn't think that the number of people who supported Sillin would reach half in 3 days. This time, my grandfather and father won't be participating in the trial. The Yu family will be participating in the trial along with me and my 2 cousins. This can be considered a test for my grandfather. I will help you. If they stood on the wrong side, they would definitely be criticized in the competition for the successor. Yu Linglong's 2 cousins were standing on the other side, and only Yu Linglong chose to stand on Sillin's side. Many of Yu Linglong's subordinates were against her decision, so it was obvious that Yu Linglong was still under a lot of pressure. Sillin, if you take out the shortcut tunnel technology, I'm sure that more than half of the people will support it. In Yu Linglong's opinion, Sillin didn't have the ability to protect this technology at the moment. Instead of that, he might as well take it out and make a deal with the decision-makers. Not only would he gain some benefits, he would also be able to avoid more jail time. I won't say anything about the tunnel, at least not now. I won't use the tunnel technology in exchange for the support of the trial. Still, thank you for your help. Here's a gift for you. Sillin smiled as he took out an item and handed it to Yu Linglong. It was the ruby that had been found on the transport ship of the Duance family that had been slaughtered. Yu Linglong's pupils constricted when she saw the gem that had a fracture on it. Blood Sun. The ruby in her palm reflected a demonic blood-red light. At this moment, Yu Linglong's emotions could no longer be described as complicated. Blood Sun was a rather precious ruby, and the owner of this ruby was Yu Linglong's second cousin, Yu Xing. However, Yu Linglong had only seen Blood Sun once. At that time, Blood Sun hadn't been cut into ornaments yet. Later on, Yu Xing embedded the cut Blood Sun into a ring and gave it to his mistress, Padalola. Later on, Sillin found Padrola when he was investigating Yu Xing. He found a photo of her and Yu Xing, and in the photo, the ring on Padrola's finger was this ruby. Padalola looked like a woman who relied on her appearance to get her position, but in reality, she wasn't simple at all. She was also one of Yu Xing's right-hand men. Yu Linglong had already sent a few subordinates to investigate her, but none of them had received any news. Where did you find it? Yu Linglong remembered that the earliest information she received said that Padalola liked Blood Sun very much and always carried it with her. Sillin explained the situation. Not only that, when you return, you'll receive some information about that massacre. Yu Linglong nodded and put away the chipped gem. According to Sillin, the massacre might have been Yu Xing's doing. Yu Linglong had suspected it before, but she hadn't found any evidence at the time. If there was sufficient evidence, then the Duance family would definitely stand against Yu Xing. It was very possible that Sillin would gain another supporter, and all Yu Linglong had to do was to arrange things properly. The Duance family would also become a helping hand in the competition between her and Yu Xing. There were no surveillance cameras in this place, and even if there were, they would have been dismantled. After all, no one who came to talk to Sillin would want their conversation to be leaked. Sillin stared at Yu Linglong's space plane and thought about the news Yu Linglong had brought him. The trial was in 3 days. Although the notice hadn't reached this place yet, it had to be true. 3 days should be enough. Yu Linglong's analysis wasn't entirely correct. Sillin had asked Chedo to bring out the weaknesses of the people who had done many large-scale illegal transactions with Miracle and dragged so many people into this mess. One reason was to gain more support, and the other reason was to stall for time. While he was thinking, Sillin noticed that a new starship had docked at the spaceport. It was a military starship, and anyone who could use this kind of starship had to be of very high status in the military. After that, another space plane flew over from the spaceport. Which big shot in the military is it this time? While pondering, Sillin looked up and discovered that another medium-sized space plane had flown past the spaceport. Compared to the previous military starship, this space plane was far too plain and ordinary. However, it was exactly because of this space plane that the security at the spaceport suddenly tightened. Even the patrol fleets were gathering at the spaceport, as if they were on high alert. Sillin could feel their nervousness even from where he was standing. The space plane stopped at the spaceport for a moment before flying over. It was probably a routine inspection just now. At a landing field not far away from where Sillin was being held, a space plane with a military insignia on it landed. The hatch opened, and a man walked out of it. He looked to be middle-aged, but the military rank and a certain special insignia on his military uniform were enough to send shivers down people's spines. The person in charge of this place quickly walked over and saluted him. That person seemed kind, or rather, he gave off a refined and easygoing feeling. The duo walked toward where Sillin was being held while talking to each other. However, they had only taken 2 steps when the man looked up and saw a space plane flying in their direction and preparing to land. After the ordinary-looking space plane had landed, the hatch opened, and 2 people walked out side by side. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The man's age couldn't be determined, and his appearance wasn't outstanding or ugly. He was dressed casually, but this seemingly ordinary person made everyone who got close to him feel an inexplicable sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. The woman walking beside him was wearing the style of training clothes that mercenaries and hunters liked. She was frowning slightly, and no one knew what she was thinking about. She walked and talked to the person beside her. When the person in charge who was accompanying the officer saw the 2 of them, he felt as if there was a gun pointed at his head. The man was big trouble, and the woman, when he first saw her, the person in charge looked like he had seen a ghost. He stared at her for a long time before he suddenly remembered something and carefully glanced at the officer beside him. Sure enough, the officer beside him was also staring blankly at her. "Hey girl, he's looking at you. Are you going to say hello?" Si Huang smiled and looked at Pianhua, who had appeared in public for the first time. Pianhua paused and said, "Why should I say hello to someone I don't know?" Si Huang raised his hand and rubbed Pianhua's head, messing up the hairstyle that the little girl had taken a long time to do. Before she lost her temper, Si Huang said, "You go and find Sillin. I'll stop this one." "Okay." Pianhua didn't say much and directly went to the passage where Sillin was kept. Soon, she entered the passage and disappeared. After watching Pianhua go in, Si Huang walked to the side and took out a cigarette. He leaned against a pillar and slowly smoked. The person in charge's eyes twitched. Generally speaking, smoking was not allowed here. However, that was generally. If it was this person, then forget it. It was better to avoid trouble. Wei Ting watched the figure that was extremely similar to the one in his memory disappear at the end of the passage. It was really similar, especially when he looked at people sideways. The curve of his eyebrows was exactly the same as Si Fong's. What was the first time he saw Si Fong? Wei Ting thought back. It might not be easy to remember that person just by looking at his appearance. Standing in the middle of a group of female soldiers, he wasn't the most beautiful, nor was he eye-catching. But after that, he could clearly remember that person and remember that person's appearance. He was wearing a training uniform, holding a submachine gun casually, and his every frown and smile had a heart-palpitating flamboyance and ease. Then, such a person kept appearing in his mind, lingering and lingering. He didn't know when it had penetrated into the depths of his heart. But he was no longer here. Wei Ting waved his hand, indicating that the person in charge didn't need to accompany him, and walked straight to Si Huang. Although Little Fong's last words were to let her choose freely, if that girl also chooses to enter the army, I'll break her legs. Si Huang looked up at the entrance of the passage. His calm tone was steady and firm, and his imposing manner was irrefutable. However, he didn't look at Wei Ting, who was walking over, and didn't even look at him. But the good thing is, she didn't let me down. Being a hunter is better than entering the army and following her mother's footsteps. She wants to be a hunter. That's right. Si Huang seemed to have thought of something interesting. He smiled and pointed to the place where Sillin was locked up. Her future captain is locked up there. Chapter 426. When Pianhua came in, Sillin was wondering who was in the 2 aircraft that came one after the other. Seeing Pianhua, Sillin was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, "I didn't expect it to be you." First, Sillin really didn't expect Pianhua to come. Second, Sillin didn't expect Pianhua to appear in his original appearance. Sillin already knew that Pianhua and Si Fong were very similar. Moreover, Pianhua appearing in his original appearance would definitely cause a small sensation, especially for those who had some status in the military and those who were familiar with Si Fong. "You're really carefree," Pianhua said after coming in and looking around. She originally thought that Sillin would be very depressed, but now it didn't seem to be the case. No wonder Si Huang said that there was no need to worry about Sillin. It's useless to worry anyway. I heard that the final trial will be held in 3 days. Pianhua was very confused about Silin's indifferent attitude. How could this person be so calm? It should be known that the final trial would decide life and death. Even if he didn't die, he would probably spend the rest of his life in prison, just like his mother, trapped in a narrow space. From then on, he would have to deal with all kinds of hidden hands. Yes, I already know that. Not worry, I said. It's useless to worry. You're really... Pianhua wanted to go over and pry open Silin's brain to see what was inside. Pianhua paused, then suddenly asked, "Where's the cat?" It left. At that time, Hui Mao was very dissatisfied with Silin's arrangement, but in the end, he still listened to Silin's arrangement and left with a U. Pianhua was silent for a moment, then asked mysteriously, "Do you really have a way to win this trial?" Silin didn't answer. "Forget it." Seeing that Silin didn't want to say, Pianhua waved her hand. "I just came to see how you are. I'm not qualified to participate in the trial in 3 days, but there's someone who is qualified, and he will support you." "Si Huang?" "Yes, he's outside. Gaydar is also participating in the trial. He should support you." Pianhua said a lot. She talked about what happened outside after Silin was locked up, and about Godfather and the others. However, after saying so much, she could tell that Pianhua was indeed a little anxious. Mentioning those topics was just to cover up her anxiety. Silin listened quietly. He knew that Pianhua was the reason why Si Huang supported him, and Si Huang and Gaydar were not the main factors. After all, they only had 2 votes, and Si Huang and Gaydar's influence in the military and the political world was actually not as great as Pianhua's. Now that Pianhua had revealed himself, he was actually helping Silin in another way. Because of Pianhua's appearance, Pianhua's stance would definitely affect those who had a good relationship with Si Fong. Wuxia had once said that if Si Fong had not been punished back then, the current situation of the army might not be like this. This also showed that Si Fong's influence back then was indeed great. 20 years had passed, and among those who had a good relationship with Si Fong, there was no lack of people who had climbed to high positions and had the qualifications to participate in the trial. And Pianhua's appearance would make these people think more before voting, and the number of people who supported Silin would increase again. These people were Pianhua's goal. "Thank you." Silin looked at Pianhua and said seriously. Pianhua, who had been drinking water from a cup, hurriedly looked away. "Forget it. If you really want to thank me, after this incident, let me join your team." Silin smiled and nodded. "Okay." When Pianhua came out of the passage, Si Huang and Wei Ting stood on either side of the passage. After glancing at Wei Ting, Pianhua didn't look at him anymore and walked toward Si Huang. Si Huang casually threw away the remaining half of his cigarette. Standing not far away, the person in charge's eyes twitched. He kicked the cleaning robot that was in a dormant state and told it to clean up the trash. "Are you relieved now? I told you not to worry about that brat. He's so sneaky. How could he be trapped here so easily?" Si Huang raised his hand and messed up Pianhua's hair, which he had tidied up before entering the passage. Wei Ting narrowed his eyes when he saw Si Huang's hand fluttering on Pianhua's head. The person in charge, who was waiting not far behind Wei Ting, shivered. He suddenly felt that the temperature around him had dropped a lot. Si Huang fluttered even more happily. Pianhua punched him so hard that not only was he not angry, but the smile on his face grew wider and wider. Wei Ting wanted nothing more than to slap him. Si Huang was showing off and angering Wei Ting. "See, your daughter is still closer to me. As for you, as a blood father, you're nothing but a fart." Before Pianhua flew into a rage, Si Huang hugged Pianhua and said, "Let's go back and continue teaching that guy in the wheelchair a lesson." The guy in the wheelchair that Si Huang mentioned was Godfather. Actually, Godfather had come with them, as well as Azrael and a few others. Even if they didn't have the right to participate in the trial, they still wanted to watch the trial. At this moment, Godfather was looking at the information in his hands with a panda on his head. The dark circles on Godfather's half of his normal face were caused by Pianhua. When Pianhua was beating him up, the rest of Azrael, including Si Huang, were watching the show from the side. After Si Huang and Pianhua walked away, Wei Ting stood there quietly. However, the person in charge didn't dare to go up and talk to him. Wei Ting's aura was too strong. Even an idiot could feel that Wei Ting was in a bad mood. The robot that ran over to clean up the cigarette, but that Si Huang had thrown there exploded before it could do so. It was used as a punching bag. The explosion caused the person in charge and some guards not far away to tremble, but they acted as if they didn't see or hear anything. They looked straight ahead and stood in perfect military posture. Wei Ting didn't even look at the robot that exploded, nor did he go into the tunnel to talk to Silin. Wei Ting didn't have the mood to care about his original purpose of coming here. After watching Si Huang's aircraft leave, Wei Ting left as well. During the 3 days of waiting for the trial, those who paid attention would notice that the magnetic field around the central planet of judgment had changed a little. From time to time, there would be some abnormalities, but the technicians couldn't find a reason. During these 3 days, many things had happened. The people participating in the trial had been confirmed, so it wasn't about them. Instead, it was about a major event that shocked the entire League of Stars. The 4 major hunter groups were finally going to become 3. The head commander of Heaven's Birth, Bloomer, was killed by Ji Feng and Lan Huti. The other higher-ups of Heaven's Birth also met with accidents. Some died, some retreated. In short, it was only a matter of time before the 4 major hunter groups became 3. Not long after the Nightmare Taper incident in the League of Stars, the news of the 4 major hunter groups becoming 3 became the hottest topic in the League of Stars. In comparison, Silin's incident was much more low-key. After all, the public wasn't familiar with the final trial and didn't understand the secrets behind it. When the time came, they would just listen to what the media said. If the media didn't say anything, the majority of the people in the League of Stars wouldn't even know about Silin's incident. 3 days later, Silin walked out of this small room and boarded an aircraft full of guards. He headed to the central planet to receive the final trial. Unlike the entrance that the people participating in the trial used to enter, Silin was brought in from the basement. It was a bit dark inside. This kind of darkness, coupled with the solemn atmosphere and the emblem of the highest court of the League of Stars that could be seen everywhere, made the people who came in to receive the trial feel oppressed. However, compared to some of the people who were being judged, Silin was much calmer. Even the escorts were very curious. Was this kid's reflex arc too long, or did he really not care? There was a round table in front of him with a chair inside. After Silin sat on it, a transparent barrier appeared around the round table, isolating Silin from the outside world and preventing Silin from escaping. After all, he hadn't been convicted yet, so there were no handcuffs or other restraints on Silin's body. The round table slowly rose up. Silin sat on the chair inside the round table and sensed the changes in his surroundings. He could sense the increasingly unstable magnetic field, as well as the many powerful auras that were both familiar and foreign were surrounding him. Golden light shone in, splitting apart the darkness coming from the basement. However, this wasn't sunlight. It was the illumination of the golden round building itself. It was said that this light represented holiness and justice, getting rid of all filth and finding the path of redemption for the fallen. Perhaps this was the original idea of the builders and adjudicators here, but gradually it was filled with unavoidable hypocrisy. How did the people who were being judged here feel when they saw this light? Did they feel that this light was actually colder than the darkness in the basement? Or was it more despairing? Silin opened his eyes. The round table had gradually emerged from the ground. This was a wide field, and Silin was in the center of this circular field. Around the field were some small, scale-like sections, and each section had 3 to 5 people sitting. Among these people, only one was a participant, and the others were accompanying them. Silin glanced around. Sitting in the top circle were 3 people in military uniforms. They had a special badge on them, a badge unique to the Heavenly Edict Empire. Some distance away from them, also sitting in the top circle, were a few senior senators. On the second floor sat Ji Feng, Lan Huti, Navigator Tamer, Sin Prisa, and Hunter Gadar, who was recognized after Osculo's death. There was also Hidden Wuxia, Nabila, and Si Huang. Originally, the three Heavenly Edict Empire representatives didn't plan to show up. Most of the time, they just watched from behind the scenes. However, now that all 5-star hunters and the three troublesome people were here, they couldn't control the situation without them. Nabila didn't plan to come either. He never participated in such trivial matters, but this time, both Wuxia and Si Huang were here. Even all the star hunters and the three Heavenly Edict Empire representatives were here. If he wasn't here, he would definitely feel like he was below his status. Moreover, Nabila was happy to see Silen being judged. After all, he had lost a few of his subordinates because of Silen. After that, Silen saw a lot of familiar faces. Yu Linglong and her two cousins were sitting in the three scales on the Yu family side. Silen didn't know the representatives of the CI, Ji, and Fiegler families, but CI, Jinsheng, Knight, and Pride were all sitting there with worried eyes. Also, they didn't look as mentally well as Silen. It looked like they hadn't slept well for a long time. Shihua Jing was representing his family, and the people behind him were arguing. Shihua Jing ignored them and sat there thinking about something. The representative of the Andrira family was Lung. Young Master Lung had a serious expression on his face, and he was saying something inaudible. But judging from the reaction of the little old man behind him, it probably wasn't anything good. Silen also saw Xianxia, and behind her were Jin Sheng, Jin Xingfu, and Jin Xingji. There was also Akanus, who was currently in the limelight at Sector V. Qing didn't come with him, and the one accompanying Akanus was in Relson. Some very influential people from the electronic media had arrived as well. They would never miss something like this, and Alan and the others were among them. There were also people from Limitless and Lavish. Other than that, there were also a lot of people that Silen didn't know. However, Silen saw kindness in their eyes. It didn't matter if it was a request from someone or their own decision. Silen remembered them. He remembered that they had resisted the pressure and stood on his side at a time like this. The lineup for this trial was much stronger than Sifang's trial back then. All 5-star rank hunters, all 3 Heavenly Edict generals, senior senators, army commanders, influential families in the League of Stars, media, regional force leaders, and so on. No one would have thought that a mere team leader of a small hunter group would attract such a large group of people to participate in the trial. Inside the court, the golden light dazzled everyone a little, but the people being interrogated sat there calmly and watched everything. Chapter 427. Someone at the top was narrating Celine's crimes, and he made Bissor sound quite innocent. If he had not experienced it himself, he would definitely think that Bissor was an amiable person who gave his all for the Star Alliance and died a tragic death. The person reading the crimes was someone familiar. Silen had seen him when he went to the 6th Division not long ago. He was the person in charge of the 6th Division's secret experimental base, Greyer. Come to think of it, why did Greyer succeed when the rest of the people who were sent to Miracle as spies in the army failed? Not only did he succeed, but he also happened to bring back an intact Nightmare Taper. However, the Nightmare Taper incident was over. Now, Greyer's true stance was clear. He was working for Bissor. How could he read such a hypocritical statement without changing his expression? Greyer was really shameless. However, Silen did not feel that it was embarrassing to face such crimes. The one who felt embarrassed should be the 6th Division's commander, Kikila. Obviously, Greyer stood there and read the crimes without Kikila's consent. Kikila might not even know that Greyer would do such a thing. Many people in the upper echelons of the army knew that Greyer was from the 6th Division and was deeply trusted by Kikila. Obviously, everyone would think of Kikila in this situation. Since Greyer was standing here, Kikila would definitely stand against Silen. However, Kikila had not said anything before. Now, Silen looked over and saw that Kikila's face was pale. If it was possible, Kikila would probably run over and strangle Greyer to death. Kikila really didn't want to get involved in this mess. Maybe he did want to stand on the opposite side and force Silen to hand over the shortcut technology, but as the situation developed and more people were involved, Kikila didn't want to get into a conflict with them. Originally, he was going to give up at the last minute, but he didn't expect Grayer to suddenly appear. Kikila looked at the few old politicians in an unfriendly manner and snorted. Sillin did not listen to those formulaic things. He paid attention to the changes in the magnetic field around him and could already feel the familiar frequency of changes. Naturally, there were many who defended Sillin as well. Lung even cursed the senior senator in front of so many people. The senator, who had always been as calm as a mountain, was scolded until his face turned from white to red, and then from red to black. However, he couldn't retort. He knew that he couldn't say too much at a time like this, or the other party would find a loophole. That was why he responded with silence. Behind Lung, the little old man Brzett was so anxious that his hair was about to stand on end. He tugged at Lung a few times, but it was completely useless. Young Master Lung seemed to have cursed out all the words he had been holding back for more than 20 days. Moreover, it was rare for him to have such a clear and meticulous thought process. His choice of words was also more professional, which made it even more infuriating. Knight and the others didn't have the right to speak, but that didn't stop them from cheering. They clapped their hands one after another, turning up the megaphone and clapping with all their might. Although it was a little noisy for a period of time, the few heavyweights sitting in the upper echelons didn't say anything. In their eyes, this was just the quarrel of children. Almost everyone who came here knew their choice. So, whether they argued or not, the result would be the same. Why should they lower themselves to argue with the younger generation? Pianhua, who was standing behind Si Huang, frowned as he watched all this. The situation didn't seem too good. At least, from the reactions of those people in the debate that Lung had started, it was still a little uncertain that more than half of the supporters would support him. He just didn't know what those who hadn't shown any expression of interest up until now meant. Si Huang, on the other hand, was not in the mood to listen to the quarrel of these children. After yawning, he looked over at Wuxia. That guy was sharing a tub of ice cream with his pet rat, and didn't look worried at all. As far as Si Huang knew, Wuxia still valued Sillin a lot, but until now, Wuxia didn't have much of a reaction. Ice Cream, who was holding a big tub of ice cream with Wuxia, suddenly twitched his ears. He stopped what he was doing and looked up at the top of the building. Or more accurately, he was looking at something outside through the top of the building. "What's wrong?" Wuxia asked, biting his spoon. After quietly sensing for a while, Ice Cream's ears twitched again. "That fat cat is here, and I think there's something else." The monitoring station on the planet also detected the magnetic field changes in the planet's periodic region, and the changes were getting bigger and bigger. However, it was the time of the trial, so it wasn't good to disturb the people there. So, the station chief only asked people to take more precautions and suppress the news. In the court, the debate was over, and it was time for the voting. The voting would last for an hour, and it was time for the people who participated in the trial to consider carefully. However, those who had been quiet all this time didn't need to consider. They just wanted to vote at the last moment. Out of caution, they wouldn't cast their votes so quickly, and those who voted immediately at the beginning were quite firm in their stance. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere in the court was a little strange. Lung and the others were nervous, but in contrast, the people on the other side didn't care. There were also some people who were nervous. After all, if they chose, they would definitely offend the people on the other side. Although the voting wasn't transparent, everyone knew that as long as they had the means, they could find out everything. After half an hour, less than 3/5 of the people had voted, and the remaining 2/5 were still sitting there waiting. However, in secret, some people were already contacting each other, urging them to vote. After 40 minutes, the few people at the top noticed that something was wrong, and they immediately contacted some people outside. After hearing those people's reports, the decision-makers at the top all frowned. One look, and they knew that the current problem was quite serious. This should be a random phenomenon. Although the magnetic field has been fluctuating for such a long time, it hasn't exceeded the warning line. It should be over soon, before the director of the monitoring station could finish, The magnetic field's anomaly suddenly became violent, soaring to an extremely dangerous range in a short period of time. It was enough to make the alarm on the entire planet go off at the highest level, and the alarm on the planet went silent not long after it rang. It wasn't just the alarms. Even the lighting, communication, and other electronic and mechanical devices began to show abnormalities. The golden lights in the court began to flicker, and the devices that controlled the airflow and temperature also gradually lost their functions. The court was a little stuffy and hot. After all, there were so many people around. In an instant, everyone inside began to panic. What was going on? Something like this had never happened before. The three heavenly edict lords sitting at the top immediately ordered for the top of the court to be opened. Even if they wanted to escape, the top was the biggest escape route. After the flashing golden light above the court was opened, all the lights inside were extinguished, all the communication devices were completely paralyzed, and all the electronic and mechanical devices collectively stopped working. The display screen was a mess. However, this wasn't the focus of everyone's attention. The focus was on the sky. It was daytime, but the vortex that appeared in the sky was very conspicuous. The vortex was as bright as a nebula. It felt like it was right in front of them, but they couldn't touch it. In fact, there was still some distance between the vortex and the planet. But because the vortex was too big, whether it was the people on the 5 satellite planets or the people on the central planet, they all felt that the place they were in was about to be swallowed by this beautiful but terrifying vortex. They didn't care about what happened to Sillin now. In their hearts, Sillin's matter was nothing compared to the situation in front of them. However, there were still people who paid attention to Sillin, such as Pianhua and Lung. Originally, they wanted to persuade Sillin to find a chance to leave. It was obvious from its appearance alone, but the most shocking thing about it was the symbol on the starship. A lot of people looked at Xianxia and the other Golden Beginning members after they saw the symbol. It was because Xianxia, Jin Sheng, Jin Xingfu, and Jin Xingji were all wearing the same symbol, and it was right next to Golden Beginnings. Normally, people would only pay attention to Golden Beginnings symbol, and they wouldn't pay attention to the smaller symbol next to it. But now, everyone was looking at Xianxia in unison, and some people were already discussing it in private. They wouldn't believe that this new starship had nothing to do with Golden Beginning, even if they were beaten to death. Prisa looked at the symbol on the gigantic starship, and then at Xianxia, whose eyes were turning red and her body was trembling. She knew that it must be about that person that made the queen of the Golden Beginning Empire lose her composure. Had the man that the older generation of Sector S called useless and living off a woman finally returned? This huge starship was just the beginning. After this massive starship appeared, many other similarly massive starships appeared one after another. Apart from this, there were also some slightly smaller warships that appeared. There were many differences between their appearances and the many warships in the Star Alliance. They were ostentatious and luxurious. In Lung's words at that moment, they were overflowing with a noble aura and an awesome aura of enormous wealth and manpower. It was obvious that they belonged to the same force at first glance. Just what kind of person could possess such enormous manpower and wealth? Starships came out one after another, surrounding this central planet and distributed in space. Just how many starships were there? Everyone had already forgotten to count. All they knew was that the sky was packed with starships, and none of them were smaller than the 11th Squad starship. The people on the planet were only able to see a part of the starship, but the League of Stars' Space Patrol fleet had the clearest view. Right now, they were all staring at the starship with their mouths agape and a little scared. Such a fleet was too big, and its aura was too oppressive. Coupled with its sudden appearance, no one knew how to react. The 3 Heavenly Edict experts had their own communication channel. After contacting the people at the space station, they said to the other decision-makers, they're requesting an audience with our highest officer. After that, the 3 Heavenly Edict experts calmly glanced at Xianxia's people and Sillin's place. Then, they suddenly glowed, and they were covered in armor in the next moment. The armor made them look twice as big as before, but it didn't look out of place at all. Before anyone could get a good look at the Heavenly Edict armor, the 3 Heavenly Edict experts vanished into thin air. Sillin stared at where the 3 Heavenly Edict experts had vanished to. He was curious about the armor they were wearing because it was unique to the Heavenly Edict experts. Moreover, there was no way they could wield such speed and control armor without an incredibly strong body. For example, if Xianxia were to wear the same armor, he would be moving at the speed of a turtle compared to the 3 Heavenly Edict experts. That was the difference. It didn't take long before a space plane that no one had seen before landed on the Golden Plaza. It must have received permission from the 3 Heavenly Edict experts to land on the Golden Plaza at this time. The patrolling fleet and Golden Plaza soldiers didn't make a move, but they were staring at the space plane warily. They didn't know what order they had received, but they looked incredibly nervous. After the space plane landed, the hatch opened, and a shadow flashed towards Sillin. It was so fast that no one could see it clearly. The guns that the soldiers had just raised broke into several pieces. When they came back to their senses, they discovered that it was a chubby gray cat. Huimao circled around Sillin and revealed his true form after failing to notice that Sillin was injured and tortured. He jumped on his Sillin's shoulder, wagged his tail, and started bragging about his achievement. The 11th squad hadn't arrived yet, and the 3 Heavenly Edict experts hadn't let them in yet. Huimao couldn't care less about that. He simply followed the mist bodhisattva people over. The 3 Heavenly Edict experts didn't say anything when they saw him. Huimao thought that it was because he was a special case. Yeah, keep showing off. Little Ice Cream, who was nestled on Wuji's side, saw that fatty shit was getting carried away again and scoffed. What a shame. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn back to the space plane because someone had come out of it. The 2 squads of guards were wearing different uniforms. One was the Mist Bodhisattva Imperial Army, and the other was the Jin family, one of the 3 kings. The leader of the Mist Bodhisattva Imperial Army's guards was Tu Ba. It was rare for Tu Ba to wear the uniform of the Mist Bodhisattva Imperial Army this time. Sillin thought that Tu Ba and his men would be fighting in secret. It was thanks to Sillin that Tu Ba was able to wear the Mist Bodhisattva Imperial Army's uniform. After learning about this shortcut technology, Tu Ba and a group of people who were supposed to be fighting in secret were reorganized into a diplomatic unit. The 2 squads stood on either side of the spaceplane's door. Then, a figure walked out of the spaceplane gracefully and innocently with a friendly and harmless smile. The corner of Sillin's eyes twitched. Why is Guanfeng here? A young man walked out of the spaceplane behind Guanfeng. He didn't show any stage fright, but there was a sense of novelty in his eyes compared to Guanfeng's. He looked around and paused on Sillin for a moment. Then, he grinned and nodded at Sillin before looking at the others. In the end, his gaze stopped at Xianxia. Then, he quickly walked over to her. If it wasn't for the etiquette of nobles, he would have run over there already. Second Grandma, hearing about you is better than meeting you in person. The League of Stars crowd. Second Grandma, Zhen Xingming was speaking in the common language of the League of Stars, but everyone could understand what he was trying to say. Zhen Xingming had studied hard in order to follow Jinya here. He wasn't this diligent even back at the affiliated schools. The Jin family guards were following behind Zhen Xingming, and their eyes were filled with kindness and respect when they looked at Xianxia and Genshin. Guanfeng didn't interrupt the Jin family's bonding session. Instead, he walked towards Sillin. TSK, you sure have a hard life here. Guanfeng wasn't speaking in the Mist Bodhisattva language, but the common language of the League of Stars instead. Unlike Zhen Xingming's awkward pronunciation, Guanfeng spoke fluently. Guanfeng had probably put in a lot of effort just to get here. Sillin curled his lips. Do you really have to be so happy when you're in a better place, Coach Guan? Jinya was negotiating with the 3 Heavenly Edict generals right now, so he couldn't come over immediately. After all, he was the highest-ranking officer of this fleet. It didn't take long for the decision-makers to inform the judges that the trial would be postponed. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. A lot of people were already regretting their decision to postpone the trial because the situation had taken a sudden turn for the worse. The decision-makers of the League of Stars could no longer treat Sillin as a simple person when they were weighing right and wrong. The more they interacted with the people of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, the more they understood Sillin's capabilities. Compared to the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, which wasn't any weaker than the League of Stars, Basor's influence was completely ignored. A new era was about to arrive, and new situations and opportunities were about to emerge. Everyone had already made up their minds which was more important and which was more important. The trial was postponed for 3 days. 3 days later, Sillin's trial was, as expected, acquitted almost unanimously. When Sillin officially walked out of the court, Wuxia asked him, "Did you expect something like this to happen?" Sillin didn't say anything. He simply smiled as a tacit admission. Before this, Moon and the others had worked together with Shi Tang to perfect the shortcut technology and locate the passage points. It was why Sillin had cooperated with them and come to this trial. He didn't want to run away. He wanted to use another method to force the old foxes of the League of Stars to change their attitude. The huge lineup of judges before the passage was the first round of demonstrations, and the second round of demonstrations would be even bigger after the passage was opened. Sillin thinks that Sillin is going to tell the decision-makers and the forces that are ready to make trouble in the open and in the shadows that I, Sillin, am not someone you can capture and use as cannon fodder. Sillin wouldn't expose himself too much if he wasn't completely confident. These people would seize any opportunity to kill him, a potential threat, and drag down the 11th squad and the people who truly wanted to help Sillin with their lives. Wouldn't it be better to wait until he was confident and kill him in one go? Moreover, as this shortcut technology was developed, Sillin would also search for other galaxies besides the Mist Bodhisattva tribe and the League of Stars. Sillin didn't want to be tied down by so many people in the future. After this incident, those people would have to think twice before trying to take advantage of Sillin again. A hunter's achievements weren't something they could toy with. What if they don't make it in time? Wuxia asked again. Then force them to change their verdict. Wuxia chuckled. Rather than say that those people schemed against you, it's more accurate to say that you schemed against each other. Wuxia waved his hand and recalled Little Ice Cream, who was fighting with Hui Mao and biting each other's fur in animal form. Then, he left the court. Sillin once again looked at the dazzling building that was glowing with golden light. When the word holy no longer represented noble justice and salvation, when people realized that reality was crueler than they had imagined, faith would be so dim that it would make people despair, wouldn't it? What kind of mood did Si Fong have when he walked out of this place that the League of Stars praised as holy and dignified? The heavens created metal, but they also preserved slag. No matter how holy and dignified a building was, it was still controlled by the human heart. Sillin hoped that the building's golden color could retain its original purity. Sillin turned around and left the highest court. He walked through the golden plaza. The golden light floating on the plaza wouldn't ripple just because someone walked past it. Sillin walked through the floating golden light and walked into the distance. After the trial, Mist Bodhisattva tribe and the League of Stars established diplomatic relations within half a year. Not long after the establishment of diplomatic relations, Sillin's name appeared on the secret list of the League of Stars' military after Jifeng, Lon Hudi, Tamir, Prisa, and Gaydar. At the same time, a star symbol appeared in front of Sillin's name. A year after the League of Stars and Mist Bodhisattva tribe established diplomatic relations. Seven Lights University. The academies at Sector B had regained their peace. The teachers who left had returned one after another, and most of the students had returned as well. Everything was gradually returning to normal. The students of Seven Lights returned very quickly, and there were a lot of new recruits this time. Following the establishment of diplomatic relations between the League of Stars and Mist Bodhisattva tribe, Seven Lights became the first pilot school of the Academy Exchange program. Everyone wanted to fight for the exchange spots. It was exactly because of this that the higher-ups of Seven Lights were incredibly busy right now. However, there was one executive who was an exception. Mo Hong was about to become Seven Lights' new headmaster. However, Sir Mo was still recuperating and hadn't officially taken office yet. During this time, Sillin had been staying at Mo Hang's place. Although Mo Hong was injected with complete antibodies in time after he was infected with the virus, he was too tired at the time to help the army repair the fighter and spaceplane. He hadn't recovered yet, and he was old after all. Fatigue and the virus infection had damaged his body. He would definitely be very busy after he took over as headmaster, and neither Sillin nor Mo Qing could rest easy until he was well. Mo Hong had just received a new project, and Sillin had taken advantage of this gap to help him start the project. When the time came, it would be easier for Mo Hong to guide him. This project was jointly built by Mo Hong and Guan Feng. As their student, Sillin had to help them, shouldn't he? This morning, Sillin had worked for 2 consecutive nights at the lab and returned to Mo Hang's villa at Seven Lights. Mo Hong was chatting excitedly with 2 people. One of them was Guan Feng. Instructor Guan had been staying here recently to discuss the new project with Mo Hong. Otherwise, the so-called Academy Exchange program would become nothing more than a decoration. The other person was an old teacher of Seven Lights, but he specialized in literature and history. He lived not far from Mo Hong, and they had a pretty good relationship. The old man had come to visit Mo Hong while he was recuperating. Guan Feng's interest was piqued when he learned that the old teacher specialized in literature and history, and he asked him about the history and culture of the League of Stars. Now instructor Guan had found his soulmate again. The little old man told Guan Feng about the history of the League of Stars and the local customs of the various sectors. He was an old teacher after all, and many of his insights were incomparable to the current young teachers in Seven Lights. The old teacher was able to answer many of Guan Feng's questions, and the 3 of them could even discuss them together. When Sillin returned, the little old man was about to leave. He had a class in the afternoon. Originally, this class wasn't supposed to be taught by a great teacher like him, but the young teacher had something to do at the last minute, so the little old man led the class on his behalf. Sai, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come on, we're only halfway through the story. We're not done yet. Mo Hong said, What do you mean by story? That was the wrong word to use. However, the little old man was already used to Mo Hang's way of speaking. He lived up to his reputation as an academic ruffian. In fact, the old teacher was in a good mood talking to Mo Hong and Guan Feng. After all, not everyone would be interested in such a boring class. I think you should stay and continue the story. Mo Hong motioned the little old man to sit back down. What do you think you can say to those students? They've heard so much about the famous people in the history of the League of Stars, and they're not interested in those who aren't famous. You don't have the courage to talk about secrets either, so even if you go, those kids won't be willing to listen to you. It's just a waste of effort and effort. These words were too direct. The little old man's face flushed a rare shade of red. It was true that there were very few people who liked this class, and the people who chose this class were only doing it to earn credits. I've already agreed to be your substitute teacher. Otherwise, who's going to teach the afternoon class? The little old man was also helpless. Mo Hong and Guan Feng looked at Sillin at the same time. Sillin, who had just washed his hands and was chewing on apple, paused. Why are you guys looking at me? Guan Feng raised a finger and pointed at Sillin. Let him go. He's an honorary scholar of the Mist Bodhisattva Royal Academy of Sciences, so he's absolutely qualified. Just look at the lousy class atmosphere Mo Hong mentioned just now. You'll be wasting your energy and effort if you go. This was yet another unceremonious remark. Your disciple hasn't slept a wink for 2 days straight. Sillin criticized silently. The 2 teachers were obviously the kind of people who would kick their disciples when they found a soulmate. Sillin had fully experienced their shamelessness during this period of time. Therefore, this lousy class that Mo Hong mentioned was taken over by Sillin. Sillin left Mo Hang's residence, but he didn't head straight to the teaching area. There was still some time before class started, so Sillin drove the flying car to a building. This was a newly built building in Seven Lights, and Sillin built it with his own money. The building looked like a crouching insect, and there was a sign on it, Parasite Password. It was a parasite herbarium, and it was currently the largest and most comprehensive parasite herbarium in the League of Stars. Sillin had spent a lot of effort to build it. The herbarium included the parent nightmare tapir, emperor, the bird of paradise, and many other species with stories. The person in charge of this herbarium was a retired soldier. The people of Seven Lights did not know his background, but since Sillin and Mo Hong had decided to let this person take charge, no one else said anything. Seeing Sillin's arrival, the person greeted Sillin. "Someone's here." Sillin was puzzled. This herbarium had just been built, and it wasn't open to the public just yet. Those who could enter were all people that Sillin was familiar with, or the gatekeeper wouldn't have let him in. "You'll know once you take a look," the gatekeeper said with a smile. He didn't answer who it was. Sillin walked in and saw a familiar wheelchair. Godfather did not look at the parent nightmare tapir, nor did he look at the emperor, nor did he look at any of the parasite specimens. He was looking at a copied notebook. It was the parasite code copy written by Communidin that Sillin had placed here. The parasite code Sillin had placed here was only a partial copy. There were some notes in the notebook that were more sensitive to the current situation, and Sillin hadn't placed them here. After the nightmare tapir incident, parasites had become something that many people feared. At the same time, they had also become some people's new favorite. Sillin was afraid that these people would create a second nightmare tapir incident based on the notebook's contents, and that would go against Communidin's original intentions. Nada had said that Communidin hoped that more people could understand parasites, and it was Nada's suggestion to place the parasite code in the herbarium. Right now, Nada was probably the only one who understood Communidin the best. Since Nada had said that, Sillin put the notebook in after taking care of the copy. While letting more people understand parasites, they would also know about the existence of a hunter named Communidin and the contributions that this insignificant hunter had made in the field of parasites. At the same time, there was another person's notebook in the literature section of the herbarium. That person's name was Enji. Hearing the footsteps, Godfather did not move his eyes away from the parasite code. He was still reading it. Sillin did not disturb him. Godfather had brought 2 new species this time. They were both discovered in space. Sillin made a record of the 2 specimens that had just entered the warehouse. Godfather had already placed the information of the 2 new species next to him. All Sillin had to do was to log in. If Sillin was not there, the person in charge would take care of it. The person who discovered the specimen was also stated on the specimen. He entered the name of the Godfather into the discoverer's field, Shiluo. After walking around the herbarium, Sillin drove to the teaching area. He needed to find classroom. There were not many people in the classroom, so Sillin took a nap in the last row. When he woke up, it was almost time for class. Only a third of the class was filled. Since he was bored, Sillin took out a tablet and started to flip through the course materials. Every student had these materials, and they could be downloaded from the teaching platform. It was a shared file. While Sillin was reading, someone patted his shoulder. It was a student who came to class. "Hey, bro, please let me know if the instructors need me. My name is Chung Bai." After saying this, the person lay on the table next to Sillin's seat and began to sleep. 2 minutes before class started, a boy ran in from the back door in a hurry. Then he took out a stack of Seven Lights cards and began to swipe them at the sign-in counter. Swiping cards was one of Seven Lights' policies, but it was a semi-mandatory policy. The instructors of Seven Lights knew about things like signing on behalf of others. They just didn't say much about it. The crux of the matter was whether the student was willing or not. Swiping cards required a Seven Lights card, and there was only 1 Seven Lights card per person. It could be considered as identification within the school, and 1 card could be used for all purposes. Students who skipped class without a Seven Lights card had their own way to live and spend money on campus. It was just that there were some places they couldn't go. Seeing Sillin looking at him and swiping cards one by one, the person chuckled. He did not look uncomfortable at all. "Bro, are you new here?" The person sat down in front of Sillin and turned around to ask. The seat on the other side of Sillin was already occupied, and it was also a sleeper. Sillin nodded with a smile. Oh, the person looked as if he understood. After the chaos of the League of Stars, Seven Lights had recruited another batch of people after it had recovered its strength. There were people from every grade. It couldn't be helped. The temptation of being an exchange student was too great, and a large number of people were trying their best to enter Seven Lights. There were new students every day, so everyone was used to it. In fact, there were quite a lot of people who chose this course. It was a relatively loose class, and although it was dull and tedious, everyone was willing to take it and earn credits. Otherwise, if the number of people who chose this course was small, the class venue would not be a large lecture hall. There was no distance learning for this course because it involved certain questions of history and culture. Sometimes it was not easy to talk about it on the internet, and it would be bad if someone brought it up. Therefore, although there were more people taking this course, the attendance rate was not high. It was because it was dull and boring, and because many people were unwilling to come to the teaching area. When the music started, the front and back doors closed automatically. Those who came in again would be recorded as being late, and the corresponding credits would be deducted after a certain number of times had been accumulated. The moment the doors closed, the students in the classroom became excited, because they did not see the lecturer. While everyone was chattering and discussing, Sillin stood up and walked forward from the last row. The students in the classroom were a little curious. After all, even if they did not see the lecturer after class, no one would walk around so quickly. It would be terrible if the lecturer came in and caught them in the act. What made the students' eyes widen even more was that the person who walked forward took out a Seven Lights card used by teachers and swiped it on the teaching equipment. A light screen popped up, and some of the teaching materials that Sillin had seen before flashed on the giant teaching screen. After pulling out some of the materials for backup, Sillin stood facing the students. Good day, everyone. The original lecturer for this class is unable to come due to business, so I will be the one to talk for everyone this time. Sillin's words were like a bomb that blew up all the students in the classroom, especially Chung Bai, who was sleeping on the table next to Sillin and was woken up by someone's slap, and the person who took out a stack of Seven Lights cards to sign in on his behalf. The duo's expressions kept changing, and they looked as if a great disaster was about to befall them. What content did your previous lecturer talk about? Where should we start? Sillin asked. The little old man had never mentioned this before, and no one knew what he had talked about. He only told Sillin to freely express himself. The group of students did not answer. They looked dispirited, and some of them had already laid down and started to sleep again. Some of them were more concerned about Sillin's personal information and wanted to inquire about it, but Sillin refused to talk about it at all. Seeing no reaction from the crowd, Sillin asked again, "Then, what do you want to hear?" As a result, someone immediately became excited. Let's talk about the Heavenly Edict. What? You might as well talk about the 6 stars of Hunter. None of them. Little lecturer, tell us about the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. Right. Little lecturer, tell us about the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. We're already friends, and we still don't know much about it. TSK, a temporary lecturer, maybe even a senior student. Do you really expect him to talk about those things? A student muttered. Half a minute later, Sillin raised his hand and pressed down at the air, motioning for everyone to quiet down. Then let's talk about the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. Sillin turned off the 2 teaching support screens beside him, leaving only the one behind him. Then, he drew out many analytic diagrams on the screen. The Mist Bodhisattva Empire is a caste system. The nobles rule this empire, and when it comes to the nobles of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, we have to mention the 3 kings and 1 monarch who stand at the top of the nobles. As Sillin explained the general situation of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, the students who were minding their own business quieted down and listened attentively to Sillin's explanation. Some of them wanted to send a message to their good friends and ask them to come and listen, but they discovered that they couldn't communicate with the outside world at all. Mo Hung had turned on the interference device in this place, so those who didn't show up could only miss the opportunity. Moreover, without permission, no one was allowed to record any teaching videos in class. Now the students could only sigh for those who didn't show up. Some of them thought that it didn't matter even if they missed the opportunity. There would always be other lecturers to talk about the missed Bodhisattva empire. It wasn't until a while later that they realized what kind of opportunity they had missed, but Sillin had already left by then. At the time, the students didn't think that the lecturer would be the new 6 stars of Hunter, the one who was publicly acknowledged to be the most influential among the 6 stars of Hunter. However, there was just too little information about this new star rank Hunter. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere and caught everyone off guard. Even after he appeared, it was strangely difficult to find any information about him, so no one in this group of young students knew who he was. After class was over, Sillin didn't wait for the students to surround him and ask him more about the missed Bodhisattva empire. Sillin left. On his way back to Mo Heng's place, Sillin received a message from Yudi. Everything had been prepared, and they were just waiting for Sillin's return so that they could set sail again. "I'll be back in 2 days after I'm done here," Sillin said to Yudi on the other end of the call. After the call ended, Sillin thought about how he could finish the project at hand as soon as possible and hand it over to those 2 shameless old men. The 11th squad's journey was about to begin again, and everyone in the squad had been waiting for it for a long time. He wasn't going to stay here for long. The flying car flew past the classroom area, leaving behind the people who were still in discussion. Like 1,000 years ago, Olillo, who symbolized dreams, appeared, and the space adventurers began to evolve in a certain direction. Hunters, a class that no one thought highly of before, rose to prominence. 1,000 years later, the shortcut was opened, and another peak of the Hunter era had arrived. End of book. That you're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.